is Marin Rowing Association. They're followed very closely by lane 3, Pacific. Pacific 3 seats over third place, lane 2, Capital. Moving over to lane 4 and the fourth place position, that is Marina Aquatic Center. In fifth place and down to Marina by about 1 seat is Brophy out of lane 6. And in the sixth place position, River City. All boats now past 500 meters. Again, our leader by now about 1 boat length is Marin Rowing Association out of lane 1. They have 1 length over lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific 2 seats over third place, Capital. Fourth place continues to hold on with Marina Aquatic Center. They have 3 seats over lane 6, Brophy, and Brophy 6 seats over River City. 750 meters in, and Marin has pulled to a 1-length lead over Pacific. Pacific now a half a boat length over Capital. As we approach 1,000 meters, it is Marin looking for open water over Pacific at the halfway point. Capital still in third place. Marina in fourth with Brophy chasing. River City in sixth. We'll turn it over to Bob at the top of the hill for the race call at 1,000 meters.
And Adrian, thank you for that call. As you heard, these top 3 crews continue to be Marin, Pacific, and Capital as they work to separate themselves from the remainder of the pack. In fourth place, we look at the team Marina in lane 4, then Brophy in fifth on the outside in lane 6. Brophy still holding on to a slight advantage over River City in lane 5. Now, folks, Brophy is a new program in this league. They are from Tempe, Arizona, with new coaching, and here they are with a men's V8. It's great to see them here putting out varsity boats. Top 3 boats here will qualify to go on to the grand final later this afternoon. As we approach 1,250 meters, it is Marin, followed by Pacific, with Capital right behind them. That is very close between Pacific and Capital. Both Pacific and Capital now have open water between themselves and fourth place, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina continuing to hold off Brophy in lane 6 by about 5 seats, and then River City chasing hard in lane 5 in the 6th place position. We'll give you the next call at 1,500 meters. And there goes Marin across 1,500 meters first. They will be followed by almost 2 dead-even boats now, Capital and Pacific. Pacific had been in the lead here for most of the heat, but again, top 3 boats go on to the grand final. Pacific and Capital both in qualifying position. They are pacing one another now at 1,500 meters. Marina continues in fourth place, open water back, followed by Brophy and then River City. .350 meters to go for heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8s. It's Marin, then Pacific Capital, that close together. Marina, Brophy, and River City. Top 3 boats go on to the grand final. This is heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8s, now finishing with Marin in the lead, followed by Capital, Pacific, Marina, Brophy, and River City. Here comes that finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we saw, that was a close finish there. Next race going down the race course is event 1B, the second heat for the men's Varsity 8. 7 boats in this race. Lane 1, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, St. Ignatius High School. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 6, Berkeley High School. And Lane 7, NorCal Crew. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call as it progresses.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're already at 500 meters in Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8. Top 3 boats to advance to the final. Our leader here at 500 meters in by 4 seats is Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Again, 4 seats, now 5 seats over Lane 1, Long Beach. Long Beach has 3 seats over Lane 3, St. Ignatius, and in the 4th place position, we move over to Lane 5, that's Newport Aquatic Center. In 5th place, we jump back over to Lane 4, that's Los Gatos. Los Gatos was a 1-length lead over Lane 7, NorCal, and NorCal 1 length over 7th place, Berkeley High School. Again, our early leader here with 750 meters in, Oakland Strokes continuing to open up their lead over Lane 1, Long Beach. Long Beach in 2nd. In 3rd place, St. Ignatius. As we approach 1,000 meters, Oakland continuing in the lead, followed by Long Beach. 3rd place continues to be St. Ignatius, but just barely. Newport is on the hunt for that 3rd qualifying position. They are down to St. Ignatius just by 1 seat. And here we are at the halfway point. It is Oakland now with 1 length over Long Beach at 1,000 meters to go. We'll turn it over to Bob for the final 1,000 meters.
Thank you again, Adrian. These men's Varsity 8 heats are well contested. As you heard there, Oakland continues in the lead by a length, followed by Long Beach and St. Ignatius High School from San Francisco. Newport Aquatic Center in Lane 5. They are hot on the heels of St. Ignatius. These top 4 boats have open water between them and the remaining teams from Los Gatos, Berkeley, and NorCal. We're going to keep a close eye on Newport and St. Ignatius here, as that is a qualifying position. Only one of those 2 crews will move on in that 3rd qualifying position. Right now it's still St. Ignatius in 3rd place. As we approach 1,500 meters for Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8, Oakland continuing in the lead, followed by Long Beach and then St. Ignatius. Newport in Lane 4, chasing in 4th place. SI now taking up the rate a little bit. They are moving away quite a bit from Newport. SI got the message there from their coxswain, and they are taking the rate up, and they look to be in a more comfortable position now in that 3rd qualifying position. In the 5th place position, it's Los Gatos being chased on the outside by NorCal, with Berkeley High School in 7th place here in Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8s. We're still going to keep an eye on Newport and SI, though. SI now in contact with Long Beach, so Long Beach in 2nd place, but SI is in contact with them. SI could move up to 2nd, and they are also getting closer to Oakland. Newport is falling off the pace a bit, back to 4th place. .350 meters to go for Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8s. It's Oakland in control. St. Ignatius moving up a lot here. As I told you, they're now almost dead even with Long Beach, with Newport now a length behind St. Ignatius. It's Oakland, Long Beach, SI, that close, with Newport in 4th, then Los Gatos, followed by NorCal in 6th, and then finally Berkeley High School. Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8s now finishing, 3 boats to the grand final.
And unofficially there in the second heat was Oakland, SI, then Long Beach going on in the grand finals. Now underway is event 2A, the women's Varsity 8, heat 1. 5 boats in this heat here. Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Xavier Prep. Lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. Turn it over to the water for the call as this race goes down.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat 1 of the women's Varsity 8 out of 3 heats currently racing and past 500 meters. In lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Xavier Prep. And lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. In first place, out by 1 length, is Marin Rowing Association. They have 1 length over lane 3, River City. River City with about half a seat over lane 2, Pacific. Back by 1 length of open water in the 4th place position is Zlack Rowing Club. Zach with 1 length over Xavier Prep. Again, our early leader here approaching 750 meters in, and now with open water over the rest of the field is Marin. They are followed by River City, now 1 seat over Pacific, and Pacific and River City both with a length and a half of open water over 4th place Zlack and 5th place Xavier Prep. With 1,000 meters to go, it is Marin now with 3 seats of open water over River City. River City now 3 seats over 3rd place Pacific. Again, top 2 boats will advance to the final later this afternoon. 4th place continues to hold on with Zlack, and back by 1 length and a little bit of open water is Xavier Prep. We'll turn it over to Bob for the final 1,000 meters.
And thank you, Adrian. This continues to be top racing here for the Varsity Cruise. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 heats for the V8s here for the women. So because there's 3 heats, only 2 boats will go on to the grand final. Now the race to watch here is between River City and Pacific, as they are both fighting one another for that 2nd qualifying position. Marin continues out in the lead with a comfortable open water margin, but it is very close between Pacific and River City. At 1,250 meters, it continues to be River City over Pacific by about 3 seats. In 4th place, we go to the outside lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club, and then back inside to 5th place, Xavier Prep from Arizona. Pacific making a move right now. They are coming back against River City, and they are taking some seats back from River City, but will it be enough at this point? We'll pay close attention and give you another call shortly. As we approach 1,500 meters, it will be the Marin Women's V8 first across the line. They are understroking the field comfortably. Second across the line is going to be lane 3, River City. They're now extending their lead after Pacific made a move. River City responded, and they're now up almost a full length over Pacific. Pacific in 3rd. In 4th place, Zlack Rowing Club in lane 5, followed by Xavier Prep in lane 4. Top 3 crews now past 1,500. Pacific in 3rd place down bow to stern from River City. Top 2 boats to advance. We're going to keep an eye on lanes 2 and 3 here as they sort it out in the last 500 meters. .350 meters to go for Marin. They're in first place in that first qualifying position. River City now, 350 to go, with a slight open water advantage over Pacific. Pacific in 3rd, chasing hard. We then go back to Zlack Rowing Club in lane 5. They continue in 4th, followed by Xavier Prep in 5th. Top 2 boats to advance. Right now, those top 2 boats are Marin and River City, with Pacific chasing. Final call, 200 meters. Heat 1 of the women's varsity 8s. 2 boats to advance. Marin and River City, that's unofficial, with Pacific in third, followed by Zlak and Xavier. Here comes the finish for Heat 1 of the women's V8s.
And unofficially going to the grand finals is Marin, then River City. Now underway is event 2B, the women's varsity 8 second heat going down. Again, 5 boats in this heat. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, St. Ignatius. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 4, Berkeley. Lane 5, Waterford. Turn it over to Adrian as she gets the race call here.
And in Heat 2 of the women's varsity 8, again with 5 boats on the water, our early leader approaching 500 meters in is Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes with 7 seats over Lane 2, St. Ignatius. And in third place, we'll move over to Lane 3, Long Beach. Long Beach with 4 seats over 4th place, Berkeley High School. And Berkeley High School with 1 length over Waterford. Again, Oakland Strokes, our leader at 500 meters in. 7 seats, now 8 seats over St. Ignatius. In the third place position, we move over to Long Beach. Long Beach is down to St. Ignatius by 1 length of open water. Again, top 2 crews will advance to the finals. 4th place continues with Berkeley High School, and in 5th place, Waterford. And now a little bit of open water for Oakland over St. Ignatius as they approach 750 meters in. Oakland just switched it into another gear here. They had been rowing at a nice low stroke rate, probably about a 32, 33. Looks like they just took the stroke rate up and just took several seats over St. Ignatius. They now have a half a boat length of open water over St. Ignatius. And now a little bit of a change-up for that third place position. St. Ignatius still in second with about 2 lengths of open water over now Berkeley High School in third. Berkeley High with 2 seats over Long Beach. Back by several lengths of open water is Waterford. They're doing fine, rowing cleanly, just not able to match the pace of the other crews. But here is Oakland as we approach the halfway mark with just a walk-away lead over the remaining field. Second place and qualifying position looks to be St. Ignatius. And we'll turn it over to Bob for the second half of the race.
And thank you, Adrian. This call here for Heat 2 of the women's varsity 8s, as you heard earlier, folks, pretty easy to call. It's Oakland and St. Ignatius out in front. We're going to give you the next update at 1,250 meters, as these are the top 2 qualifying crews from this heat. They are followed closely by lanes 3 and 4, Long Beach and Berkeley High School, with Waterford in 5th place. Great to see Waterford here. They are from Utah, and it's great to see we have 2 teams here from Utah today, Utah Juniors and Waterford. So we welcome them to Lake Natoma, and it's fantastic to see them out here with a varsity boat, and we hope their programs grow and keep coming back. At 1,250 meters, Oakland walking away with this heat as they continue to take more open water away from St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius continuing in that second qualifying position with plenty of open water themselves between the next closest crew, Lane 4, Berkeley High School. Berkeley now with 6 seats over Long Beach in Lane 3. And we're now at 1,500 meters for heat number 2 of the women's varsity 8s. Oakland continues in the lead, rowing at a comfortable 32 strokes per minute. They are understroking the field. No need to go too hard. The winners of these heats are going to get either lanes 1, 2, or 3 for the grand final, so Oakland's in a good position right now along the shore. St. Ignatius also in a very good position as they continue to take more open water from the 3 boats behind them. That would be 3rd place Berkeley High School, followed by 4th place Long Beach Junior Crew, and then finally Waterford. These crews are all now passing the 1,500 meter marker except for Waterford, which is almost there. And this will be the final call for heat number 2 of the women's varsity 8s. With the top 2 boats going to the grand finals, unofficially that is Oakland right by the tree at 200 meters, followed by St. Ignatius High School of San Francisco. And we then go back to Berkeley High School in 3rd place, but not qualifying at this point, followed by Long Beach Juniors, and then finally Waterford. Next up, heat 3 of the women's varsity 8s. Heat 2 now finishing, and here they come.
As we wait for the boats to finish here, we've had a start for the women's varsity 8, heat 3, top 2 going on in the grand finals later this afternoon. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Capital Crew. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Upper Natoma Rowing Club. We turn it over to Adrian for the call at the 250-meter mark.
And in the final heat of the women's varsity 8, out of 3 heats, top 2 crews will advance to the final. This is probably the closest start we've had all morning. Right now I'm looking at 4 boats straight across. In lane 1 we've got Marina Aquatic Center. They have maybe a half a seat over Newport in lane 4. Newport with about a half a seat over Capital and Los Gatos. Very, very close, back in the 5th place position, now down by about a half a length of open water is Upper Natoma. And as we approach 500 meters, our leader now is Newport Aquatic Center. They've got 1 seat over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos with about a half seat over Marina. Capital in the 4th place position, down by these top 3 boats by about 2 seats. Again, very, very close. If you're watching the video, you can see what I'm talking about. There's 3 bow balls straight across. Belongs to Marina, Los Gatos, and Newport with Capital in 4th, and Upper Natoma back by a length of open water in the 5th place position. And now a little bit of a change-up as we approach 750 meters in. Our leader here is Marina Aquatic Center. Marina now by 1 seat over 2nd place Los Gatos. Newport dropping back to 3rd. Capital still in 4th. Upper Natoma in 5th. Great racing here by these top two crews. They are pacing each other stroke for stroke, same stroke rate. This is Marina, followed very closely by Los Gatos. Marina and Los Gatos now with 1 length over Newport. Newport in third, and by about 1 seat over Capital. Capital now looking to move into that third place position. It is often that third 500 that determines how fast a crew really is. So we'll see what happens here at the halfway point. It is Marina followed by Los Gatos. They're trading bow ball to bow ball back and forth. We'll turn it over the hill for the final 1,000 meters. Third place now goes to Capital. Capital 2 seats over Newport, and Upper Natoma still in 5th.
Thank you, Adrian, for that exciting race call. This is a very hard-fought heat here between these women's varsity 8s. Marina, as you heard, ladies and gentlemen, lane 1, they are the leader, followed closely by Los Gatos. Marina now with about a few seats, I want to say about 4, over second place Los Gatos. Top 2 boats go on to the grand final. Third place Capital crew, as you heard, overtook Newport. Newport was very fast for the first 750 meters. When they shifted down to a 32, that's when these other crews who were rowing at a 35 stroke minute rating, they started to pull away. So both lane 1 Marina and lane 2 Los Gatos, I clocked them both at 35 strokes a minute. Capital chasing now their open water back, about 1 seat open water back from second place Los Gatos. We'll give you that next call at 1,500 meters. But again, lanes 1 and 2 in the qualifying positions, that's Marina Aquatic Center and the Los Gatos Varsity Women. And here's the call for the final heat of the women's varsity 8s as we cross 1,500 meters. Rowing at 35 strokes per minute, lane 1 Marina, followed also at 35 strokes per minute, lane 2 Los Gatos Rowing Club. 1 beat higher at 36 strokes per minute will be Capital Crew, lane 3 in third place. We then go to lane 4 Newport, clocked them at a 32-33. They were fast early in the race, but now they are struggling to match the speed of these top 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2. In the trailing position, Upper Natoma Rowing Club rowing a great race here, trying to hang on and match the speed. They are one of the newer programs in the region, and we welcome them. Coming into 350 meters to go along the shore, that will be Marina, followed by Los Gatos, then Capital and Newport, finally Upper Natoma. Keep an eye on lane 3, Capital. Will they move up to challenge? It would take a lot at this point, as Marina and Los Gatos, their women's V8s, are looking good to go on to the grand final. .200 meters to go. Capital's 1 seat open water back. They've got 200 meters if they want to move into that second place position, but Los Gatos is holding on to it pretty well. Here comes the finish. Heat number 3, women's varsity 8s. Top 2 boats to the grand final. Unofficially, it looks to be Marina and Los Gatos, with Capital chasing.
And unofficially going to the grand finals for that third heat is Marina Aquatic Center, then Los Gatos. Now staging at the start line is the women's novice quad with coxswain, heat number 1 of 2. Lane 1, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Stanford A. Lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 5, Artemis Rowing. And Lane 6, Newport Aquatic Center.
And we are 250 meters in to the first of 3 heats in the women's novice quad. These boats, all, again, sculling boats. Each rower has 2 oars, and there is a coxswain steering their boat for safety. Our early leader at 250 meters in is lane 3, Stanford. Stanford with 1 seat over lane 1, Long Beach. These top 2 boats now with a little bit of open water over the remaining field. I'm going to comment a little bit on Oakland Strokes. They look like they have a little bit of a technical problem going on. Their bow seat is not rowing. I don't know whether there's some sort of equipment malfunction or not, but they are kind of limping along there in their lane. We'll go over to the 3rd place crew. That is San Diego Rowing Club, rowing out of lane 4. San Diego in 3rd place. They have 1 length over lane 5, Artemis. The 6th place position belongs to, the 5th place position belongs to Newport, rowing out of lane 5. And it looks like whatever was hindering Oakland got figured out. Might have been a crab, and they had to recover from that, but they're now back in the game and progressing along nicely. But again, our leader, Stanford, rowing out of lane 3, they have a little bit of open water over Long Beach at 500 meters in. Only 2 crews will progress to the finals later this afternoon. Right now, those top 2 crews are Stanford, followed by Long Beach. 3rd place position goes to San Diego. San Diego with 1 length over Artemis. Artemis 1 length over Oakland Strokes in the 5th place position. And in 6th is Newport. At 750 meters in, our leader now by 1 length of open water continues to be Stanford. They're rowing at 35, 34 strokes per minute. They're followed by Long Beach. I'll get a stroke rating on them. Long Beach clocking in at 32 to 33. Still in 3rd place, San Diego Rowing Club, now back by about 2.5 lengths of open water. Still in the 3rd place position. They're followed very closely by both Artemis and Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes looking to have pulled up into that 4th place position, overtaking Artemis. 6th place still is Newport, back by about 2 lengths of open water to the rest of the field. And now walking away towards the halfway point, it is Stanford right down the center of the lane, followed by Long Beach.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're now past the halfway markers for heat number 1 of the women's novice Cox quad. The 2 leaders remain the same, as you heard. That's going to be lane 3, Stanford Junior Crew. They do a lot of sculling down there at Stanford, and it's showing right now as they have a great novice quad out here in the lead. They are followed by 2nd place, Long Beach Junior Crew in lane 1. Those are the top 2 boats. Top 2 boats go on to the grand final. These 2 crews of novices have a significant amount of open water between themselves and the remaining field. Now, in 3rd place, it's changing up here quite quickly because, as you heard earlier, Oakland had equipment troubles, probably a jumped seat, and then that novice rower got the seat back on the track. Oakland has now moved into the 3rd place position over lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego has passed Artemis in lane 5, and the trailing crew is Newport in lane 6. So that's really rough for Oakland. They had a rough start there with some sort of equipment problem. They might have been doing better at this point. We'll never know that at this point, but they're certainly putting their best effort into this heat, and they've already walked by several teams. All boats now approaching 1,500 meters, with Stanford and Long Beach the top 2 qualifying boats at this point. At 1,500 meters, the Stanford Women's Novice Cox Quad continues to row a good, solid race here. Long Beach, though, in lane 1, slowly moving up on them. Long Beach chasing, because Long Beach probably wants a better lane assignment for the grand final if they can get one here, but Stanford's still holding them off. Now, Oakland, the boat that had the earlier troubles, they're really putting on the pressure here as they continue to take open water from San Diego, Artemis, and Newport. Oakland clearly in 3rd place with an open water advantage over San Diego in lane 4, San Diego with open water over Artemis in lane 5, and then trailing is Newport. These are all novice girls. They are sculling in their 1st year, And here they come, trying to get into the grand finals. That's Stanford and Long Beach out in the lead. And final call for Heat 1 of the women's novice Cox Quad. Top two boats to the grand final. Unofficially, Stanford and Long Beach with 200 meters to go. That's unofficial, but they're in the top two qualifying positions with Oakland chasing, followed by San Diego, Artemis, and Newport. Give them a good cheer because here come the novices in their first year of racing at Lake Natoma.
And Heat 2 of the women's novice quad already well underway and approaching the halfway point. Our leader in lane 1 is Capital. Capital with more than one boat length of open water over lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center 1 length over Long Beach B. Long Beach B, this is their second entry in the novice women's quad. In the 4th place position, but now moving into 3rd, is lane 6, Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. Top two boats will advance to the final later this afternoon, and Humboldt trying to put themselves in a position at the halfway point to see if they might be able to qualify. Moving over to lane 2, it is 4th place Long Beach B. They slip back into 4th place after being in 3rd for much of the beginning of this race. 5th place belongs to NorCal, back by about 1 length to Long Beach, and then back by 2 lengths of open water is lane 5, Stanford B.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this is an exciting heat for the women's Novice Cox Quad. Heat 2, top 2 boats to the grand final. That early leader, way out in front, Capital Crew, right here from Lake Natoma, with a big open water advantage over the remaining field. In lane 3, lane 3 is in second place, Marina Aquatic Center, but hot on their heels on the outside is Humboldt Bay Juniors in lane 6. Humboldt Bay Juniors really trying to move up and take on that second qualifying position. Right there with Humboldt, we go back inside to lane 2, the B boat from Long Beach Junior Crew. Then we go back to NorCal in lane 4, and then finally Stanford's B boat in lane 5. All boats now approaching 1,500 meters. We're going to give you the next call just as they pass. But again, that second qualifying crew is Marina with Humboldt hot in pursuit. And here comes the call at 1,500 meters. Heat 2 of the women's Novice Coxed Quads. Lane 1, Capital Crew, first across the line with only 500 meters to go to qualify for the grand finals. In second place, it continues to be lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. But now it's a very close race between lane number 2, Long Beach B boat, the Long Beach Junior Crew B boat, and Humboldt in lane 6. Humboldt in lane 6 and Long Beach very close, both in contact with each other as they both chase Marina there for that second qualifying position. We then go back to NorCal in 5th place, followed with the Stanford B boat in the final trailing position. Keep an eye on Humboldt and Long Beach Junior B boat here as they both chase Marina. So lanes 2 and lane 6 are both chasing lane 3. Will Marina be able to hold them off and go on to the grand final? Oh, big crab. Oh, 2 crabs right there in the Marina boat. 3 crabs. This could get dicey here with 350 meters to go. Marina trying to hold on. These are novices, so you got to give them a lot of credit. But Marina being chased by Long Beach in the yellow jerseys along the shore. Long Beach overtaking Humboldt now. Long Beach in 3rd. They've got to catch Marina if they want to go to the grand final. It's Capital, Marina, Long Beach, Humboldt chasing. Heat 2 of the women's Novice Cox Quads now finishing. 2 boats to the grand final. Marina still holding on, but it could be close. And now Humboldt in contact with Marina. It's still Marina for that second qualifying position. Humboldt chasing, Long Beach chasing.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're already well underway in Heat 3 of the Women's Novice Quad. 6 boats on the water. In Lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, Southern California Scullers. Lane 4, Palo Alto. Lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic High School, rowing out of San Diego, again, a new program. At 500 meters in, our leader in lane 2 is Pacific. Pacific with 1 length over both lane 1, California Yacht Club, and lane 3, SoCal Scullers. These top 3 boats with a little bit of open water over lane 4, Palo Alto, and back by about 2 lengths of open water. In the 5th place position is Zlack. Zlack with 1.5 boat lengths of open water over Cathedral Catholic. But again, our leader here is Pacific. Pacific 1 length now over SoCal Scullers. SoCal Scullers in 2nd place with 1 length. They're about 3 seats over California Yacht. Meters in, and Pacific now has open water over the rest of the field. They have about 2 seats of open water over SoCal Scullers. SoCal Scullers 3 seats over California Yacht Club. Back by 1 length of open water continues to be Palo Alto, and Palo Alto with several lengths over both Zlack Rowing Club and Cathedral Catholic. Cathedral Catholic struggling a little bit out there in lane 6. Everything is fine, but they are struggling to keep pace and keep the timing of the oars in the water as they progress down the course. All boats now approaching the halfway point. Our leader continues to be Pacific, followed by SoCal Scullers with California Yacht Club in pursuit.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you just heard, Heat 3 of the Women's Novice Cox Quads now past the halfway markers. Again, top 2 boats go to the grand final. Those top 2 boats right now are in 1st place Pacific in lane 2, followed by lane 3, SoCal Scullers, the Southern California Scullers, but they are being very closely followed by California Yacht Club in lane 1. These 3 crews have open water between themselves and the 4th place team from lane 4, Palo Alto Rowing Club. We then go back significant open water to Zlack Rowing Club in lane 5, and then trailing one of the newest teams in the league, Cathedral Catholic High School from San Diego in lane 6. They are a new program. They're going to get bigger. They're going to get faster. We welcome them to the league, but here they are racing a full contingent this weekend, and we welcome them. Back to the leaders as we approach 1,500 meters. Pacific continues to take open water away from both SoCal Scullers and Cal Yacht Club, but Cal Yacht Club now has moved up almost even with SoCal Scullers. This could be a big turnaround. SoCal Scullers has been holding on to 2nd place, but Cal Yacht Club in lane 1 has been pushing and is now a serious threat with 600 meters to go. This is Heat 3 of the Women's Novice Cox Quads. 2 boats go to the grand final. Just past 1,500 meters, what we're watching up here on Rattlesnake Hill is lanes 1 and 3. Lanes 1 and 3 in a close race here. If you're watching on the video monitors down by the finish line tent, you can see how close this race is. With lane 1 Cal Yacht Club rowing down out of the Marina Del Rey area, they are giving a serious run for the money to SoCal Scullers. In fact, at this point, it's lane 1 Cal Yacht Club in that 2nd qualifying position by about a deck over SoCal Scullers. With 450 meters to go, anything could happen. These are novice crews, but Pacific continues in the lead, followed by lanes 1 and 3, Cal Yacht Club and SoCal Scullers. 4th place is Palo Alto, followed by Zlack Rowing Club from San Diego and Cathedral Catholic High School in 6th. 350 meters to go. Heat number 3 of the women's novice Cox quads. Folks, this is a race to watch between lanes 1 and 3. Cal Yacht Club, SoCal Scholars. They are dead even here from Rattlesnake Hill. You're probably going to have a slightly better view from the monitors down there, but this is going to be a race to the finish line. Remember, either Cal Yacht Club or SoCal Scholars, one of those boats will go to the grand final as Pacific continues way out in front. Is it going to be lane 3, SoCal Scholars? They're making a move right now. They're taking water away from Cal Yacht Club, 200 meters to go. SoCal Scholars now in that second qualifying position. Cal Yacht Club on lane 1 chasing, followed by Palo Alto, Slack, and Cathedral Catholic. Here comes that finish.
And that was the finish for the women's novice quad with Coxon, unofficially go to the grand finalists, Pacific and the SoCal Scholars. Now being aligned is the men's JV8, heat number 1. Top 3 go to the grand finals later this afternoon. Lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 5, Berkeley High School. Lane 6, Brophy Crew. Lane 7, NorCal. Again, that's the men's JV8 lining up. We'll get Adrian for you with the race call once that race is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement for the parents. If you'd like to come watch your child race on the water, the Aquatic Center is offering rides down the race course for $10, and that's starting at the State Park Stock by the bathroom area. If you'd like to watch your child race, it's $10 per person at the State Park Stock by the bathroom area. Thank you. And we have a special announcement from one of our vendors, DCIpress.com, that have written a book, The Academic Athlete, which is written for junior high school and high school students and parents. Its purpose is to help you create opportunities for college, about recruiting and how to connect with college coaches. Again, those will be for sale, called The Academic Athlete. Keep an eye out for that.
And we have had a start to Heat 1 of the men's JV 8, Junior Varsity 8. So these are the second-ranked 8s in the varsity programs. Right now, approaching 250 meters in, our early leader, very early leader here, is Los Gatos. But they have already, at this stage, a one-length lead over the rest of the field. In second place, just by about a bow ball, is Lane 4, Pacific. Pacific with 1 seat over third place, Marin Rowing Association. For the delay, ladies and gentlemen, my sheet actually has some different information on it than who is racing on the water, so I want to make sure that I'm calling this correctly. At the halfway point, our leader is Los Gatos out of lane 1. They have a half boat length advantage over Oakland Strokes in lane 2. Oakland Strokes by about a half a boat length of open water over lane 4 Pacific. Pacific with 3 seats over St. Ignatius in the 4th place position. 5th place, we move over to lane 5. That is Berkeley High School. And in the 6th place position out in lane 7 is NorCal, and the 7th place position back by about a length of open water is Brophy. But again, our leader at the halfway point is Los Gatos, followed closely by Oakland Strokes, and then Pacific St. Ignatius. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the remaining call.
And thank you, Adrian, for that update. Folks, as you heard, it's St. Ignatius Crew in lane 2. On some of the race schedules, it's listed as Marin, so we'll make sure we give you an accurate call here. As all these boats now cross 1,250 meters, leader continues to be lane 1 Los Gatos. They are followed by now lane 2, St. Ignatius. Going back to that third place position, it's very close between Oakland in lane 3 and Pacific in lane 4. In fifth place, we go to lane number 5, Berkeley. Then outside the NorCal crew in lane 6, they're in sixth place. And then in the final position, Brophy, they are in lane 6. They are in the final position here of heat number 1 of the men's JV8s. These are the second fastest 8s in the men's varsity programs. Again, the leader is Los Gatos, lane 1, followed by lane 2, St. Ignatius, according to Adrian on the water. And now an extremely close race for that third qualifying position between Pacific in lane 4 and Oakland in lane 3. Right now, slight advantage to Pacific. A few seats, Pacific has a few seats over Oakland, but Oakland right now charging hard. I can see it from Rattlesnake Hill. Oakland is charging hard right now, just past 1,500 meters, and they are trying to catch that third place Pacific crew. In fourth place, it's still lane 5, Berkeley, then lane 7, NorCal, and finally lane 6, Brophy. 350 meters to go for the top 2 boats from Los Gatos, and according to Adrian, St. Ignatius. We'll clarify that on the results board, of course. As we come into the last 350, again, watch the lanes 3 and 4, Pacific and Oakland. .200 meters to go. Pacific continues in that third qualifying position.
And ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the confusion in the last heat. We have the correct lineup here for Heat 2. This is the men's JV 8 in Lane 1, Long Beach. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Capitol. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center. And our very, very early leader approaching 500 meters is Long Beach. Long Beach with about 1 seat over Marin. Both these top 2 boats with about 1 length over the rest of the field. In the 3rd place position, we move over to Lane 2, Newport. Newport 1 seat over Lane 4, Capitol. And back by about 2 seats of open water in the 5th place position is Marina Aquatic Center out of Lane 6. And in the 6th place position, River City. But again, our top 2 boats here, Long Beach, followed by Marin. These 2 boats pacing each other, and now it does look as if Marin has pulled into the lead now by 2 seats over Long Beach. So our new leader, Marin, followed by Long Beach, with Capitol chasing. In this heat, the top 3 boats will advance to the finals. And Capitol looking to take a little bit of that open water back from the top 2 boats. Marin now pulling a little farther away from Long Beach. Marin now up by 4 seats over Long Beach. And Long Beach looking for a little bit of open water again over Capitol. Capitol now 1 length over 4th place Newport. Back in the 5th place position, it continues to be Marina Aquatic Center. They are down by about 1 length to Newport. And Marina 1 length over River City in 6th. And at the halfway point, we're looking at Marin as our leader here by 6 seats over Long Beach. It will be Marin with its bow first across the line with 1,000 meters to go. They're followed by Long Beach. Long Beach making a move here, taking back a seat off of Marin. 3rd place still belongs to Capitol. They are now down by about 1 seat of open water to Long Beach. And back in the 4th place position, it is Newport. Newport now 1 length over Marina. Marina a half a length of open water over River City.
And ladies and gentlemen, before I do the final call here on this 1,000, I have to apologize for the mix-up. We had a mix-up on the schedules here for that last heat. Unofficially, it appeared in that last heat that the top 3 boats were Los Gatos, Oakland, and Pacific. The mix-up here was Marin and SI appeared to have changed heats. There may have been an equipment problem. So you heard the correct boats in this heat coming down the course from Adrian on the water, and those 3 crews remain unchanged at this point. Leader continues to be lane number 3, Marin, followed by lane 1, Long Beach, then lane 4, Capitol. Those top 3 crews have open water between themselves and the remaining field. In 4th place, it's going to be lane 2, Newport. Newport holding off lane 5, lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center, with River City chasing in last place here in Heat 2 of the men's JV8s. Top 3 boats go to the grand final, and at 1,500 meters, it's Marin, Long Beach, and Capitol as we come into the last 500. .450 meters to go. Marin rowing at 38 strokes per minute, holding off Long Beach in lane 1. Long Beach at about 36 strokes per minute. In that 3rd qualifying position, Capitol in lane 4. They have at least 2 boat lengths open water between themselves and the 4th place Newport Aquatic Center. Newport holding off Marina Aquatic Center in lane 6. And then finally, River City Rowing Club. This is the last heat for the men's JV8s. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. My last call here, 200 meters to go. Unofficially, Marin, Long Beach, and Capital look to move on here to the men's JV8 Grand Final later on today.
And
And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a start in Heat 1 of the women's JV8, but we have had a false start. So all crews have been stopped. They were not quite at 100 meters, but they stopped and they're being called back into their lanes. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with Heat 1 of the women's JV8.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from Adrian, the first heat to the women's JV8 is returning back to the start line. We'll have a start here shortly. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a restart in the first heat of the women's junior varsity 8. We have 7 boats racing. I will set the lanes one more time here. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Long Beach. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Xavier Prep. And lane 7, Zlack Rowing Club. Already out by open water is Oakland in lane 1, and we are just at 250 meters. So Oakland, our leader here, they are followed by lane 2, Long Beach, by 1 seat over lane 4, Pacific. Pacific with about 4 seats over Long Beach. I'm going to make that call one more time. I think I messed up the lanes here. Oakland in first place. They're followed by Pacific and Newport. Newport in the second place position. Pacific now slipping back to third, but just by about a seat. And in the fourth place position, it is Long Beach. Fifth place will move over to lane 5. That's River City. In the sixth place position, it is Xavier Prep. And in 7th, Zlack Rowing Club. And it is Oakland with their bow first across the line at 500 meters in, pushing themselves back into that second place position. It is Pacific. Pacific 2 seats over Newport. Newport now 1 full boat length over Long Beach, and Long Beach about 7 seats over River City. River City 7 seats over Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep 1 boat length over Zlack. Very, very slight crosswind coming up here at 750 meters in. They're coming into a little bit more of an exposed area on the course, right around the halfway point. So again, it's been very glassy, beautiful conditions this morning, but now we've got a very slight crosswind coming out their starboard side. So maybe a little bit of hand level change, but all these boats rowing very, very well. And Oakland just really walking away from the field here. 750 meters in, it is Oakland by 2 lengths of open water over Pacific. Pacific now 3 seats over Newport. Newport half a boat length of open water over 4th place Long Beach. And Long Beach 7 seats over River City. River City with 1 boat length over Zlack. And in the trailing position, we move over to lane 7. That is Zlack in the trailing position and Xavier in the 6th place position. At the halfway point, our leader continues to be Oakland. They're followed by Pacific in second, but with Newport chasing. Top three boats here will advance to the final. Right now, those top three boats, Oakland, Pacific, with Newport now right next to them, and Newport now taking a seat over Pacific at the 1,000. Fourth place continues with Long Beach. Long Beach just 4 seats over River City. River City with their bow across the line at 500 meters. In the 5th place position, we move over to lane 6. That's Xavier Prep. And in the trailing position and 7th place, it is Zlack Rowing Club, now at 1,000 meters to go.
And thank you for that call, Adrian. Here in heat number 1 of the women's JV8. Remember, folks, 3 boats go to the grand final. Those 3 boats, as you heard right now, are Oakland, Pacific, and Newport, with Pacific and Oakland both having an open water advantage over the remaining field. That's a good thing. The more open water they have, it's like insurance. It's like money in the bank, so that they can keep themselves ahead of the pack and move on to the grand final. That 4th place crew is going to be in lane number 2, Long Beach, and they're being chased by lane 5, River City. They both have an open water deficit they have to make up if either one of them wants to take on Pacific or Newport and go on to the grand final. Last 2 trailing positions here are lane 6 Xavier and lane 7 Zlack Rowing Club for the women's JV8s. As we approach 1,500 meters, it's going to be lane number 3 Newport now moving out to a slightly greater advantage over Pacific, about 5 seats now. Pacific still in the 3rd qualifying position with open water between themselves and the remaining 4 crews. We'll give you that next call at about 350 meters to go. But again, 3 boats moving on to the grand final from this heat. Okay, folks, here's a demonstration in power for you. The leader out there in front is Oakland. They're rowing at 29 strokes per minute. Meanwhile, the 2 boats chasing them, Newport and Pacific, are both at 36 to 37 strokes per minute. That is called power, and that is called ratio. The Oakland boat has power and ratio here as they understroke the entire field by almost 10 beats, and they still have a significant open water advantage. Top 3 boats going on to the grand final here from heat number 1 of the women's JV8s. Unofficially, Oakland, Newport, and Pacific, followed by the remaining teams from Long Beach, River City, Xavier, and Zlack. And here comes that finish.
Heat 2 of the women's JV8, top 3 boats to advance to the final. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Capitol. Lane 6, Berkeley High School. And lane 7, Upper Natoma. At 750 meters in with a little bit of open water, it is Marin out of lane 1. Marin with a half a boat length of open water over lane 4, Los Gatos. Los Gatos 5 seats over lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center in 3rd. And Marina with 6 seats over Capitol in lane 5. Capitol in the 4th place position. Moving over to lane 3 and in the 5th place spot, that is St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius with a half a boat length of open water over Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School with a little bit of open water over lane 7, Upper Natoma. But our leader continues to be Marin as we approach 1,000 meters to go. Again, they are followed by Los Gatos with Marina Aquatic Center in the 3rd place position and Capitol chasing. And here we go, Marin with their bow across the line with 1,000 meters. And now Los Gatos. They are followed by Marina in 3rd, Capitol in 4th. St. Ignatius back by a boat length and a little bit of open water to Capitol. 6th place still belongs to Berkeley High School. And then finally Upper Natoma in the 7th place position.
Folks, here comes heat number 2 of the women's JV8. As you heard from Adrian on the water, this is going to be a much closer battle here. At 1,250 meters, you've got a lot of boats in contact with each other trying to establish themselves to qualify for the grand final. In that lead, it's Marin in lane 1, as you heard. Then we go outside to Los Gatos in lane 4. Los Gatos in 2nd place. Then back inside to lane number 2. In 3rd place, Marina Aquatic Center. Now, right behind these top 3 boats, they are being chased by lane 5, Capitol. Capitol in 4th, really trying to do something here to move up on either Los Gatos or Marina and get themselves into the grand final. Behind Capitol, we go to lane 3, St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius holding off lane 6, Berkeley High School. Berkeley holding off Upper Natoma in lane 7. 3 boats to the grand final. At 1,500 meters, it's Marin, Los Gatos, and Marina Aquatic Center with Capitol really trying to move up along with St. Ignatius. Coming into the last 400 meters along the shore will be Marin. Marin rowing at 36 strokes per minute right now. We now see that number 2 Los Gatos overtaking Marina. Marina still in a qualifying position, but they are now back to 3rd place. Actually, excuse me, I have that flip-flopped here. It's Marina moving up a little bit. They're still in 3rd, but they're closer to that Los Gatos boat. The good news is both Marina and Los Gatos are holding off Capitol. Well, good news for them, not good news for Capitol, because Capitol wants to go to the grand final too. But it's Marina and Los Gatos still in the qualifying position behind Marin. As long as they keep Capitol and everyone else behind them, they'll go to the grand final. So here's the final call. Heat number 2, women's JV8, going on to the grand final unofficially. Marin, Los Gatos, and Marina Aquatic Center with Capitol, St. Ignatius, Berkeley, and Upper Natoma chasing.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for Event 4B, the Women's JV8 second heat. Top three go to the grand finals, and unofficially that was Marin Rowing Association, Los Gatos, and Marina. Next race underway will be the Women's Freshman 8, Heat 1 of 3. We'll let you know as soon as that gets started. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a start for Event 6A. It's the Women's Freshman 8, Heat number 1. 6 boats in this race. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 2, Artemis A. Lane 3, Berkeley High School. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 5, Marin Rowing Association B. And Lane 6, Slack Rowing. Top 2 places going on in the grand finals later this afternoon. Turn it over to Bob, who'll take it from the 500-meter mark with the race call.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you just heard, heat number 1 of the women's Frosh 8 is now underway. The freshmen are the future of any rowing program, and we've got 3 heats of women's Frosh 8s coming your way. The first one here will see the top 2 boats go on to the grand final. Right now, those top 2 boats are going to be Lane 1 Oakland. Lane 1 Oakland in a very close race here. They are looking across the water at 3 boats in contact with each other. We've got Lane 2 Artemis and Lane 3 Berkeley, and also Lane 5 Marin Rowing Association's B boat, their second women's Frosh 8. These 3 boats are all trying to sort themselves out to get into that second qualifying position to go on to the grand final. In 5th place, we go to lane number 4, the Long Beach Junior Crew, and then finally lane 6, Slack Rowing Club, in the trailing position. Oakland continues in the lead at 750 meters. Now working out to that second place position. It's going to be very close, but I'm going to make the call and say it's Berkeley High School in lane 3. Berkeley very close to Artemis rowing in lane number 2. Artemis looking across the water to lane 5, the B boat from Marin. They are in contact with them, so after the halfway point, we'll give you a more accurate call. Top 2 boats going to the grand final. Next call here shortly after the crews reach the halfway point. And at the halfway markers, the second place crew now is lane 3, Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School in that second qualifying position for the women's Frosh 8s here as they chase the leader, Oakland Strokes, in lane 1. Berkeley is holding off Artemis Rowing in lane 2. We just had some steering issues, though, between Berkeley and Artemis. There was no contact, but it looks like the coxswains decided to do a little major adjustment there and get back in their lane. It could be a referee was reminding them to stay in their lane, but both crews are rowing cleanly with no problems. In that fourth place position, it's still very close between Artemis in lane 2 and the B boat from Marin in lane 5. In that fifth place position, it's going to be lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew, and then finally Slack Rowing Club in lane 6 is trailing here in Heat 1 for the women's Frosh 8s. Artemis in lane 2, they're in third, but they've got Marin's B boat right next to him. Meanwhile, Berkeley High School continues to solidify their second qualifying position here to go on to the grand final for the women's Frosh 8s. It's Oakland, then Berkeley. Berkeley now with open water over both Artemis and the B boat from Marin. As we approach 1,500 meters, Oakland continues in the lead with their women's Frosh 8, followed by lane 3 Berkeley, and now the B boat from Marin has overtaken Artemis to move into third place. But third place is not a qualifying position to go on to the grand final. 3 heats, top 2 boats go on. Artemis continues to hold off the trailing teams from Long Beach Junior Crew and Slack Rowing Club. 350 meters to go here in Heat 1 of the women's Frosh 8s. It's Oakland and Berkeley with the Marin B boat chasing. Now keep an eye on that Marin B boat in lane 5. You never know. These freshmen can get pretty feisty here in these races, and that B boat from Marin might move up, so we're going to keep an eye on them. All right, final call for Heat 1 of the women's Frosh 8s. It's going to be Oakland, followed by Berkeley, Marin B chasing, then Artemis, Long Beach, and Slack. As Heat number 2 is getting ready to start for the women's Frosh 8s, here comes the finish for Heat 1, 2 boats to the grand final, unofficially Oakland and Berkeley in lane 3.
And that was the finish for the women's freshman 8. Heat number 1. Unofficially, that's Oakland Strokes A and Berkeley going on to the grand finals later this afternoon. And we've had a start for event 6B. That's the women's freshman 8. Second heat of 3, top 2 qualifying for the grand finals later this afternoon. Lane assignments are as follows. Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association A. Lane 2, St. Ignatius High School A. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center B. And lane 6, Artemis B. Again, that was the start for event 6B, women's freshman 8, heat 2. We turn it over to Bob, who will pick it up at the 500-meter mark with the race call. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten word that the race has been stopped for event 6B Women's Freshman 8. We don't know why that is, but we'll let you know shortly. All crews will be called back to the start line here. And as we've told you that we've had a stop for event 6B, the women's freshman 8, that heat 2 will go after heat 3. So right now at the start dock is event 6C, the women's freshman 8, heat 3. Following that will be heat 2, 6B. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've heard, we're going to have 6C Women's Freshman 8 Heat 3 go down first. That'll be followed by the second heat due to a stoppage right at the 350-meter mark. Right now, lining at the start dock is event 6C Women's Freshman 8. Lane 1, River City. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center A. Lane 3, St. Ignatius High School B. Lane 4, Xavier Prep. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic Crew. Lane 6, Pacific Rowing Club.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a clean start to Heat 3 of the women's Frosh 8. Looks like Heat 2 was put on hold and will be called back into the blocks after this heat. So again, this is Heat 3 of the women's Frosh 8. In Lane 1, we've got River City. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, St. Ignatius B. Lane 4, Xavier Prep. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. And Lane 6, Pacific. Our leader here approaching 500 meters in is Lane 1, River City. They have 7 seats over Newport in Lane 2. Newport, 1 full boat length. Coxon sitting on the bow person of Lane 3, St. Ignatius B. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to Lane 4. This is Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep, 5 seats over Pacific in Lane 6. And Pacific, 1 boat length over Cathedral Catholic. And at 500 meters in, it is River City lengthening their lead to 1 full boat length over Newport. Newport, 7 seats over St. Ignatius B. 4th place, Xavier continues with Xavier. They are 4 seats over Pacific, and Pacific a little bit of open water over Cathedral Catholic. Only 2 boats will advance to the final later this afternoon. Right now, those top 2 boats, River City and Newport, but with St. Ignatius chasing. Top 3 boats with about a length of open water over the remaining field. St. Ignatius looking to pull even with Newport. Newport still in 2nd place, now by just about 3 seats over St. Ignatius. River City continuing to hold on to that 1st place position. And with both Newport and St. Ignatius chasing each other, they are pushing their bows just a little bit farther into River City's lead. 4th place still goes to Xavier with just about a seat over Pacific. Pacific chasing hard here. Both those crews with about a length of open water over Cathedral. River City with about 1 foot of open water over both Newport and St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius still charging themselves forward, trying to see if they can lock into that 2nd and qualifying position. Newport, though, still has that seat, about 2 seats over St. Ignatius B. Too close to call for that 4th place position between Xavier and Pacific. They are right next to each other, stroke for stroke. In the 6th place position, it continues to belong to Capital. But let's move back over to our leaders. And the final 1,000 meters, I'll turn over to Bob on the hill, and we'll watch. And it looks as if St. Ignatius now down by just about a seat to Newport. Newport still holding them off and holding on to that 2nd place position. River City in 1st.
Thank you for that call, Adrian. The crews are now actually at 1,250 meters. So it's going to be a close one, as only 2 boats will go on to the grand final here in heat number 3 of the women's Frosh 8s. River City, the early leader, they continue with that lead, but what a race between Newport and the B boat from St. Ignatius. Now, earlier in the race, I could see it from the hill. Adrian on the water probably couldn't see it, but both lanes 1 and 2, Newport and River City, had major steering issues. At one point, Newport was in the lane behind River City and then had to steer back to their lane. So these freshman coxswains learning how to steer these big shells, and it's a challenge for them. Plus, they have to get used to the buoy system here, so what a race. Now, let's go back to the action here. At 1,300 meters, it's dead even now between the B boat from St. Ignatius and Newport. They are still both chasing the leader, River City. River City in a good position with open water. That gives them a qualifying position for the grand final. But it is too close to call between the B boat from St. Ignatius and Newport. They are duking it out side by side, bow ball to bow ball here. These freshman women, they are going to take this catfight all the way to the finish line. Back in fourth place, it's Xavier Prep, in lane 4. They are moving away from Pacific in lane 6. Pacific with open water over the trailing crew, Cathedral Catholic High School. .350 meters to go now. We're seeing a turnaround here as the SIB boat moving ahead. They've just put on the afterburners, and they are charging. They are charging ahead of Newport into that second qualifying position. So the top two boats right now are River City and the B boat from St. Ignatius, with Newport chasing. Newport still in contact about a stern point with 250 meters to go. Newport was dead even, but SI's got that extra gear now coming into the last 350 meters, and they're putting it on the line. They want to go to the grand final, and with 200 meters to go, it is the B boat from SI over Newport. Here's my final call for Heat 3 of the Women's Frosh 8s. Going to the grand final, unofficially, River City and the SIB boat, which had a great race all the way down the course with Newport, who's in third and chasing. Followed by Xavier, Pacific, and then Cathedral Catholic.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for the women's freshman 8, heat number 3. We now have heat 2 headed down the race course. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Heat 2 of the Women's Frosh 8. Again, we had some sort of a false start, and crews were sent down their lanes and then circled back around. So this is Heat 2. In lane 1, it's Marin. Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, St. Ignatius A. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 5, Newport B. And lane 6, Artemis B. So any B boat means that they also have an A boat rowing, and a good testament to the novice and freshman program. Our leader now, past 500 meters, is Marin. Marin with one seat over St. Ignatius in lane 2. Both Marin and St. Ignatius have a little more than one length of open water over the remaining field. In that third place position, it's a little bit too close to call right now between Oakland Strokes B and Marina Aquatic Center. They are stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball, and it's almost the same with Marin and St. Ignatius out in the lead. In the fifth place position, we move over to lane 5. That's Newport B, and in the sixth place position and trailing is Artemis B. Back to our leaders here as they approach 750 meters in. It is Marin by one seat, just barely over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius making a big move and pulling even with Marin. Only 2 boats will advance to the finals. Right now, those 2 boats with open water over the rest of the field, it is Marin and St. Ignatius. Third place now goes to Oakland Strokes B. Fourth place over to Marina Aquatic Center, down to Oakland by 1 boat length. Fifth place and down to Marina by about a length is Newport, and then trailing, it is Artemis.
And ladies and gentlemen, Heat 2 of the Women's Frosh 8s now past the halfway markers. Let me put something in perspective for you folks. The top two crews here, as you heard, are Marin and St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius High School, their freshmen don't even start rowing until after January, and yet here they are in the second qualifying position to go on to the grand final. They're right next to Marin, down a few seats, but they're right there, and they're a late starting crew. That's a testimony to that type of athletes they get out for their rowing program. Starting late, but here they are right in the hunt to go on to the grand final. Going back to the third place crew here in Heat 2 of the women's frosh eights, it's going to be lane number 4. That's the B boat from Oakland Strokes. They now have an open water advantage over the two other teams close to them, lane 3 Marina Aquatic Center and lane 5 Newport B. In the trailing position, Artemis B, they've just had a major steering issue. They actually steered all the way off the course into lane 8, and they had to be directed back into their lane by a referee. They are back significant open water from this pack due to that steering problem. As we approach 1,500 meters, the A boat from St. Ignatius continues to pace Marin's A boat. As they move away from the entire field, these two crews have at least 4 boat lengths of open water between themselves and the remaining field. So that's an easy call here. The question is, which one of these crews will win the heat? They're going to take this one to the line as well, just like the last heat. The B boat from Oakland continues in third, but they're not in a qualifying position right now. They are rowing cleanly, and they are taking water from the rest of the boats behind them, but they've got a big water deficit to make up if they want to go to the grand finals. .350 meters to go for Heat 2 of the women's frosh eights. In the red, white, and blue jerseys there, that is St. Ignatius in lane 2. Again, they are the athletes that don't start until after January, and yet look how good they look hanging on with Marin here. Marin, one of the top programs in the region, and SI is right there with them. These top two crews will go on to the grand final for the women's frosh eights, and now SI moving out ahead of Marin. The Oakland B boat continues in third, followed with the remaining teams from Marina, Newport B, and Artemis B. Here comes the finish for Heat 2 of the women's frosh eights. Unofficially going to the grand final, St. Ignatius and Marin.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for Event 6B, the Women's Freshman 8, Heat number 2. Now underway down the race course is Event 7A, the Men's Novice 4 with Coxon, Heat 1 of 3. Turn it over to Adrian on the water, who'll give the lane assignments and give the race call.
And ladies and gentlemen, Heat 1 of 3 currently underway and approaching 500 meters in of the men's Novice 4. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Upper Natoma. Lane 5, Brophy. Lane 6, Berkeley A. And lane 7, Newport. At 500 meters in with their bow first across the line, it is Newport in the lead by 1 length over lane 2, Los Gatos. Los Gatos with a little bit of open water over lane 4, Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma in third and holding off River City. The 5th place position, we move back over to lane 1, that is Marina. Marina in 5th. And in the 6th place position, Berkeley, and they are holding off Brophy over in lane 5. little bit of a crosswind hitting these kids off of their starboard side at 750 meters in. Newport continuing with the lead with about a half a boat length of open water advantage over Los Gatos. And Los Gatos with about the same amount of lead over Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma in third, and just by about 1 seat over River City. River City actually pulling even as we speak. River City now overtaking Upper Natoma for the third place position. Moving over to lane 1, it's Marina Aquatic Center in the 5th place with about 3 lengths of open water over Berkeley High School, and Berkeley with 1 length over Brophy.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat number 1 of the men's novice fours now past the halfway markers. Just to prove to you that all lanes are fast here at Lake Natoma, as you heard from Adrian on the water, it's Newport out there in lane 7. Lane 7 with a qualifying spot right now. They are being chased by lane 2, Los Gatos. So it's Newport and Los Gatos in the top 2 qualifying positions. And I say that because sometimes people think lane 7 is slow. It is not. And Newport is showing us that right now as they continue to move down the course in good fashion with Los Gatos in those top 2 positions. Going back to third place, it is going to be lane number 3, River City, overtaking the other crews to go into third place. They've got Upper Natoma behind them. Upper Natoma has Marina Aquatic Center behind them. That puts Marina in 5th place. The 2 trailing teams are going to be lane 6 and 5, Berkeley High School, and Brophy. Brophy coming from Tempe, Arizona. These are the men's novice fours. All these rowers are in their first year of racing here at championships. After this, they move on to varsity status. But for now, these are the top novice fours from each program. And we've got a great boat from Newport, followed with another great boat from Los Gatos, out there in the top 2 positions. They're still being chased by lane 3, River City. Lane 3, River City really putting on a push here, trying to move up on either Newport or Los Gatos, and that could happen with about 400 meters to go. They are down an open water deficit, but it could happen with this novice racing. We're going to pay close attention to River City in lane 3. .350 meters to go. Los Gatos now overtaking Newport. Newport still in that second qualifying position. Newport holding off River City in lane 3. River City holding off Upper Natoma and Marina Aquatic Center. 2 trailing teams continue to be Berkeley and Brophy here in heat 1 of the men's novice fours. And now Newport pouring it on again, overtaking in the outside lane. Again, lane 7 showing some speed here. Los Gatos and Newport, they've been the leaders all along, and they continue to have those top 2 qualifying spots with River City chasing, followed by Upper Natoma, Marina, Berkeley, and Brophy. Here comes that finish for the men's novice fours, heat 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, now coming across the finish line is event 7A, the men's novice 4 with coxswain, heat 1 of 3, top 2 places going on to the grand finals later this afternoon. And officially that was Newport in lane 7, followed by Los Gatos in lane 2. Now underway is the second heat for that men's novice 4, 7B. So we turn it over to Adrian for the race call at the 250-meter mark. Attention coaches, may the coach for NorCal please come to the finish line tent. Women's coach for NorCal to the finish line tent, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 now coming down the course. We're already past 750 meters. On these 9-minute race centers, the racing never stops at Lake Natoma. The top 2 boats are going to be lanes 3 and 1. That's Marin in the lead with a full-length advantage over lane 1 Long Beach Junior crew. These top 2 novice 4s have plenty of open water between themselves and the remaining field. In third place, it's going to be lane 6 Pacific Rowing Club. They are holding off the remaining pack of 4 boats. That's going to be lane number 5 Artemis. Artemis slightly ahead of NorCal in lane 7. NorCal slightly holding off North Bay and Humboldt Bay on the inside lanes. Top 2 boats from Marin and Long Beach are now past the halfway markers as Pacific just now hits them. Top 2 boats go to the grand final, so if Pacific wants to move up, at this point they've got to make up about 4 boat lengths of open water to touch either the Marin or Long Beach boat. We'll give you the next call as we approach 1,500 meters. Again, with the top 2 boats being way out in front, this race is not as close as some of the earlier heats. Pacific in third chasing, with Marin and Long Beach way out in front for those top 2 spots. And here comes heat number 2 of the men's novice 4s, about to cross the 1,500-meter markers. It's a little closer now. Long Beach in lane 1 moving up, almost even with Marin. But again, these 2 crews have plenty of open water between themselves and third place Pacific. Pacific with even more open water now between themselves and the crews from Artemis, NorCal, and North Bay. Trailing is going to be lane number 2, Humboldt Bay Juniors. With 500 meters to go, it's easy to see from the tent area the 2 leaders as they come into the spectator area. Keep an eye on Long Beach along the shore. They did push up next to Marin, but it looks like Marin got tired of that because now they're pushing away from Long Beach. Marin now bowed astern over Long Beach after they paced one another for most of the race. Pacific continues in third, significantly backed by open water from these top 2 novice 4s. So we're going to make the final call now so we can turn our attention to the next heat. Unofficially going to the grand final, it looks to be Marin and Long Beach with Pacific chasing, followed by Artemis, NorCal, North Bay, and Humboldt Bay Juniors.
Ladies and gentlemen, now coming across the finish line is the men's Novice 4 with Coxon, heat number 2. Unofficially going to the grand finals will be Marin Rowing Association out of lane 3, followed by Long Beach Junior Crew out of lane 1. Now underway is the third heat for the men's Novice 4. We'll turn it over to Adrian for the race call on the water.
And we've got the third and final heat of the men's Novice 4 currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, Casitas Rowing. Lane 4, Cathedral Catholic. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, Berkeley B. And lane 7, Pacific Crew Deepwater Rowing. At 500 meters in, our leader by a length of open water is Capital in lane 2. They've got 1 length of open water over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes with 1 length over Casitas. Casitas rowing out of Ventura, just north of Santa Barbara. Casitas now with 1 length over San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego in 4th, and San Diego with 1 length of open water over Cathedral Catholic. The 6th place position will move back over to lane 6. That's Berkeley High School, and Berkeley High School with 1 length over Deepwater. But our leader continues to be Capital, and now looking over to lane 3, it is Casitas Rowing pulling even with Oakland Strokes, trying to solidify themselves into a 2nd place and qualifying position for the grand finals. So again, Casitas and Oakland even. 4th place still with San Diego, but with San Diego chasing. Capital still holding the same position in the lead, 1 length of open water over the remaining field. Looks like Oakland has taken back that 2nd place position by Casitas. Oakland now with 1 seat over Casitas, and San Diego moving up to challenge both Oakland and Casitas. San Diego still in 4th place, but now down by a little less than 1 boat length. 5th place still belongs to Cathedral Catholic, back by about 2 lengths of open water to the 4 lead boats. And then again in the 6th place position, Berkeley High School B, followed by Deepwater in 7th. As we approach the halfway mark, our leader here is Capital, followed very closely by Oakland Strokes and Casitas. So too close to call for that 2nd and qualifying position. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the remaining half of this race.
And thank you, Adrian. Yes, this is a close race. And we're seeing one of the newer programs, Casitas, putting in a fantastic performance here. They've got the beautiful Kelly green shells as they come by. They painted all their shells the same color, and it's a beautiful Kelly green. Make sure you take a look at it as they come through here. That leader is Capital in lane 2 for the men's Novice 4s. And Casitas, followed by Oakland, they are right with each other, too close to call from Rattlesnake Hill, but clearly the leader, Capital, out in front now by open water over these 2 trailing teams. Oakland in lane 1, always with a good novice program, but Casitas coming on strong right now. I'm actually going to give a slight advantage to Lake Casitas Juniors at 1,250 meters for that 2nd qualifying position. Going back to 4th place, it's going to be lane number 5, lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. Then back inside to Cathedral Catholic, and then finally Deepwater Juniors from Stockton in the trailing positions. Berkeley High School also in that mix on the back end here as we approach 1,500 meters. The race to watch here is between Oakland and Casitas for that 2nd qualifying position. Oakland now moving out as we approach 1,500. Oakland now making a push to get ahead of Lake Casitas and move up to qualify for the grand final. We'll give you that next call just after the 1,500 meter markers. And it is Oakland crossing the 1,500 meter markers in 2nd place. but now they've got a new threat on the outside. They've got to keep an eye on San Diego Rowing Club. Oakland in lane 1 has got to look across the lanes and see that these other crews are challenging them. San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5, they're coming on strong here. And they are now even with Oakland. Oakland no longer in a clear qualifying position. Capital continues in first by a healthy amount of open water. But on the outside, San Diego Rowing Club challenging Oakland for that spot to go on to the grand final. San Diego Rowing Club with 200 meters to go. They've got 2 red stripes on their white oars, and they are overtaking Oakland here. What a great race for the San Diego Juniors as they overtake Oakland for that second qualifying position. So here's the final call. Men's Novice 4s unofficially going to the grand final. Capital and San Diego Rowing Club with Oakland and Casitas chasing.
And that was the finish for event 7C, the men's novice 4 with Coxon. Third heat there, top 2 places going on in the grand finals later this afternoon. We're now waiting for the start for event 8A, which is the men's single scull. Again, 3 heats, top 2 going on in the grand finals. We'll let you know once we get a start. Ladies and gentlemen, now lining up is event 8A, the men's single scull. 7 boats in this race here. Lane assignments will be Lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Stanford B. Lane 3, NorCal Crew. Lane 4, Tempe Junior Crew. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. Lane 6, North Bay. And Lane 7, Palo Alto B. Again, that's the event men's single, heat number 1, event 8A. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our mobile food vendors here at the Southwest Junior Championships. We have the Smoothie Patrol selling smoothies with a full espresso bar and shaved ice. Deluxe Foods with teriyaki bowls, chicken kebabs, garlic fries, and corn dogs. We have Dave's Dogs, the hot dogs and specialty sausages. Cahoon Wagon with the Louisiana food, and Little Rich's Italian Ice with the dairy-free, fat-free Italian ice cream.
And we are approaching 500 meters in heat 1 of the men's single. Top 2 places to go on to the finals. So 3 heats currently on the water. We've got 2 boats way out in front already. That is lane 1, Newport. Newport had held about a 1-length lead over lane 2, Stanford B, until just about now. So at 500 meters in, it is Newport and Stanford very, very close to each other, pacing each other, and with about 3 lengths of open water over our 3rd place sculler from NorCal. That is lane 3, NorCal in 3rd place. In the 4th place position, very slight advantage to lane 7, Palo Alto B, just about a foot or so in front of the entry from Cathedral Catholic. And in lane 5, Cathedral Catholic just caught a little bit of a crab, his boat kind of coming off balance there, but it looks like he's recovered, he's back in the hunt. In 6th place position, we'll move back inside, and that is Tempe Junior Crew B entry, down by about a length to Cathedral Catholic. In the 7th place and trailing position, it is North Bay. Everyone rowing very well. Getting a little bit of a wind push here again from starboard side. From about 700 meters to about 1,000 or so, there is a little bit of a crosswind. So they are all handling that very well, and all boats progressing up the course cleanly. At 750 meters in, it is Stanford and Newport, again, right next to each other, just too close to call to who has that lead. I'm going to give a very slight advantage to Stanford. Now back by several lengths of open water continues to be NorCal. NorCal with 1 length of open water over Palo Alto B. Palo Alto B in the 4th place position. All boats here in heat 1 of the men's single approaching the halfway point. We've got very separated field here, and the top 2 crews now with their bows across 1,000 meters right here. Now slight advantage to Newport. Newport with just a couple of feet above Stanford at the halfway point. Still in 3rd position, it is NorCal. NorCal by about a little more than a length of open water over Palo Alto B. Palo Alto B with about a half a boat length of open water over Cathedral Catholic. Cathedral Catholic in 5th. 6th place still belongs to Tempe Junior B, and the 7th place position to North Bay. Our leaders now approaching 750 meters to go.
And thank you for that call, Adrian, here for heat number 1 of the men's varsity singles. You're looking at the top scholars from each program here, and some of these programs, including Newport and Stanford, are well known for their deep sculling programs. And you're seeing that here with their varsity scholars doing an easy job coming down the course and putting themselves into a qualifying position. NorCal continuing to row cleanly in the little bit of a wind patch at 1,250 meters. They are, the NorCal scholar, handling it well, but he's not able to match the pace of the 2 boats out in front. Newport continuing to push away a little bit more from Stanford B, but Stanford B has plenty of open water between himself and the scholar in lane 3 from NorCal. NorCal in 3rd, holding off the remaining field of 4 scholars. In 4th place, we go all the way outside to Palo Alto B in lane 7. Then we go back into lane 5, Cathedral Catholic, over Tempe Junior Crew in lane 4, and then finally North Bay in lane 6. To give you folks an idea of how difficult these boats are to row, they are extremely narrow. Often the hull is more narrow than the hips of the rower, and the boat only weighs about 30 pounds or less. So the wind can push these boats around very easily, and they will flip in a heartbeat if the scullers do not pay attention to their balance. As we come into the last 500 meters, again, 2 boats will go to the grand final. Right now, that call is Newport and Stanford B. We'll give you the last call as we approach 200 meters. With 350 meters to go, Newport is now moving out by an even greater margin over Stanford B, but Stanford B still comfortably holding off NorCal. While I say this, the next heat for the men's scholars have already passed 500 meters, so as soon as this race is done, we'll go to the next heat right behind this one. Final call, 200 meters, top two boats to the grand final. Newport and Stanford B with NorCal chasing, followed by Cathedral Catholic, Tempe Junior Crew, Palo Alto B, and North Bay.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and give you the placement quickly here for Heat 2, the men's singles. I'm just going to give you the placement instead of reading out the lanes so that we can let the other race finish. But at 750 meters in, our leader is Lane 1, Casitas, with open water over both Lane 2, Brophy, and Lane 4, Capital B. Now, these top three boats with a few lengths of open water over the remaining field. In fourth place, we move out to Lane 6. That's San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego with one length of open water over Tempe Junior Crew A. Tempe Junior Crew in fifth. Sixth place position belongs to Stanford C. And in the seventh place position, it is Artemis rowing out of Lane 5. So again, our leader here, almost at the halfway point, that is Casitas, followed by Brophy, and then Capital B. And Casitas Rowing Club at the halfway point. Their bow first across the line, rowing very nicely, very much in control. He can look down at the rest of the field with confidence. He's holding off a very good halfway charge by Brophy. Brophy taking a couple of feet of open water away from Casitas, but the advantage is going to go to Casitas because he can watch those moves as he holds the lead. Third place position, very nice job right in the center of the lane here is Capital B. Fourth place still belonging to San Diego Rowing Club, and then several lengths of open water back. In the fifth place position continues to be Stanford, and their third entry in this event. And again, as Bob had said earlier, Stanford with a very strong sculling program. So this is their third entry in the men's single, and he is holding on to the fifth place position. Sixth place, we move back inside, and that is Tempe Junior Crew and their A entry. And trailing in the seventh place position, a new program, Artemis Rowing out of the Oakland Estuary.
And at 1,250 meters, as you just heard from Adrian on the water, the sculler from Casitas doing a fabulous job here, holding on to his advantage, both visual and physical, over the remaining field. Casitas rowing on the same lake that the 1984 Olympics were held on in Los Angeles. So that's pretty nice, being able to train on an Olympic race course down in Southern California. We're seeing the results of that right now as Casitas, the sculler from Casitas, doing a great job holding on to an open water advantage over second place Brophy. Brophy, as you heard earlier, is one of the newer schools in the Southwest region. They rowed down on Tempe Town Lake in the middle of the desert near Phoenix, Arizona, and they are putting out some good boats here today as their sculler here comfortably holds off the third place team, the sculler from Capital. That's their B boat. So Capital's B boat in third place here at 1,500 meters. In fourth place continues to be San Diego Rowing Club in lane 6 with plenty of open water between himself and the Stanford C boat in lane 7, with the remaining teams from Tempe Junior Crew and Artemis. 350 meters to go. Top two crews are going to be lanes 1 and 2. That's easy for the spectators to see along the tents. Casitas Rowing and Brophy School. Final call for heat number 2 of the men's varsity singles. Unofficially going on to the grand final. Casitas and Brophy, as they come by the spectator tents now, chasing in third place. That is capital B, with the remaining field from San Diego, Stanford C, Tempe Junior Crew, and Artemis Rowing. We now turn our attention to the third and final heat for the men's varsity singles, now underway, approaching 500 meters.
And that was the finish for event 8B, the men's single scull. Heat number 2 looks like lanes 1 and 2, Casitas, Rowing, and Brophy are going on to the grand finals. We did have a flip in that event. Now underway is event 8C, the third heat for the men's single. Ladies and gentlemen, as they're pulling the flipped sculler off the water and the third heat for the men's single is underway, I'd like to read off the preliminary grand final lineups for later this afternoon. For race number 1 at 2:21 p.m. is the men's Varsity 8. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 3, St. Ignatius High School. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, Long Beach Juniors, and Lane 6, Pacific Rowing Club. Again, that's the preliminary grand finals for the men's Varsity 8 later this afternoon.
Well, folks, we had a situation on the water there. The single sculler from Artemis had flipped, and the referees were just able to get him out of the water and clear him and his racing shell off the course right before heat number 3 came into his area. The good news is there was no problem or interference with the other boats. That third heat is now past the halfway markers. The top 2 boats are in lanes 1 and 2. The leader is the A boat from Stanford. The A boat from Stanford with about a stern advantage over lane 2, Palo Alto. Lane 2, Palo Alto, holding on to significant open water over the third place sculler in lane 4, the A boat from Capital. Capital holding off Long Beach Junior Crew in lane 3. Then we go to Stockton in lane 5, and the trailing scholar is from Deepwater Juniors in lane 6. Same as the other heats, the top 2 scholars will go on to the grand final. And right now, as we prepare to cross 1,500 meters, those 2 boats are from Stanford and Palo Alto. And here we go across the 1,500-meter line. That'll be Stanford first across, Stanford's varsity scholar from their men's program, followed by Palo Alto. Palo Alto in the more vulnerable position here, as the A boat from Capital continues to chase very hard to try and catch that Palo Alto scholar. Capital in third. They would need to get into second place to go to the grand final. Right behind Capital is the scholar from the Long Beach Junior Crew program, Long Beach in 4th place. We then go outside to lane 5 Stockton. They're in 5th, and in the trailing position, but still rowing cleanly, Deepwater Juniors in lane 6. 350 meters to go for Stanford and Palo Alto. As long as they stay upright, unofficially, they're going to go on to the grand final here at beautiful Lake Natoma. Final call at 200 meters. Men's varsity single, heat 3, 2 boats to the grand final. Still looks like Stanford and Palo Alto with Capital chasing. Here comes that finish. Next up, the women's lightweight doubles right after this finish.
And now coming through the finish line is event 8C, the men's single scull heat number 3, unofficially going to the grand finals is Stanford A and Palo Alto A. Attention all coaches, we need the women's freshman 8, heat number 1, Artemis Rowing A, the coach with the coxswain to come to the finish line weigh-in tent, please. Again, Artemis A, coach and coxswain for the women's freshman 8 to the finish line tent, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, about to start is event 9A, the women's lightweight double scull, heat 1 of 3. Lane assignments are as follows. Lane 1, Long Beach Junior Crew A. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. Lane 4, Artemis B. Lane 5, Tempe Junior Crew. And Lane 6, Utah. Again, that's event 9A, the women's lightweight double scull, about to start. And we turn it over to Adrian with the call at the 250-meter mark.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat 1 of 3 currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. This is the women's lightweight double. None of these women are past 130 pounds, so very high efficiency. and excellent technical skills to make these boats go fast, sometimes even faster than their open weight counterparts. Right now, our early leader is rowing out of lane 1. That's Long Beach. Long Beach, about a half a boat length over lane 4. Lane 3, Artemis. Artemis rowing out of. It looks like we've had a little bit of a switch on our schedule here, so let me call this correctly. In second place, it is Artemis. Artemis is rowing out of lane 4, and they have 1 boat length over lane 3, Palo Alto. Palo Alto with a little bit of open water over 4th place, River City, and River City 1 length over 5th place, Slack Rowing Club. In the 6th place position, hold on, I have completely called this incorrectly. Let me correct myself. Let's go back. Long Beach, currently in the lead. They're being paced very closely by Artemis. And in the 3rd place position and chasing is Humboldt Bay. Now in 4th place, we move back over to lane 2, River City. 5th place belongs to Tempe Junior Crew in lane 5. And in the 6th place position, it is Utah. Utah making an appearance here at the Southwest Junior Regional Championships and doing a very nice job rowing very cleanly in their lane. Look out for Humboldt, though, moving up to challenge Artemis for that 2nd place and qualifying position. Long Beach still holding on to the lead, with Humboldt pulling even now with Artemis. 4th place still goes to River City, but flanked very closely by Tempe Junior, and they are backed by open water to the top 3 crews. And it is Humboldt moving into the 2nd place position by about 1 seat over Artemis. And all boats now past 750 meters in. Long Beach continues to hold on to the lead, but just barely. Humboldt moving up by a boat length to challenge Long Beach's lead. Long Beach now has about 1 seat over Humboldt, and Humboldt now with open water over Artemis. Artemis slipping back into 3rd place, and now several boat lengths of open water between third place Artemis, and 4th place now Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors about a seat over River City. River City slipping back into 5th. Only 2 crews will move on to the grand finals later this afternoon. Right now, as we approach 1,000 meters, those top 2 crews are Long Beach, paced very closely by Humboldt. Now it looks as if Humboldt has pulled into the lead. They have 1 seat over Long Beach. Now Artemis passing the halfway point in the 3rd place spot. My final call from the halfway point, this will be Tempe Juniors in 4th place, followed by River City in 5th, and Utah in 6th.
Thank you for that call, Adrian. I know it gets exciting during all this lightweight racing. It's easy to get a little mixed up. I've gotten mixed up myself. But here we got the accurate call from Adrian, and Humboldt doing a great job here, moving up to take a lead away from Long Beach. That's the leader, Humboldt, doing a great job holding on to 1st place position here in Heat 1 of the women's lightweight double. Long Beach in that 2nd qualifying position. Artemis rowing in lane 4, chasing very hard. They were in a position to move on to the grand final, but right now Humboldt is just powering away from them, and Long Beach is matching Humboldt's speed now. Going back to that 4th place position, we are going to go to lane number 5. It is the Tempe Junior Crew. Then back inside to River City in lane 2 in 5th place, and then finally Utah in lane 6. As all boats now approach 1,500 meters. Lane 1 Long Beach now showing a little bit more speed again, as they are now overtaking Humboldt for 1st place. So now it's Long Beach back in 1st, followed by Humboldt in lane 3. Humboldt still in a good qualifying position. They have several boat lengths of open water between themselves and the 3rd place boat from Artemis. Artemis themselves, they have significant open water between them and the three trailing boats. In fourth place, going to the inside now, it is back to River City in fourth, followed closely by Tempe Junior Crew in lane 5, and then finally Utah Juniors in lane 6. These are the women's lightweight doubles. Heat number 1 coming at you. Top 2 boats go to the grand final. We'll give you the last call at 3:50 to go. $3.50 to go, right by the viewing platform. In the yellow jerseys along the shore, that is Long Beach in the lead. Long Beach and Humboldt have been trading positions for the last 750 meters, but Humboldt continues in a very good qualifying position to go on to the grand final here in the women's lightweight doubles. Artemis in lane 4 is chasing. Then going back inside to River City. Tempe Junior Crew in Utah. Here comes the finish, Heat 1, women's lightweight double, unofficially going on to the grand final. It looks to be Long Beach and Humboldt Bay Juniors.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that was the finish for event 9A in the women's lightweight double scull. Unofficially going to the grand final is lane 1 Long Beach and lane 3 Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. Now underway is the second heat for the women's lightweight double. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call as it goes down the line here.
Heat 2 with 7 boats racing, currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. Right now our walkaway leaders coming out of lane 3, that is Artemis. This is their A entry, and they're certainly showing that they are the fastest lightweight double in this heat. They've got about a length and a half of open water over lane 1, Long Beach B. In the third place position, we move over to lane 4. That's Palo Alto. Palo Alto about 1 seat over lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. Zlack dead even with North Bay over in lane 2. In the 6th place position, we'll move back out to lane 6. Lane 6 is Stockton, and then back by a couple lengths of open water, it is San Diego Rowing Club B. But again, back to our leader at 500 meters in, that's Artemis A, and they're followed by Long Beach Junior B. And now in the 3rd place position, it is Zlack Rowing Club, Zach, 1 length over Palo Alto. Palo Alto having slipped back into the 4th place position. Getting quite a few course corrections out here from the officials. If you're on the water as a rower, what you see if your course is off is you'll see the official come right up next to your stern and raise a flag. That flag indicates that you've come out of your lane somehow. And so in this heat, we've had quite a few steering corrections being made by the officials. All boats are rowing cleanly, but we've had a few boats come out of their lanes, and looks like all is well now. Get back to the placement. We're at 750 meters in. Artemis now with several boat lengths of open water over Long Beach B, and Long Beach B in 2nd place with Slack Rowing Club actually coming up to challenge Long Beach. Slack now with their bow about halfway through Long Beach's boat. So again, only 2 boats will qualify for the grand finals, and Slack trying to put themselves in a position to row later this afternoon in that grand final. Long Beach still holding them off. Long Beach still in second, and now big wind here coming into this exposed area at almost the halfway point. 4th place, we move back to Palo Alto. Palo Alto with a little bit of open water over North Bay. North Bay in 5th. 6th place position, so it goes out to Stockton, and then in the trailing position in 7th place, it is San Diego's B entry. Keep your eye on lane 5 and lane 1. So Slack almost even with Long Beach. Long Beach has to look all the way across their starboard oars to that outside lane to find that they've got a challenge coming from Slack Rowing Club rowing out of San Diego. So again, Artemis in the lead, now followed by Slack, and then Long Beach. Halfway point, we'll turn it over to Bob for the final race call.
Well, thank you, Adrian. We are going to keep a close eye on Slack. We might see a Slack attack so they can move up and go on to the grand final here from Heat 2 of the women's lightweight doubles. That early leader, Artemis, as you said, that is their A-boat, and they are dominating this heat with plenty of open water. They are clearly way out in front, watching all the other action unfold behind them. Long Beach in lane 1 in the yellow jerseys. You saw their boat in the previous heat do well. That was their B-boat. That was their A-boat. Now we're looking at their B-boat. Their B-boat also showing good speed here, but Slack way out there in lane 5. They are clearly in contention and in contact with this B-boat from Long Beach. In 4th place, Palo Alto. They are open water back from Slack. They are back about 4 boat lengths open water. Palo Alto themselves has an open water advantage over North Bay in lane 2. North Bay rowing from Petaluma, California, an up-and-coming program. We then go to Stockton in lane 6. They're in 6th place. And then finally the B-boat from San Diego. They have been having a little bit of steering issue. They've been wandering in and out of lane 7 and lane 8, but they're making their way down the course just fine otherwise. As we approach 1,500 meters, as you heard from Adrian on the water, the real race to watch here is between Slack in lane 5. They have the big yellow Z on their blades, and Long Beach B-boat in lane 1. Right now, the advantage is too close to call as we approach 1,500. Artemis is the leader, but Long Beach and Slack duking it out here for that second qualifying position. And just past 1,500 meters, it is going to be Artemis, and next across the line, it's Slack Rowing Club in that second qualifying position, followed closely by Long Beach. So Slack right now in a position to go on to the grand final with their women's lightweight double. Artemis is the leader. Slack in second. Long Beach B-boat in third. Then back to Palo Alto for fourth. Then going outside now, Stockton in lane 6, moving past North Bay in lane 2. And the trailing team, San Diego's B-boat in lane 7. Keep an eye on Slack out there in lane 5, and Long Beach in the yellow jerseys along the shore. Slack having overtaken Long Beach now, that's going to give them a real boost of confidence and a little more power behind the oar. Nothing motivates a rower more than seeing a crew slip behind them, and that's what's happening right now for Slack, as they see that Long Beach is about a length off their stern, and they only have 200 meters to go. It's Artemis and Slack Rowing Club in the lead for Heat 2 of the women's lightweight doubles, with Long Beach B chasing. Here comes that finish as we turn our attention to Heat 3 coming just after this finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the finish for the women's lightweight double heat number 2. Now approaching the 500-meter mark is the women's lightweight double heat number 3. Top 2 going on to the grand final. So we turn it over to Adrian for the race call at the 500.
And the third and final heat underway and racing just past 500 meters in are the women's lightweight doubles. Right now we've got our leader coming out of lane 2. This is NorCal crew. They have 1 to 2 seats over Stanford. Stanford rowing out of lane 1. Both NorCal and Stanford with just a little bit of open water over San Diego Rowing Club's A entry. So San Diego in third. And San Diego with just a little bit of open water over lane 4, Row LA, brand new program, and so awesome to see these guys out here and doing a fabulous job rowing in this little bit of a wind, really challenging crosswind here in the center of the race course. In the 5th place position, we're going to move over to lane 5. That's Casitas rowing. They are back to Row LA by about 2.5 lengths of open water. And in the 6th place position, we move to lane 6, Tempe Junior and their B entry. And in the 7th place and trailing position, it is Deepwater. But again, our leader, but just barely, it is NorCal. Stanford now looking to pull even, and now Stanford pulling into the lead as we come up to 1,000 meters to go. 3rd place still belongs to San Diego, and with Row LA in 4th. Casitas in 5th, Tempe Junior B in 6th, Deepwater in 7th. We are at the halfway point.
And thank you, Adrian. Yes, this field is starting to spread out a little bit more now for heat number 3 of the women's lightweight doubles. 2 boats going on to the grand finals, and you're seeing Stanford in lane 1 really working on getting ahead of NorCal in lane 2. Stanford and NorCal share the same body of water down in Redwood City, so they see each other every day, and they definitely have a battle to settle here at Lake Natoma this year as they try to figure out who's got the better women's lightweight double between them. Now, these top 2 boats, Stanford and NorCal, have open water between themselves and the remaining field. 3rd place, San Diego Rowing Club, falling off the pace now, just not matching the speed of NorCal and Stanford. We're talking about 3 boat lengths open water at this point at 1,250 meters. About a boat length open water behind San Diego is the new team, Row LA. Brand new team, as you heard Adrian say on the water. They only have 2 girls on the team. This is it. You're looking at the entire team from Row LA. We know they're going to get bigger and better next year, but give them a big cheer as they come by. Row LA in 4th place here in heat number 3 of the women's lightweight double. We're then going to go to the outside lanes. In 5th place, it's going to be lane 5, Casitas rowing from Lake Casitas in Southern California, followed by Tempe Junior Crew's B boat, and then finally Deepwater Juniors from Stockton, California. As we now cross 1,500 meters, it's bow ball to bow ball between Stanford and NorCal. Let's get a stroke rate here on these boats. Getting a stroke rate on Stanford first in lane 1. They look pretty comfortable, actually. They're clocking in at only 27 strokes per minute. Now let's get a stroke rate for NorCal. NorCal slightly higher, and they're clocking in at 28 strokes a minute. So almost even, but Stanford understroking here, just saying, look, we're in a good position. We can go on to the grand final. Just keep everybody else behind us. Continuing to chase very hard in 3rd place, San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego holding off Row LA by about a boat length and a half open water. Row LA with 3 teams behind them. Casitas Rowing, Tempe Junior Crew, and Deepwater Juniors. This is heat number 3 of the women's lightweight doubles now finishing, coming into the spectator area. Unofficially looking in the top 2 spots for the grand final. NorCal and Stanford, with NorCal now moving out again into the lead. Chasing is San Diego. Here comes that finish. And remember, folks, a big cheer for Row LA out there in 4th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, now approaching the finish line is the women's lightweight double scull heat number 3. As we've heard from Bob, it's been a battle between lane 1 Stanford and lane 2 NorCal. Looks like NorCal was able to pull ahead here with San Diego Rowing Club 8 chasing. Now about to start is event 10A, the men's freshman 8, heat number 1 of 3. Top 2 places going on in the grand finals. Lane assignments will be lane 1, Artemis. Lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, Marin Rowing Association B. Lane 6, Sarah High School B. And Lane 7, Pacific B. Again, about to start is event 10A, the men's freshman 8, heat number 1. And we'll turn it over to Adrian for the call on the water. And we have the preliminary lane assignments for race number 2, the women's Varsity 8, later this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. The grand final is as follows. Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1. Marin Rowing Association in lane 2. Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Los Gatos, lane 4. Lane 5, River City, and Lane 6, St. Ignatius. Again, that's the preliminary grand final lineups for race number 2, the women's Varsity 8. And we're still aligning event 10A, the men's freshman 8, heat number 1 of 3. As I hear from the water, it's been a little windy in the middle 1,000 there, so it really takes a lot of effort and layback for the crews to push through that wind patch as they go down the race course. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our retail vendors here at the Southwest Junior District Championships. We have So Sporty, JL Design, Boathouse Sports, Vespoli, Gamut Engineering, and GLRF, Gay Lesbian Rowing Foundation Gear. Ladies and gentlemen, for the women's novice quad with coxswain preliminary grand final lane assignments. Lane 1, Stanford A. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, Capital Crew. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center. And Lane 6, SoCal Scholars. We now turn it over to Adrian at the 250-meter mark for the call for the men's freshman 8, heat number 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are already underway in Heat 1 of the men's Frosh 8. Top 2 boats to advance to the final later this afternoon. We have 7 boats racing, all boats approaching 500 meters in. And our early leader is in lane 4. This is Oakland Strokes with 1 length over the rest of the field already at this very early point. Second place is going to go over to lane 1, Artemis Rowing, a new program in the region. They are about 3 seats over Newport rowing out of lane 3. In the 4th place position, we move over to lane 5, that's Marin Rowing Association and their B entry. 6th place, we move back inside to San Diego Rowing Club, San Diego in lane 2. 6th place, we move back out to the outside, Sarah and their B boat entry. And in 7th place, Pacific Rowing Club rowing out of lane 7. But then our leader here with about a foot of open water, that is Oakland Strokes. And all crews now past 500 meters. Oakland continues to open up their lead. And now slipping into the 2nd place position, it is Newport. Newport 2 seats over Artemis and Marin Rowing Association. Artemis and Marin look to be even. So too close to call for that 3rd place position, but I am going to give an advantage to Artemis by about 1 seat over Marin. 5th place is going to go to San Diego, 1 seat over Sarah and their B entry. 7th place still with Pacific. And this is Pacific's B boat entry, so I do have to make that correction. So we see several B boats in this heat. But it is Oakland with a half a boat length lead over Newport. Newport 2 seats over Artemis. Artemis half a seat over Marin. And now it's Marin moving up to take that 2nd place position out of Newport's hands. Oakland still with the lead by a little less than half a boat length of open water. And now Marin pulling into that 2nd place position by half a seat over Newport. But now too close to call, bow ball to bow ball between Marin and Newport. Artemis slipping back into 4th place, but just by a seat down to Newport. Here at the halfway point, we'll turn it over to Bob at the hill and see if there's a little bit more separation between crews.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for that exciting race call. These men's Frosh 8s always show this kind of racing. A crew may start off hot, but then other crews catch up with them. Anything can happen with these Frosh boats. As you've heard, Oakland in the lead. They are in lane 4, but they are looking at quite a race behind them because only 2 boats go on to the grand final, and we've got lane 1 Artemis, lane 5 the B boat from Marin, and then Newport in lane 3, all duking it out for that 2nd qualifying position. We've got 3 boats fighting one another for that 2nd qualifying position. So again, those 3 boats are lane 1 Artemis, lane 3 Newport, and lane 5 Marin B. The 3 trailing crews in this event continue to be San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2, Sarah High School B in lane 6, they're in 6th place, and then trailing is the B boat from Pacific. Copy. Radio check 1, 2, 3. Copy. Radio check 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for Event 10A, the men's freshman 8, heat number 1. Unofficially going to the grand final is Oakland Strokes and then Marin Rowing Association B. Now lining up at the start line is Event 10B, the second heat for the men's freshman 8. Lane assignments are as follows. Lane 1, Capital Crew. Lane 2, Berkeley High School. Lane 3, Casitas Rowing. Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 6, St. Ignatius A. And Lane 7, Sarah High School A. We turn it over to Adrian on the water with the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have another 7-boat race here in Heat 2 of the men's Frosh 8. All boats had a clean start. They're just past 250 meters in, and already our leader is Los Gatos out of lane 5 with a 7-seat advantage over the remaining field. Second place position, we're going to move over to lane 2, that is Berkeley. Berkeley down by about 1 boat length to Los Gatos, and Berkeley and now St. Ignatius A, even actually St. Ignatius now just moving into the second place position. So we're very early on in this race. I'm going to let them separate out a little bit because we've got 7 boats all very tightly packed, and it's sure to shake up a little bit as we move farther on down the race course. And all crews now past 500 meters. Let's see if we can give you some boat placement here. Los Gatos continues to lead and heading right into a pretty strong wind here coming off of the starboard side. Los Gatos with 1 length over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius 4 seats over Berkeley High School. So Berkeley High School in 3rd, but followed very closely by lane 7, Sarah. So Sarah and Berkeley High School very close to each other for that 3rd place position. A little too close to call right now. Moving into the 5th place position, it is Casitas. Casitas rowing out of lane 3. 6th place will move back over to the inside. That is Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center in 6th. And in the trailing position, it is lane 1, Capital. So Capital in 7th. But our leader continues to be Los Gatos, and they are watching a big push here by St. Ignatius A. St. Ignatius now down to Los Gatos just by about 8 seats. All boats now approaching the halfway point. Los Gatos continues with the lead, followed by St. Ignatius, and now Berkeley High School with a 2-seat lead in that 3rd place position over Sarah. I'm hearing some pretty loud corrections coming out of the officials. We've got a paddler, a kayaker right in the center of the lane, and let's hope they hear it, and let's hope they see 7 boats bearing down on them, and they get the heck out of the way. They are right in lane 4, so we'll keep our eyes on this. They will stop the race if there's any sort of safety concerns.
And Adrian, from up here on Rattlesnake Hill, I can see that paddler, and I don't even know if they've gotten the message yet. They probably think it's going to be fun to watch boats go by so close. Who knows what's going to happen here? It is Los Gatos. It is Los Gatos out in front, followed by St. Ignatius. But then going on the inside, lanes 2 and 3, Berkeley and Casitas rowing, hot in pursuit, along with lane number 7, Sarah High School. Those paddlers are moving as quick as they can now. They're trying to get out of the way before they get run over by 1 ton of rower. 8 rowers plus a cox in the shell. You're looking at 1 ton of weight slamming into them if they don't get out of the way. Los Gatos continues in the lead here. SI right behind them. Top 2 boats go on to the grand finals. Now SI has about a stern advantage over the crews in lanes 3 and 2, Casitas and Berkeley High School. Berkeley is in third by a slight advantage over Casitas. They are all chasing St. Ignatius. SI holding on to that second qualifying position. It's then Sarah High School in lane 7. Then we go inside the Marina Aquatic Center. Trailing boat is going to be Capital Crew in lane 1. And the paddlers got out of the way, so they got to see a race, but maybe not the way they anticipated. St. Ignatius now moving up a little bit more. Folks, keep in mind, again, this is the program that starts rowing after January. And yet here they are next to a crew that rows all year long. So St. Ignatius showing a lot of strong depth here with the athletes. They only take the best freshmen for their rowing program, and you're seeing it. But now moving up on SI, we're going to go back inside to Casitas and Berkeley. Casitas overtaking Berkeley, and Casitas now almost pulling even with St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius has to keep an eye out here. This is going to get crazy. I told you, Frosh Racing, anything can happen, and Casitas could end up moving up on SI. It's Los Gatos, and then very close between Casitas and St. Ignatius. It's too close to call almost. It's going to be a close one. Get the camera ready at the finish line. St. Ignatius by half a deck, maybe a quarter deck over Casitas with 200 meters to go. Men's Frosh 8's heat number 2 now finishing. It's still Los Gatos, and it's very close. SI slight advantage over Casitas, followed by Berkeley. Here comes that finish, and get the camera ready for heat 2 of the men's Frosh 8's.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from Bob on the hill there, that was a battle between Casitas rowing out of lane 3 and St. Ignatius out of lane 6. Now underway will be the men's freshman 8 heat number 3. Again, top 2 going on in the grand finals. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 2, Brophy. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior B. Lane 4, Pacific Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Marin Rowing A, and Lane 6, St. Ignatius High School B. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a start for event 10C. That's the men's freshman 8, heat number 3, top 2 going on in the grand finals later this afternoon. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And we have had a clean start in the final of 3 heats in the men's freshman 8, men's frosh 8. Right now we've got 2 early leaders with lane 1, Long Beach, at about a 5-seat advantage over lane 5, Marin. These 2 boats with 1 length over the remaining field. In the 3rd place position, we move over to lane 4, Pacific. Pacific with 1 boat length over both Brophy, rowing out of lane 2, Long Beach Junior B, and St. Ignatius B on the outside. So again, our leaders, both Long Beach A and Marin. Long Beach A with about 3 seats now over Marin. Top 2 boats with 500 meters in. Marin moving up to challenge Long Beach's lead. Marin now with the lead. Meters in, it is Marin by 4 seats over Long Beach A, and then they are followed by Pacific, back by a little bit of open water. Pacific in 3rd with a 1 boat length advantage over St. Ignatius B. St. Ignatius B about 1 seat over Brophy. Brophy rowing out of lane 2, and Brophy with about 7 seats over Long Beach B. So Long Beach with both of their entries in this heat racing each other. And again, a testament to the strength of their novice program. They're really not too far apart. So quite a strong program there with Long Beach. But Long Beach A currently in 2nd place. They are being challenged by Marin way outside in lane 5. And again, a little bit of wind here, pushing at their starboard sides, but all boats handling it very well. Really nice, strong rowing here by these freshman crews. None of these oarsmen any older than 9th grade, and they can sometimes be 8th grade or 7th grade. They don't necessarily have to be novices, but they do have to be in 9th grade or below. So again, our leader now by 1 boat length, Marin at the halfway point. They're followed by Long Beach A, and then Pacific in 3rd. 4th place now, St. Ignatius, about 2 seats over Brophy. Brophy about 1 length over Long Beach B. We'll turn it over to Bob for the remaining 1,000 meters.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. As we saw in the last heat, anything can happen with these frosh 8s. Casitas coming from behind there and overtaking SI in that last heat was quite a finish. You never know what could happen with the remaining heats with these freshmen. Now, right now, Long Beach and Marin, they do have a dominant position here with open water over Pacific. Pacific in 3rd with open water themselves over Brophy in lane 2 and the Long Beach B boat in lane 3, and also the SIB boat in lane 6. So the question is, will Pacific move up from 3rd place into 2nd, either taking on Marin or Long Beach? They've got 750 meters to do that, but again, they have at least a boat length open water they have to overcome just to get in contact with Marin or Long Beach. Now the remaining field rowing cleanly. There is a wind patch. This is for the coaches and spectators. There is a small wind patch at about 1,250 meters that'll challenge all the crews, especially the coxswains with their steering, but we're not seeing any major problems in this heat. We'll give you the next call at 1,500 meters, but right now the 2 leaders, the 2 qualifiers for the grand final, continue to be the A boat from Long Beach and the A boat from Marin. And there goes Long Beach and Marin. They are pacing one another across the line at 1,500, and now Pacific crossing about one boat length open water back. Pacific is matching the pace of Marin and Long Beach, but the Marin boat is understroking the Pacific boat. We'll give you a comparison here real quick. We're getting a rate right now on Marin, and they're clocking in at a comfortable 30 strokes a minute. Now let's get a rate for Pacific. Pacific at a higher rate, trying to catch up. They're clocking in at 35.5 strokes per minute. So you're seeing a difference in power there, folks. For those of you new to rowing, the Marin boat is just very strong, and they can understroke the remaining crews behind them and still stay ahead of them. Meanwhile, along the shore, that's the A boat from Long Beach, just a little bit ahead of Marin. Marin's not too worried. As long as they keep Pacific and everyone else behind them, they'll go on to the grand final. This is heat number 3 of the men's frosh 8s now finishing. Unofficially going to the grand final, Long Beach and Marin with Pacific chasing, and some good racing going on in the middle lanes there between Brophy, Long Beach B, and SIB.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for event 10C. That was the men's freshman 8, heat number 3. 2 boats unofficially going to the grand final is Long Beach Junior Crew A out of lane 1, followed by Marin Rowing Association A in lane 5. Now lining up is 11A, Women's Novice 4 with Coxon, heat number 1 of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, correction here. There are 4 heats for the women's Novice 4, and top place from each heat going on to the grand finals. For this first heat here, it'll be Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 4, Pacific Deepwater Crew. Lane 5, Berkeley High School. And Lane 6, River City B. Turn it over to Adrian on the water for the call as the race goes down the course.
And we have 4 heats in front of us for the women's Novice 4. Right now we're currently with heat 1, and we've got 6 boats racing on the water, and our early leader not even at 500 meters, but already with 1 length of open water, is lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center with a 1 length of open water lead over lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club has about 2 seats of open water over lane 2, Pacific. Pacific in 3rd. Coming back into 4th place position, it is River City out of lane 6. River City 1 seat over Deepwater in lane 4. Deepwater in the 5th place position. And in 6th place, it is Berkeley High School rowing out of lane 5. And it is Marina with their bow first across the line at 500 meters in. And now here comes San Diego. And then Pacific. Pacific being challenged for that 3rd place position by River City. River City on the outside in lane 6. Fifth place still belongs to Deepwater. They're holding off Berkeley High School. But it is Marina just really walking away and watching down the rest of the course at their competitors. So they continue to open up further open water as they move down the race course. San Diego also with a very comfortable second place position. And it is just one boat from these heats will move on to the finals with, I believe, the next three fastest times. I'll get a confirmation on that placement, but we do know that the winner of each heat will directly qualify for the grand finals. Right now, that boat is Marina Aquatic Center, completely unchallenged out there in lane 1. And ladies and gentlemen, as we approach 1,000 meters to go, it is Marina Aquatic Center with several boat lengths of open water between them and San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego with about a length and a half of open water over River City. River City about 3 seats over Pacific. Pacific in 4th place. Although River City and Pacific matching each other stroke for stroke, so we'll watch that, and it actually looks as if Pacific is coming up to challenge River City. Back in the 5th place position, we move over to Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School now 1 seat over Deepwater.
And thank you, Adrian, for that race call here for Heat 1 of the Women's Novice 4. As you heard, only the winner from each heat will go on to the finals, with the regatta referees deciding on the remaining boats who will fill out the remaining lanes, most likely based on time. Right now, that leader is Lane 1 Marina. If you were standing up here on Rattlesnake Hill, you would see what a commanding lead they have. They are all by themselves, way out in front with lots of open water. The only boat close to them is San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3, and they're back by at least 5 boat lengths open water, if not more. River City's B boat in lane 6 continues in 3rd place, followed by Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific and River City trading places back and forth, as you heard Adrian call on the water. Then the final 2 positions are going to go to Berkeley High School in 5th place. They're up a length over Deepwater Juniors in the final position. Marina is just about to cross 1,500 meters. So this is going to be kind of a quiet call here. We're going to wait till 3:50 to go because, again, we're just looking at the winning boat, and it's an easy call right now. It is Marina all by themselves. For Heat 1 of the Women's Novice 4s, there are going to be 4 heats in this event. All right, folks, we're coming into the last 350 meters for heat number 1 of the Women's Novice 4. Continues to be Marina out in front by themselves. Now, these remaining Novice 4s, they're still racing as hard as they can because the referees are going to look at times to assign the final lanes for the grand final. So what you see there is San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3. They're in 2nd place. That works well for them. What we don't know is how fast the other boats are in the other heat. So San Diego's got to put it all on the line. They've got to put everything out there along with Berkeley High School and River City B and all the other teams in this heat. It's River City B trying to chase down San Diego, but Marina right by the cottonwood tree with 200 meters to go. They're going to the grand final. That's unofficial, of course, but here they come. Heat 1 now finishing.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was first of 4 heats, finishing for the women's novice 4 with Coxon. Next, about to be underway is the second heat there. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 3, Humboldt. Lane 4, Casitas Rowing B. Lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. Again, it's top finish from each heat going on in the grand finals, then the top 3 times there out of the combined heats. And we did have that start for the women's novice for heat number 2. We turned it over to Adrian for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And we are into heat 2 of the women's novice 4, and we had 2 boats literally just jump off of the line. Those 2 boats were Oakland Strokes A and Capital. They already have more than a boat length of open water over the rest of the field, with Oakland now just walking away from Capital. So Oakland now with the lead at 250 meters in, with open water over Capital in lane 1. Capital with 2 boat lengths of open water over Casitas. Casitas rowing out of lane 4. Casitas in third with 1 boat length over Zlack Rowing Club. Zlack with 3 seats over Humboldt, and Humboldt 1 seat over Cathedral Catholic. So we're not even at 500 meters yet, and there is already a night and day separation amongst the boats racing right here in this heat. Oakland Strokes way out in front. They're just past 500 meters, and now here comes Capital. Oakland with 1 length of open water over Capital. Capital with about 3 lengths of open water over third place Casitas. Fourth place belongs to Zlack. They're down to Casitas by about 1 boat length. And then in 5th, it is Cathedral Catholic and Humboldt. Too close to call for me between who has 5th and who has 6th, between Cathedral Catholic and Humboldt. Both boats rowing well, just not able to match the speed of the lead boats. And again, just so that we understand the progression, the winner of this heat will go directly to the grand finals. But then amongst all heats, the next 3 fastest times will be chosen to go into that grand final. So all boats really have to just race their heart out and hope that they can garner one of those one of the fastest 3 times. So here is Oakland at 750 meters in, now with 2 boat lengths of open water over Capital. Capital with several boat lengths over Casitas, and Casitas in third with a half a boat length of open water over Zlack. Humboldt in 5th, and Cathedral Catholic in 6th. really nice length and timing coming out of that Oakland boat. They're rowing a much more mature race than what their experience tells them. They are novices, but they look to be very experienced athletes. And as they approach 1,000 meters, they continue to walk away from the competition. Capital down by about 2.5 boat lengths of open water to Oakland's lead. Again, we go back to third place. That is Casitas. And then for some reason, the Zlack Rowing Club entry has completely stopped. I'm not sure whether they have some sort of technical issue or what's happening, but they have stopped. The fourth place position now belongs to Humboldt by about a length of open water over Cathedral High School. I'm not sure what happened in this Zlack entry. It looks like they're rowing again. But there is definitely some sort of a technical issue out of Zlack. It looks like the stroke seat lost her oar. So we'll see how this progresses. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the remainder of Heat 2 of the Women's Novice 4.
And thank you, Adrian. Good eye. Yes, we see a referee's launch backing up on the course to pick up the Zlack oar that popped out of the oar lock, which is why their boat had to stop. So right now, Zlack crew is coming down the course with only 3 rowers rowing, 2 on port side, 1 on starboard. That's going to create a major steering issue for that coxswain, as she has to crank on the rudder to keep the boat from steering to starboard. So an oar lock, it looks like an oar lock wasn't tightened down enough or something happened, but the Zlack crew in true spirit is still coming down the race course. Now, as you heard, the leader out there is Oakland. Oakland does not have the same commanding lead that Marina had in the first heat, because hot on the heels of Oakland, as you heard, is Capital crew in lane 1. Capital realizing if we put the pedal to the metal and stay as close to Oakland as possible, we might pull a fast time and still make the grand final later on. So that's what they're trying to do, and they're doing it well. They're matching the pace of Oakland here as they come down the course. We then go to that third place crew. It's a little hard now to make out because of the steering issue going on with the Zlack boat, but Casitas in the beautiful Kelly Green boat, they continue in third. And then we go back to the Zlack crew that, believe it or not, even though they're missing an oar, they are still fairly competitive coming down the course. Steering is a problem, of course, but looking through the binoculars here, with only 3 rowers, they're holding off Humboldt and Cathedral Catholic High School. 3 girls holding off 2 other boats that have all 4 rowers rowing. So when they come by, you still got to give them a big cheer for that Zlack crew. At 1,500 meters, coming across the line, way out in front are the 2 boats, Oakland and Capital. They're past 1,500 now. And following them is Casitas in third, along with we're only going to row 3 kids Zlack boat, and we're still going to stay ahead of other crews. Then Humboldt, and finally, Cathedral Catholic High School in lane 6. Here comes that finish now for Heat 2 of the Women's Novice 4. Winner automatically goes to the grand final. That's Oakland you see out in the lead, being chased by Capital. Capital trying to pull in a good time and still trying to get a lane. Keep an eye on Zlack as they come down the course here. Give them a cheer for finishing the race despite the earlier problem they had. Takes a lot of guts to do that.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are well into Heat 3 of the Women's Novice 4. In Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Xavier Prep. Lane 4, Artemis. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 6, River City A. And Lane 7, San Diego B. Already we have two boats that are well out in front. Those two boats are Newport with a 2-seat lead over Marin. And back by about 1 length of open water in the third place position is River City. River City rowing out of lane 6. River City has a 1-length lead over Los Gatos, and they're in the 4th place spot. Los Gatos in the 4th place spot. In 5th, we move back to the inside. That's Artemis. And in 6th place, we go to Xavier Prep with San Diego B trailing. But now our leader as we approach 1,000 meters is Newport now by 1 full boat length over Marin. Marin with 1 length of open water over River City. At 1,000 meters to go, it is Newport still with 1 length lead over Marin. Marin with open water over River City in 3rd. Again, only 1 boat will advance to the grand finals along with the next 3 fastest times out of all heats. So this is the 3rd of 4 heats. In the 4th place position, we move back inside to Los Gatos. In 5th is Artemis, 6th Xavier Prep, and 7th San Diego B.
Well, Adrian, these calls are great, and unfortunately, some of these crews are having problems out there. They've trained all year for these championships, but as we're seeing in novice racing, anything can happen. We've had all kinds of stuff happen today, and we're going to hopefully not see too much more of that because we want these crews to have a great race and try to get into the grand finals. Now, heat number 3 here of the Women's Novice 4, it is a much closer race. This is perhaps the closest heat we've seen so far for the Women's Novice 4s, as Marin and Newport are not that far apart, maybe half a boat length open water. We've seen a lot of Marin crews suddenly come on strong in the second half of the race, so Newport by no means is in a comfortable position. Remember, the winner automatically goes to the grand final. That is Newport right now. They're the leader, but Marin is close behind. We then go outside to River City in 3rd place. They're in lane 6. Right behind River City by 1 length is Los Gatos. Los Gatos with open water over Artemis and Xavier Prep. And then trailing is the B boat from San Diego in lane 7. Now coming back to the 2 leaders here, Newport and Marin. Newport now saying, we don't want to deal with this. Let's get away from Marin more so we lock up that spot for the grand final. But Marin staying close to Newport also puts themselves in a pretty good position to hopefully move on with a good time. So those top 2 boats are now past 1,500 meters. Newport is the leader, followed by Marin. 3rd will be River City, then Los Gatos, then back to Artemis, Xavier, and trailing San Diego B. We'll give you that last call in the next 200 meters.
The coach from ZLAC, your oar is at the finish line tent. Coaching staff.
All right,
from ZLAC.
final call for heat number 3 of the Women's Novice 4s. It is Newport ahead of Marin. Marin in 2nd. River City chasing on the outside, right behind them Los Gatos. Then going inside to Artemis, Xavier, and San Diego B. We now turn our attention to heat number 4 of the Women's Novice 4s, starting right after this finish. Newport in a great position here to automatically go on to the grand final.
And that was the finish for event 11C, the women's novice 4, heat number 3. Now going down the race course is that 4th heat, and we turn it over to Adrian for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And we are in the final of all heats in the women's novice 4. We have 6 boats on the water. In lane 1, Long Beach. Lane 2, Casitas. Lane 3, Upper Natoma. Lane 4, Waterford. Lane 5, NorCal. And lane 6, Palo Alto. All boats now approaching 500 meters in. Our leader is lane 1, Long Beach. Long Beach with 4 seats over Casitas, and Casitas with half a boat length of open water over Upper Natoma. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to lane 6, Palo Alto. Palo Alto 1 seat over Waterford, and Waterford with 1 length of open water over NorCal crew. And all boats now past 500 meters with, again, a big separation between all boats out on the course. Long Beach continues to hold on to the lead. They now have a 1 full boat length lead over Casitas, and Casitas with about 2 lengths of open water over Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma in 3rd. 4th place position belongs to Palo Alto, back by about 1 length of open water to Upper Natoma, and Palo Alto now with 1 length over Waterford. Again, Waterford coming from Utah all the way out here to Lake Natoma, and they're doing a great job holding their own. They have about a 2 length of open water lead over NorCal. NorCal rowing out of lane 5. At 1,000 meters to go, or almost 1,000 meters to go, it is Long Beach looking for a little bit of open water over Casitas. Casitas continuing to walk away from Upper Natoma. So again, all boats looking for a fast time. So even though Casitas is in 2nd place, they still have a chance to qualify for that grand final by pulling a fast time. So they're going to race their hearts out here, and at the halfway point, they're doing just that. Long Beach now has just a slight bit of open water over Casitas, about a foot or so, and Long Beach rowing nice and long, very controlled, out in the lead. Third place continues to be Upper Natoma, with Palo Alto chasing after them. 5th place Waterford, and then in 6th and trailing position is NorCal.
Well, a little bit of wind coming across the top of Rattlesnake Hill. It's going to take about another 30 seconds or so to sweep down across the lake, but the lake is still fairly protected. These crews probably won't feel much of it at this point as they now come into 1,250 meters. That leader, as you heard from Adrian, continues to be the crew in the bright yellow jerseys. Long Beach Junior crew from Southern California. They row on the old 1932 Marine Olympic Stadium, where the Olympics were held in LA back in '32. So a 2nd team here at Lake Natoma this year that gets to train on an old Olympic race course. Now Long Beach doing a great job keeping Casitas behind them, but Casitas also doing a great job staying as close as they can to Long Beach. Casitas, if they stay close to Long Beach, they could post a really good time and make it into the grand final. And that's the goal of all these crews, is get to the grand final so you can go for the medals. As they say, you got to swing to get the bling, and right now Casitas is doing that as best they can to stay close to Long Beach. In third place, we go back to Upper Natoma Rowing Club in lane 3. They continue to hold off Palo Alto in lane 6, and then trailing is going to be the teams from Waterford in 5th, and then finally NorCal Crew. Long Beach is now past 1,500 meters. For here, the final heat for the women's Novice 4. They have about 2 lengths open water between themselves and Casitas. Casitas trying hard to stay there with Long Beach. They've got to keep moving. They've got to treat this like a time trial. They've got to come down the course as fast as they can and post a good time to make that grand final. Going further back, Upper Natoma continuing in 3rd. Then outside to Palo Alto. Palo Alto rowing cleanly across the wind patch right now. That wind that hit me a little while ago, sweeping across the lake right there. Don't see any crabs. I'm not seeing any sticky releases. We're looking at good rowing still from these novice crews. The 2 trailing teams continue to be Waterford and NorCal. Waterford coming all the way from Salt Lake City, Utah area. We welcome them. Surely they are getting bigger here because they keep putting out more boats at this regatta, and it's great to see them on the water. Here comes the finish for heat number 4 of the women's Novice 4. Top boat, winning boat, automatically to the grand final. That is Long Beach, with Casitas chasing, hoping to post a great time to make the grand final.
And that was the finish for event 11D, the women's Novice 4. Heat number 4, unofficially going to the grand final, is the Long Beach Junior Crew out of lane 1. Ladies and gentlemen, now aligning at the start line is event 12A, the men's 3rd Varsity 8, heat 1 of 3. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association A. Lane 2, Los Gatos A. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew B. And Lane 5, St. Ignatius A. Again, that's the start for event 12A, the men's 3rd Varsity 8, heat number 1, about to go underway.
And folks, heat 1 of the men's 3rd Varsity 8 is already underway and approaching 500 meters. Our leader is in lane 1. That is Marin Rowing Association A. They have a 6-seat advantage over Los Gatos A in lane 2. In the third place position, back by about 7 seats to Los Gatos A, is Long Beach Junior B. Excuse me, I'm going to make a correction on that. That is St. Ignatius A. The fourth place position belongs to Oakland Strokes B. And in fifth place, that is Long Beach Junior B. So again, our leader at 500 meters in is Marin. They're followed by Los Gatos A, and then now St. Ignatius A in third, just by about 1 seat over Oakland Strokes B. The progression here out of this heat is the top 2 boats to advance to the finals. And several of the programs here have not just 1 entry, but 2 or 3, which indicates that their varsity program has upwards of 6 varsity boats, which is huge. Most programs struggle sometimes just to enter one 8, 1 novice 8, 1 varsity 8. And you're seeing programs that have 6 or 7 varsity 8s. Very, very deep, very talented. So Marin Rowing Association now with a half a boat length of open water over the rest of the field, followed by Los Gatos. Los Gatos now pulling themselves ahead by 1 full boat length over now Oakland. Oakland in the third place position. Oakland with 3 seats over St. Ignatius A, and then trailing out of lane 4 is Long Beach Junior B. At the halfway point, it is Marin with a little bit of open water over Los Gatos, about a half a boat length of open water over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos 1 full boat length over Oakland. Oakland 2 to 3 seats over St. Ignatius A. Long Beach B trailing in 5th place.
And folks, as you heard Adrian say on the water, we're looking at 3 heats here for the men's third level varsity 8s, with some of these programs showing a lot of numbers in terms of athletes, so a lot of entries in this event. And with only 2 boats going to the grand final, we're going to pay a close attention to lanes 2 and 3. Lanes 2 and 3, Los Gatos, and the B boat from Oakland. If that B boat from Oakland moves up any closer to the Los Gatos A boat, they could go on to the grand final. In 4th place, it continues to be the A boat from St. Ignatius High School, and trailing continues to be the B boat from Long Beach. They are back about 200 meters open water behind these top 4 crews. Marin really charging down the course here. They have open water, at least a full boat length between themselves and Los Gatos. Los Gatos is in 2nd place. Los Gatos continues to look right across their starboard oars to a very hard-charging Oakland boat. We're going to get a stroke rate on the Los Gatos boat right now. They're clocking in at a pretty decent stroke rate. I have them hitting 35.5 strokes per minute. Oakland, which is down about 6 seats from them, clocking in at a stroke rate of 34.5 strokes per minute. So Oakland could bump the rate a little bit higher and still take water from Los Gatos. That may happen. On the outside, St. Ignatius is struggling to hold on here as Oakland and Los Gatos try to catch Marin. SI doing good speed here, but they're slipping just very slowly back behind Oakland. 350 meters to go, Marin in the lead. They're kind of by themselves out in front with comfortable open water, but look at the crew with the orange jerseys in lane 3. That's Oakland chasing lane 2 Los Gatos. Top 2 boats to the grand final. This is the men's third level varsity 8s, heat number 1. And we're going to watch Oakland and Los Gatos, 350 meters to go. Oakland has their bow inside the Los Gatos boat. Marin alone, comfortably in the lead. Los Gatos still holding on to a six-seat advantage over Oakland. 200 meters to go. Here comes that finish. St. Ignatius in 4th with Long Beach B in 5th. folks. We're going to have a photo finish here between Oakland and Los Gatos. It's very close. Too close to call right now. It's going to come down to the line. And it was even closer than the buzzer told you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for the men's third Varsity 8 heat number 1. First place was Marin Rowing Association A, and that was a close one. For second place, unofficially, it's Los Gatos. Barely took it there. We now turn it over to Adrian for the second heat of the men's third Varsity 8, which is now going down the race course.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are already past 500 meters in Heat 2 of the men's third Varsity 8. Let me give you the lane assignments. Marin Rowing Association B in lane 1, Long Beach Junior A, lane 2, lane 3, Los Gatos B, lane 4, Pacific, and lane 5, Oakland Strokes C. Our leader here by 1 full boat length is Marin B. Marin B, 1 full boat length over Long Beach A, and Long Beach with 1 length over Oakland Stroke C. Fourth place position and down by just a little bit of open water back is Pacific. Pacific's third V8 entry, and they have 1 full boat length over Los Gatos B in lane 3. So again, Marin being challenged here by Newport at 750 meters in. Excuse me, not Newport, that would be Long Beach. Challenged by Long Beach at 750 meters in. And with Oakland also in the hunt. Top 2 boats to go on to the finals. Top 2 boats have separated themselves even farther from the rest of the field. Marin now with about a couple seats of open water over Long Beach. Long Beach with a length and a half of open water over Oakland Strokes. And this is the Oakland Strokes C boat. So again, a testament to the depth and speed of their program with the C boat being able to keep up with A and B boats. Great job for Oakland Strokes. So they are in third with 1 length over Pacific. Pacific half a boat length of open water over Los Gatos B in the 6th place position.
And Heat 2 of the men's third level Varsity 8 is now passing 1,250 meters. As you heard from Adrian on the water, Marin in the lead, followed by Long Beach, their A boat. Both these crews have open water between themselves and the next 2 closest boats. That would be Los Gatos B in lane 3. Excuse me, that'd be Oakland C in lane 6, followed by Pacific, and trailing is the B boat from Los Gatos. Now, Pacific is moving up a little bit to challenge that C boat from Oakland, but neither of those boats are in a position to qualify for the grand final. Good racing, though, nonetheless, going on between these crews. Marin out in front, that's their B boat, their second entry in this event. So they've got 2 boats so far, unofficially, that are in qualifying position, as Long Beach continues in second. Then we go back to the C boat from Oakland, Pacific's third Varsity 8, and then the B boat from Los Gatos. All boats are now past 1,500 meters as we come into the last 500 for Heat 2 of the men's third level Varsity 8s. Final call at 350 meters to go. With two boats going to the grand final, it appears to be Marin B and Long Beach A. On the outside there, you see the C boat from Oakland fighting with the A boat from Pacific, and then finally the B boat from Los Gatos trailing. Heat number 2, men's third level varsity 8, now finishing, and we will turn our attention to heat 3, about to start just after the finish of this race.
And that was the finish for the second heat of the men's third varsity 8. Unofficially go to the grand finals is Marin Rowing Association B out of lane 1 and Long Beach Junior Crew A out of lane 2. We now turn it over to Adrian with the race call at the 500-meter mark for the third heat of the men's third varsity 8.
And now the third and final heat of the men's varsity 8 is underway and approaching 500 meters in. A very close race here between lane 2 and 3, Oakland Strokes A and Capital. Capital rowing out of lane 3. Both Oakland and Capital with a 1 boat length plus a little bit of open water over the remaining field. The third place position belongs to Marin and their C entry, so it's Marin C in third, about 1 seat over Newport. In the fifth and final position, we move to the inside, and that is St. Ignatius B. And now our leader is Oakland. Oakland with a 2-seat advantage over Capital. All boats approaching 750 meters in. Capital extending their lead out to 5 seats over Capital. Oakland Strokes, extending their lead over Capital. So again, our leader, Oakland Strokes. They're followed by Capital, and back by about a half a boat length of open water, it is Marin C. Marin with 1 full boat length over Newport in 4th, and St. Ignatius B in 5th. Only 2 boats will advance to the finals out of these heats. Right now, those 2 boats look to be Oakland very solidly in the lead. 1 full boat length, the coxswain looking across and asking for the bow ball of the Capital boat, and it looks like he has it here at the halfway point. Capital in second. They have half a boat length of open water over Marin C. Marin with a half a boat length of open water over Newport. And St. Ignatius B continuing in 5th.
And heat number 3 of the men's third level varsity 8 is now approaching 1,500 meters. Leaders remain unchanged. It is still Oakland and Capital. They have a comfortable open water margin between themselves and the next closest boat. That's going to be the C boat from Marin in lane 5. They're in third place, but that C boat from Marin is not in a qualifying position for the grand final. We then go back to the fourth place crew. That is going to be lane 1, Newport. Newport holding off the St. Ignatius B boat in lane 4. Now the St. Ignatius B boat in lane 4 is in contact with the Newport boat, but again, these three crews are not in a qualifying position. The SIB, the Marin C, and the Newport boat, they're all chasing the leaders, which happen to be Oakland and Capital. Oakland and Capital are in position to move on to the grand final as they come into the last 350 meters. Oakland in the orange shell dominating here over Capital. Capital training right here at Lake Natoma every day. So Capital chasing hard here. You can see their rate going up. Oakland a little bit lower on the rate, a little bit longer. Oakland is in control. They're not feeling very threatened right now. They'll settle the score later on in the grand final. So here comes the finish. Heat 3 of the men's third level varsity 8s. 2 boats to the grand final. Unofficially, Oakland and Capital with Marin C chasing.
Ladies and gentlemen, now coming through the finish line is the third heat for the men's third varsity 8. Again, top 2 boats going on into the grand final, and unofficially those top 2 were Oakland Stroke Say out of lane 2 and Capital Crew out of lane 3. The next event will be 13A. It's now the women's third varsity 8. One of 3 heats here. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association B. Lane 3, St. Ignatius A. Lane 4, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center B. And Lane 6, Los Gatos C. Again, about to start is the women's third varsity 8, heat 1 of 3. Now going down the race course. Attention parents, the Sacramento State Aquatic Center is offering rides for parents who'd like to come out on the water and watch their parents race. So if you would like that, it's $10 per person over at the State Park Stock Wild Race at the State Park Stock by the finish line area. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our retail vendors for coming out to this event today. So Sporty, JL Design, Boathouse Sports, Vespoli, Gamma Engineering, and Gay Lesbian Rowing Foundation Gear.
Heat 1 underway and racing. Let's see, there are 3 heats in this event. This is the women's third Varsity 8. Top 2 boats to advance to the finals. In lane 1, we have Oakland Strokes A. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association B. Lane 3, St. Ignatius A. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center B. And in lane 6, Los Gatos C. Our leader is coming out of lane 1. That is Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes with 2 seats of open water over lane 3, St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius with 7 seats over Marin. In the 4th place position, we move over to lane 5. That's Marina Aquatic Center and their B boat entry. They have 6 seats over lane 6, Los Gatos C, and back by 1 length to them is Newport. And Oakland, St. Ignatius, and Marin in that order now past 500 meters. And now here comes Marina, followed by Los Gatos, and now Newport. So all boats now past 500 meters in, and there is open water separating each crew. So Oakland Strokes with about a half a boat length of open water over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius, half a boat length of open water over Marin, and Marin, 1 full boat length over Marina. Los Gatos C continues in 5th, and then in the 6th and trailing position is Newport. Meters down for the ladies from Oakland. They're looking long and in control, as they have all morning in their varsity boats. Again, with the advantage of being that far out in front, you can really look down at the rest of the field and be very much in control of your race and counter any sort of moves, but they're not being threatened at all. They have about 2 lengths of open water over the rest of the field, and St. Ignatius, while in 2nd place, is definitely seeing a challenge coming out of lane 2 from Marin and their B boat entry. So this is St. Ignatius A being challenged by Marin. St. Ignatius still with 1 length over Marin, but with Marin charging hard here as we approach 1,000 meters to go. 4th place continues to belong to Marina Aquatic Center B. They have 1 boat length and a little bit more over Los Gatos C, and then back by open water is Newport.
And as Heat 1 of the women's third-level Varsity 8s now approaches 1,250 meters, that lane 3 boat from St. Ignatius A, they are not going to tolerate any kind of move up on their position from the Marin B boat, because they are putting them further behind now. St. Ignatius A clearly in 2nd place. Top 2 places go to the grand final, so that's great for St. Ignatius as they put Marin B behind them. In the lead, though, continues to be the A boat from Oakland. They're way out in front, and they've got lots of open water here. In the 4th place position, we go to lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center's B boat. Then on their starboard side, the C boat from Los Gatos, and then trailing Newport Aquatic Center. So the race to watch here for Heat 1 of the women's third-level Varsity 8s is the race between St. Ignatius and the B boat from Marin. In the past, Marin's B boat has often made the grand final, but right now St. Ignatius is not letting that happen as they hold them off by a full bow-to-stern advantage, almost 1 seat open water. Oakland continues in the lead by themselves. They are now crossing 1,500 meters. SI is about 10 strokes behind them, followed by that B boat from Marin. We'll give you that last call at 350 meters. And now at 350 meters for Heat 1 of the women's third level Varsity 8s, Oakland dropping the rate down to a comfortable 31, understroking the field and saving their energy for the grand final. Meanwhile, St. Ignatius, their A boat, continues to hold off the B boat from Marin by a small open water advantage. We then go to the Marina Aquatic Center B boat as they hold off the C boat from Los Gatos, and continuing to trail is Newport Aquatic Center from the Southern California region. Top two boats of the grand final, unofficially with 200 meters to go. It's looking like Oakland and St. Ignatius, and here comes that finish as we turn our attention to heat number 2, sitting ready in the starting blocks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for event 13A, the women's third Varsity 8, heat 1 of 3 by open water. It was Oakland Strokes A in lane 1, followed by St. Ignatius A in lane 3, unofficially going to the grand final. Now about to start is the second heat for the women's third Varsity 8. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Marin Rowing A. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 3, St. Ignatius B. Lane 4, Los Gatos B. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes D. Again, top 2 places there go on to the grand finals later this afternoon. Turn it over to Adrian on the water with the race call.
And heat 2 of the women's third Varsity 8 currently underway, approaching 250 meters. And as we saw in the previous heat, the top 2 boats jumping out to a big lead early on. Those top 2 boats are Marin with a 1-seat lead over Oakland Strokes B. And now we're going to change that because just in the amount of time that I said that, Oakland Strokes took over the lead. So this is Oakland Strokes B with a 2-seat advantage now over Marin. It can happen that fast out here. In the third place position, we move to the outside. This is Oakland Strokes and their D boat. This would be their 7th Varsity 8, which is just incredible. And they are pacing the other crews. They're currently in 3rd place, and they have a 1-length lead over Los Gatos B, and Los Gatos B neck and neck with St. Ignatius B. Right here at 500 meters in, we're seeing a little bit more wind coming off of the starboard side for these guys. They all seem to be handling it very well. It's nothing that's causing too much of a ripple in the water, but it definitely can offset the boat a little bit. But if you've got a savvy coxswain, they can actually see that wind moving across the water. Let's go back to our racing boats here. Oakland Strokes continues to advance their lead. There are now 5 seats over Marin. And Marin with about a boat and a half length of open water over Oakland Strokes D. Oakland Strokes with a little bit of open water over Los Gatos B, and Los Gatos B with 1 length over St. Ignatius B. All boats now approaching 750 meters in. The top 2 crews will advance to the grand finals. And with just a little bit more than 1,000 meters to go, Oakland has extended their lead to 1 full boat length. Coxon looking across her port side oars at the Marin boat and asking for that bow ball. She actually wants a little bit of open water by that 1,000-meter mark, and I believe she's going to get it. So Marin back by 1 boat length, just a little bit of open water to Oakland Strokes, and this is their B entry, Oakland Strokes B entry, so their 4th varsity boat. And then back by about 2 lengths of open water is the D boat from Oakland Strokes, currently occupying that 3rd place position. Again, not in a qualifying position, but still showing the strength of that program overall. 5th place, we're going to move back inside. That's Los Gatos B, and they have a little bit of open water over St. Ignatius B.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. These crews are now passing 1,250 meters. The B boat from Oakland continuing to hold off the A boat from Marin here in the women's 3rd level varsity 8s. That shows the depth of the Oakland program. They've got a new boathouse and more space than ever before, and they've got a ton of kids rowing that program, which is why you're seeing so many fast boats. They've just got great depth over there in the East Bay. Oakland now with an open water advantage. As you heard earlier, Adrian said that Coxon wanted open water on Marin, and they now have it. So Oakland with an open water advantage over Marin. Marin also with an open water advantage, being that they're in 2nd place over the remainder of the field. That 3rd place boat is the D as in David, boat from Oakland in lane 5, followed by the B boat from Los Gatos in lane 4, and then finally the B boat from St. Ignatius. So this field is pretty spread out. The top 2 boats go to the grand final. That's Oakland and Marin right now. That 3rd Oakland boat here, they're further back. They're not in contention to qualify, and neither is the B boat from Los Gatos or St. Ignatius. Nonetheless, good racing as the leaders cross 1,500 meters. We'll give you the last call at 350 meters for heat number 2 of the women's 3rd level varsity 8s. And here they come by the viewing platform at 350 meters. Heat 2 of the women's 3rd level varsity 8. Still Oakland in the lead, followed by Marin. Top 2 boats go to the grand final. In the chasing position, you have that 4th level boat from Oakland, their D boat, out there in lane 5. Then the B boat from Los Gatos, and finally St. Ignatius. These crews now finishing. Top 2 to the grand final as we turn our attention to the starting line for the next heat of the women's 3rd level varsity 8s.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for the women's third Varsity 8, heat number 2. Unofficially going to the grand finals is Oakland Strokes B out of lane 2, followed by Marin Rowing Association A out of lane 1. We just had a start for the women's third Varsity 8 third heat. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
Top of the hill radio check, 1, 2, 3.
And in the final of 3 heats for the women's third Varsity 8, again, we have 5 boats racing on the water, and again, many B and C boat entries. Our leader here is Los Gatos A. They are rowing out of lane 1. They have a 7-seat advantage over Pacific rowing out of lane 2. You can probably hear the wind that's pushing against them, a little bit of a cross headwind here. Hopefully it's not distorting the sound. I'll try and keep myself a little bit closer down so that you can make sure to hear me. But Los Gatos with that good lead already, just past 500 meters. They've got 1 length lead over Pacific. Pacific with 1 full boat length over lane 4, Capital, and Capital 2 seats over Marina. Marina rowing out of lane 3. Marina 3 seats over lane 5, Oakland Strokes C. All boats now almost at 750 meters in. And as we approach the halfway point, Los Gatos continues to hold on to their lead by about the same positioning. So Pacific has been very tenacious and sticking right with Los Gatos, and they're trying to make a move here as they approach the halfway mark. Pacific Coxswain looking over her starboard side and asking for a bit of open water, and it will be over that Oakland Strokes C boat. Oakland Strokes in 3rd place with 3 seats over Capital. Capital by about a half a boat length over Marina Aquatic Center. And Pacific definitely has made a move and made their mark here as they come up to 1,000 meters. They're down. They're still in 2nd place, but just down by about 4 seats to Los Gatos. And Oakland Strokes B now making a big jump up, coming up to challenge Pacific. So at the halfway point, we're looking at a very tight race compared to the other 2 heats. We've got Los Gatos A out in front, half a boat length over Pacific, and Pacific 1 boat length over Oakland C. Oakland C being challenged by Capital. Capital in 4th with Marina in 5th. 2 boats to advance to the grand finals.
Well, great call, Adrian. This is going to be a very close finish here. The Oakland boats showing so much depth and speed today. In the lead here, the top 2 boats you heard, Oakland A and Pacific in lane 2, with the Oakland C on the outside lane 5, chasing hard, Capital and Marina right behind them. Oakland C in lane 5 really trying to take advantage of being in the outside lane. The outside lane can be a very sneaky lane. If the coxswains are not paying attention, they often only pay attention to the boats right next to them, and they forget about those outside lanes, so they can sneak up in their vision suddenly, and boom, you got a boat you have to defeat, and they're right there all of a sudden. So Pacific in lane 2, keeping an eye on lane 5. Lane 5, she can look across all the lanes and see all the crews. So the Oakland C boat, we're going to keep an eye on them as they come into the last 750. In the lead, it continues to be the A boat from Los Gatos. They've been consistent all the way down the course, holding on to a great stroke rate, good length, good ratio, dropping the blades in nicely as they fight with Pacific. The two of them together keeping an eye on that lane 5 C boat from Oakland. Oakland holding off the Capital boat right behind him now by a full length. Capital and Marina separated by only about 2 seats as we approach 1,500 meters. And just past 1,500 meters, Pacific has now made a move, and Pacific is now in the lead in first place, taking it away from Los Gatos. Los Gatos along the shore now in second place. Again, lane 5, the C boat from Oakland. They're trying to move up to get in touch with Los Gatos now because only 2 boats go to the grand final. Oakland C now pulling away a little bit more from Capital. Capital pulling away a little bit more from Marina Aquatic Center as we come into the last 350 meters for the third and final heat for the women's third level Varsity 8s. New leader is Pacific, followed by Los Gatos with the C boat from Oakland chasing, then Capital and Marina. Here they come, folks. Get ready to give them a cheer.
Thank you, Bob, for that great race call. Looks like Pacific got a strong charge there, coming in first open water over the Oakland Stroke C boat. Now lining up and ready to start is the women's single scull, heat number 1. Top 3 places going on in the grand finals later this afternoon. 15-8, lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Xavier Prep. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior. Lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. Lane 6, Artemis Rowing. Lane 7, Waterford B. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the start for the women's single scull. Heat 1 of 2, top 3 places going on to the grand finals. We turn it over to Adrian on the water with the race call at the 250-meter mark. Again, this is event 15A, women's single scull, heat number 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are 250 meters in to heat 1 of 2 of the women's single. We have 7 boats racing on the water, and we have already a fairly good separation between all crews. Right now, our leader here, approaching 500 meters in, is Marina Aquatic Center, rowing out of lane 1. Marina Aquatic Center with 1 full boat length over lane 4, San Diego A. San Diego with about a length and a half of open water over both lane 2, Xavier Prep, and lane 3, Long Beach Junior. The 5th place position goes over to lane 6. This is Artemis, rowing very well, back by about a length and a half or so of open water to the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the 6th place position, we move over to lane 7. That's Waterford B. And in 7th place, and very close in contact, is Cathedral Catholic High School. So again, our leader right here at 500 meters in, with probably the biggest wind of the day, just in time for the singles. Our leader is Marina Aquatic Center, followed by San Diego, and then Xavier Prep, followed by Long Beach. Long Beach in 4th, Xavier Prep in 3rd. And the progression today for the women's singles, because there are only 2 heats, the top 3 boats will advance to the finals later this afternoon. And again, showing a very high level of technical proficiency and fitness. These singles doing a great job. No course corrections coming from the refs at all. They're often one of the top athletes in their program. Marina doing a great job. Very low stroke rate here, very much in control. She has a bit of open water over the rower from San Diego, and San Diego with 2 boat lengths of open water over Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep with 1 boat length of open water over Long Beach Junior. In the 5th place position, we move back over to Artemis, back by a few lengths of open water from Long Beach. 6th place again goes to Cathedral Catholic, and then the 7th place trailing position to Waterford. Not much change in positioning as we approach the halfway point. Marina still with a very comfortable lead, about a length of open water, but the rower from San Diego has closed that gap just a little bit. She's looking across her starboard side shoulder, making sure that her course is clean and looking good as we cross the halfway point. Xavier Prep now pulling into that 3rd position, about 2 lengths of open water between her and 4th place Long Beach. The placement is still the same. Artemis is in 5th, Cathedral Catholic in 6th, and Waterford B in 7th. All crews now approaching 750 meters to go.
And thank you for that call, Adrian, on Heat 1 of the women's single. As you heard, the sculler from Marina Aquatic Center doing a great job here, way out in front, just dominating this heat. So we're going to give you the next call just past 1500. As the placements haven't changed much, if we see anything that changes quickly, we'll call that for you. But right now it is Marina out in front, followed by Lane 4 San Diego in second place, and then Lane 2 Xavier in third place. Top three boats go to the grand final. Those are your top three: Marina Aquatic Center, San Diego, and Xavier Prep. And as we approach 1,500 meters for Heat 1 of the women's singles, 2 heats for this event, so the top 3 boats advance. No change, except maybe the Marina Aquatic Center scullers taking a little bit more water from the rest of the field. It is still San Diego in second and Xavier in third. In fourth, it's Long Beach in lane 3. Long Beach in the yellow jersey rowing in fourth place here. Then we go to lane 6, Artemis. Artemis in fifth place. They are back open water from Long Beach. Open water behind Artemis is Cathedral Catholic High School, a new program in the region. And then finally the B boat from Waterford, rowing well all the way from Utah, out there in lane 7. We'll give you the final call at 2:50 to go for this heat of the women's singles. Actually, we're going to give you that final call a little sooner because Heat 2 has already started and is underway, and we want to get to that race here in a decent amount of time. So we're right now at about 400 meters to go, except for the Marina Scholar. She's already at 350 to go. She's coming by the viewing platform there at the end of tent row. And then on the middle of the course, we have the San Diego Scholar in second. That's a qualifying position. And then back closer to the shore, Xavier Prep. These top 3 singles all have a comfortable open water margin between themselves and the remaining field. Long Beach in fourth. Artemis in fifth, followed by Cathedral Catholic and Waterford B. We'll probably pick up the next heat at about 750 meters for the women's singles. But here come the top 3 boats, unofficially to the grand final. Marina, San Diego, and Xavier now finishing. And ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 of the women's single now underway, just passing the halfway markers. The early leader by a comfortable open water margin is lane 2, Stanford. Lane 2, Stanford, followed by second place, the B boat from San Diego in lane 7. We then go back into the third place boat, which is lane 1, Newport. Newport in third place. That's also a qualifying position for the grand final. Open water behind Newport is fourth place, Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific has open water between herself and the remaining field from Waterford and Palo Alto. Again, the top 3 boats go to the grand final at 1,250 meters. Right now, that would be Stanford, the B boat from San Diego Rowing Club, and Newport Aquatic Center, as the women's varsity singles now pass the 1,250 meter mark. We'll give you the next update at 3:50 to go before we turn our attention to the men's lightweight doubles. And now past 1,500 meters, approaching the 3:50 to go mark, all by herself is the varsity women's single sculler from Stanford. She has been in control for this entire race. She's rowing comfortably here. She has plenty of open water between herself and the remaining field. In second place, it's still the B boat from San Diego, but the B boat from San Diego is being closely chased now by Newport in lane 1. Remember, I talked about those outside lanes can sneak up on you, and right now Newport in lane 1 is really taking up the pressure. And the San Diego sculler I think she just noticed it and realizes now it's bow ball to bow ball here, that it's a closer race than that she had earlier on. Fourth place continues to be Pacific Rowing Club in lane 6. And then we go inside to Waterford, Palo Alto, and Tempe Junior Crew to round out the field here in Heat 2 of the women's singles. Top 3 boats to the grand final. Those continue to be Stanford, San Diego Rowing Club B, and Newport.
And while the women's singles are finishing, the next event is actually already halfway underway. We have the first heat of the men's lightweight doubles that progressed out of time trials that were done last night. And right now what we see is lane 1, Stanford, is in the lead by about 2 boat lengths of open water. They have that 2 boat lengths of open water over Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors rowing out of lane 3, and they have about the same distance, about 2 lengths of open water over lane 2, that's San Diego Rowing Club. In the 4th place position, we're going to move back to lane 4. That is the Stanford B boat entry, and they are actually moving up to challenge the entry from San Diego. Top 2 boats will advance to the final. Very, very competitive event, and also an event that will be contested at the Youth National Championships. So it's Stanford A way out in front. They're followed by Tempe Juniors, and then behind them, San Diego with Stanford B hot on their heels. The 5th place position, it is Upper Natoma Rowing Club, that is Artemis Rowing Club, and they are followed very closely by Upper Natoma in the 6th place position. In the 7th place and trailing position, it is Oakland Strokes. All boats approaching 750 meters to go.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. The racing never stops here at Lake Natoma. Folks, we often have 2 races on the course at the same time, so we're struggling to keep up here and give you the play-by-play action. But as you heard, the men's lightweight doubles, Heat 1, now underway with the early leader, Stanford. They've had a very fast men's light double all year, and right now they're leading in their heat here at Lake Natoma. In that 2nd place position, we go to lane 3, the Tempe Junior Crew. They are back open water from Stanford, and with only 2 boats going to the grand final, Tempe Junior Crew is in a very good position right now. They have open water on San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club in 3rd. San Diego Rowing Club in 3rd place is just holding off the B boat from Stanford. The Stanford B boat is holding off 3 other teams. They're holding off Artemis A, Upper Natoma, and the Oakland Strokes. Most of these crews are now past 1,500 meters, but as we come into the last 350, look for Stanford and Tempe Junior Crew in lane 3 to be your 2 leaders to go on to the grand final. .350 meters to go for Stanford and Tempe Junior Crew. Tempe coming from Tempe, Arizona. They are well known for their sculling program as well. Lots of deep sculling down there in Arizona on Tempe Town Lake. So Tempe Junior Crew in a good position. They're being chased by San Diego and the B boat from Stanford, but both those crews have an open water deficit that'll be hard to make up right now with 250 meters to go. Stanford's A boat looking good though. They've been leading all the way, and they're in a good position here to go on to the grand final, along with Tempe Junior Crew. Artemis Rowing, Upper Natoma, and Oakland Strokes round out the field here as Heat 1 of the men's lightweight double finishes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for the men's lightweight doubles semifinal 1. Top 2 places going on in the grand finals, and that was Stanford A out of lane 1 and Tempe Junior Crew out of lane 3. We just had the start for the second semifinal of the men's lightweight double, now going down the race course, so we turn it over to Adrian with the call at the 250-meter mark.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're already underway in semifinal 2 of the men's lightweight double. Again, these progressed out of a time trial, the first year that has been done at the Southwest Junior Regional Championships, at least that I know of. And we cut down the entries from 29 to 21. So we have 7 boats on the water right now, and they are all rowing cleanly, approaching 500 meters. Right now, very early leader is rowing out of lane 1. That's Tempe Junior Crew and their A boat entry. So in the previous heat, we saw their B entry. Right now, their A entry doing a fine job with a very slight lead over lane 3, California Yacht Club. In the 3rd place position, very close on the heels, is River City. River City with 1 length over 4th place Capital, and Capital with a little bit of open water over Stockton, rowing out of lane 6. In the 6th place position, we move outside to lane 7. That's Brophy and their B-boat entry. Also very slight lead over the 7th place crew from Berkeley High School. And as all crews approach 750 meters in, we're looking at a little bit more chop on the water in the first 1,000 than we'd seen previously in the day. Tempe Junior still holding on to a very slight lead over California Yacht Club, but with both these 2 crews with
And heat number 2 of the men's lightweight double, now past the halfway markers. The leaders, as you heard, are lanes 1 and 3. This would be Tempe Junior Crew and California Yacht Club. As these crews come down the lake, remember the top 2 go on to the grand final. In 3rd place, it's lane 2, River City Rowing Club. Lane 2, River City, looking at a challenge coming from lane 6, Stockton Rowing Club, but Stockton isn't close enough yet to really do any damage to River City, and River City is off the pace by at least several boat lengths open water from the top 2 boats. Again, the top 2 boats are lanes 1 and 3, Tempe Junior Crew and California Yacht Club, in that order at 1,250 meters. After the 4th place position, we then see teams from Berkeley, Capital, and Brophy B in lane 7 filling out the rest of the field here for the men's lightweight doubles. This is an event that goes to national championships, so these crews want to make the grand finals to try to get a top 3 spot to go to Tennessee. But right now, with a comfortable open water advantage, Tempe Junior Crew and Cal Yacht Club have the 2 qualifying positions in this heat locked up at 1,500 meters. We'll give you the last call as we approach 350. And here comes the final call with 350 meters to go. For heat number 2 of the men's lightweight double, Tempe Junior Crew and Cal Yacht Club continue in the lead. They are followed by the remaining teams of River City, Stockton, and then Berkeley, Capital, and Brophy B. These are the men's lightweight doubles. Each rower doesn't weigh more than 160 pounds. These are the crews that had to do time trials last night in order to qualify for the heats today. As these crews now come down the course, the top 2 will move on to the grand final. And so the final call here for this heat, Tempe Junior Crew and Cal Yacht Club looking pretty good here as they come into the last 200 meters. We now turn our attention to heat number 3 in the starting blocks for the men's lightweight double as heat 2 now finishes.
And that's the finish for event 16, second semifinal here unofficially. It's Tempe Junior Crew followed by River City. We turn it over to Adrian on the water with the race call at the 500-meter mark for the third semifinal of the men's lightweight double. Again, top 2 places going on to grand finals later this afternoon.
And we are in the final semifinal of 3 in the men's lightweight double. Right now, our leader here, past 500 meters in, is Long Beach A. Long Beach A with open water over the remaining field. The second place position belongs to San Diego B. San Diego B with a little bit of open water over both Newport in lane 2 and Brophy in lane 3. In the 5th place position, we'll move back over to lane 5. That belongs to Palo Alto. And in the 6th place position, out in lane 7, is Long Beach Junior's B entry. But it is their teammates from Long Beach, the A-boat entry, that is out in front here. 750 meters in, Long Beach A continues to lead with a little bit of open water over San Diego B. Very tight race, though, here between Newport and Brophy. Advantage going to Newport by about 1 seat. And as we come to the halfway point, it is Long Beach all the way here with a little bit more open water over San Diego, and now Newport moving up to challenge San Diego. Brophy still in the hunt, Brophy now in 4th place, but definitely still with their bow in contact with both San Diego and Newport. Now back by about 3 lengths of open water, it is Palo Alto, and then also about the same distance separating Palo Alto and Long Beach B. So Long Beach B in the 6th place position and trailing.
And Adrian, from up here on Rattlesnake Hill, I can see the wind patch there at 1250. I watched the Brophy boat. They got a little bit of gust of wind hit them, and it blew them down to port side, and they missed a little bit of water on starboard. But as you say, they still are in contact. They are still in the hunt here to take on a second qualifying position for sure. The leader, Long Beach, is out in front by a good margin, followed by the teams in Newport, the B boat from San Diego in lane 4, and Brophy in lane 3. The trailing crews of Palo Alto and Long Beach B are off the pace, rowing well, handling the wind well, but just not matching the speed of these leading crews. Brophy is still in contact with lane 4's San Diego B. San Diego B is in contact with lane 2 Newport. So this is turning out to be a 3-boat race for that second qualifying position. Long Beach, Long Beach A out in front comfortably, but it's going to be a 3-boat race, folks, for that second qualifying position here in Heat 3 of the men's lightweight doubles. These top 4 boats are about to hit 1,500 meters, and now a big move coming out of Lane 2. Lane 2, Newport, putting on the pressure here and pushing away from both Brophy and San Diego. It's Newport in Lane 2 really solidifying their position here as Brophy now moves past San Diego at 1,500 meters. It's Long Beach, Newport, Brophy, San Diego B, followed by Palo Alto and Long Beach B for the men's lightweight doubles, heat number 3. Will Brophy, after catching up with San Diego here, be able to move up and get with Newport? Newport really has found another gear here as they keep taking open water away from both Brophy and San Diego. So Long Beach and Newport in those 2 qualifying positions, 350 meters to go for the men's lightweight doubles, heat number 3. Keep an eye on Brophy. They're in the red jerseys, and San Diego right next to them as they both chase Newport, the suddenly fast Newport boat in Lane 2. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now coming across the line is the third semifinal for the men's lightweight double. Top 2 places going on in the grand finals, and unofficially that was Long Beach Junior Crew A out of Lane 1, followed by Newport Aquatic Center A out of Lane 2. Now we're waiting on the start for event 14A, one of 2 heats for the men's novice quad with coxswain. Lane assignments for the first heat as follows. Lane 1, Stanford A. Lane 2, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 3, Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. Lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. Lane 7, Pacific Rowing Club. Again, that's the race lineups for event 14A, men's novice quad with coxswain. Heat number 1 now going down the race course.
And we have had a clean start to Heat 1 of the men's novice quad. Again, this is a sculling boat. It is a quad with a coxswain to steer for safety, and these are all rowers within their first year of rowing. We are approaching 500 meters in, and our leader is Stanford coming out of lane 1. Stanford is followed by about a boat length back by Long Beach Juniors, and then in the third place position, it is San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego with 4 seats over Capital in 5th, and Capital 2 seats over Oakland Strokes. In the 6th place position, we move back over to lane 3. That is Humboldt Bay Rowing. But again, our leader, now just past 500 meters in, is Stanford.
Copy.
the course that I didn't look far enough over my shoulder to see that lane 7 is actually Pacific. So my placement was actually a little bit wrong there in the final 2 spots. That 6th place position does belong to Pacific, and 7th place goes to Humboldt Bay. Let's go back to that placement for our leaders. Stanford A continuing to lead now with about a boat and a half of open water, boat length and a half between themselves and Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach in 2nd place, half a boat length of open water over San Diego. And San Diego, 1 full boat length over both Capital and Oakland. Capital and Oakland dead even. And 6th place goes to Pacific by about 3 seats over Humboldt Bay. In this event, the top 3 crews will progress into the finals later this evening. And now a big push here by Oakland, seeing if they can get into that 3rd place position. They're coming up to challenge San Diego. San Diego still holding on to that 3rd and qualifying spot, but just by 1 seat over Oakland. Capital slipping back into 5th. Our leader continues to be Stanford by a very comfortable margin. It will be their bow first across the line at the halfway point. And now here followed by Long Beach. And then now San Diego jumping back into that 3rd place position. Oakland chasing and Capital hot on their heels. 6th place is still Pacific and 7th place Humboldt Bay.
Well, thank you, Adrian. Once again, we're seeing here that the sculling program out of Stanford Juniors is very strong because they have another boat in the lead here in the heats. It's their men's Novice Cox quad, as they have a comfortable open water margin over Long Beach. Also a strong sculling program from Southern California. Long Beach in the yellow jerseys holding on to that 2nd place position over a much closer race for 3rd place between lanes 4, 5, and 6, San Diego Capital and the Oakland Strokes in that order. San Diego in 3rd, holding on to that 3rd qualifying position for the grand final. They are up about astern over Capital. Capital almost bow to stern over Oakland. Oakland with open water over Pacific. Pacific with open water over Humboldt. All these crews are now at 1,250 meters. Again, this is Heat 1 of the men's Novice Coxed quads. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Right now that's Stanford, followed by Long Beach and San Diego. And we are now past the 1,500 meter mark. It continues to be Stanford out in front, followed by Long Beach and San Diego. Right on San Diego's tail, though, is the team from Capital. Capital bow to stern behind San Diego with 400 meters to go. Just behind Capital is Oakland. Oakland holding off Pacific. Pacific holding off Humboldt. But Stanford all by themselves, going by the 200-meter tree. Then Long Beach in the yellow jerseys. But a good race going on between Oh, we have a problem in the Capital boat. Looks like we're having a massive crab where he jumped his seat. That is a shame because they had momentum. That leaves San Diego in that 3rd qualifying spot, and now Capital has come back. But it cost them dearly now as San Diego walks away with a 3rd place finish. Men's Novice Cox quads now finishing unofficially to the grand final. Stanford Long Beach, and San Diego.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now lining up for the first grand final of the day. It's race number 1, the men's Varsity 8 grand final. Lane assignments: Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Capital Crew. Lane 5, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 6, Pacific Rowing Club. Turn it over to Adrian on the water for this dogfight now coming down the race course.
And we are in the second of 2 heats for the men's novice quad. Top 3 boats to advance to the final. All boats now approaching 500 meters in. And our leader, by a good margin already, is Casitas Rowing out of lane 2. They have a little bit of open water over Stanford B entry, rowing out of lane 7. Again, these 2 boats with plenty of open water between themselves and the remaining field. In the 3rd place position, we move over to lane 1. This is Artemis with 1 full boat length over 4th place, Newport. In the 5th place position, we move back over to lane 6. That's Brophy Junior Crew, Brophy Prep. And in 6th place, it is Marina Aquatic Center out of lane 3, 1 boat length over Cathedral Catholic in lane 4. But again, our leader here, rowing out of lane 2, is Casitas Rowing Club. Very strong sculling program, still fairly new to the region and really making their mark. At 750 meters, and we have a pretty good spread between all boats out on the course right now. Casitas just walking away as they approach 1,000 meters in. They're followed by a very young crew from Stanford B, doing a really nice job. Excellent blade work, lots and lots of run and power out of those little bodies, and they are doing an awesome job holding off the rest of the field. So Stanford B in that 2nd place position, also very comfortably with a couple boat lengths of open water. In the 3rd place position, it is Newport by about a boat and a half length of open water over 4th place, Brophy. And again, in 5th place, Artemis. They're followed by 6th place, Marina Aquatic Center. And then 7th place, Cathedral Catholic.
And heat number 2 of the men's novice Cox quad now past the halfway markers with the leading boats now at 1,250. That's going to be lane 2, Casitas Rowing, as you heard, with the Kelly Green boat, and then another Stanford boat, the B boat in lane 7. They are doing a great job here. That Stanford B boat and the Casitas boat have plenty of open water between themselves and the remaining field. In third place, it is going to continue to be Newport. Newport in lane 5. They have a comfortable open water margin between themselves and the other 4 boats. In fourth place, it's going to be Brophy in lane 6. Then we go inside to Cathedral Catholic Marina Aquatic Center, then Cathedral Catholic to round out the field, and then finally Artemis Rowing. Artemis Rowing in lane 1, they're exchanging places with Marina and Cathedral Catholic. Cathedral Catholic falling back a bit here, of course, as we come into the wind patch. As we hit the wind patch, the crews start to separate a little bit more. So Cathedral Catholic is trailing here a bit as Artemis and Marina exchange places. But the top 3 boats are Casitas, Stanford B, and Newport. They want to go on to the grand final. As they all move through 1250, we're seeing a little bit of spray, a little bit of rough catches here as the crews struggle with the wind a bit as we come into the last 500 meters. We'll give you that last call at 350. Now finishing heat number 2 of the men's novice Cox quad. There's Casitas with that beautiful Kelly green boat. They have probably the prettiest paint job here at Lake Natoma this weekend. They've been out in front all the way. They are in the first place, followed by Stanford B, and then Newport. Next up, the grand final for the men's varsity 8s.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finish for the men's novice quad with Cox in Heat 2. And again, top 3 places gone on to the grand final. We have a short 20-minute lunch break here, and our next event will be Race 1 Grand Final, the men's Varsity 8 at 2:21. And we'd like to remind our parents that the Sacramento State Aquatic Center is offering rides on the water. If you'd like to watch your child race, it's $10 per person, and you need to come to the state park stock over by the bathroom area near the finish line. Again, $10 per person to watch your child race on the water. As we come into this lunch break, we'd like to thank our mobile food vendors, the Smoothie Patrol, offering smoothies, full espresso bar, and shaved ice. Deluxe Foods with teriyaki bowls, chicken kebabs, garlic fries, and corn dogs. The Cahoon Wagon with Louisiana food. Dave's Dogs with hot dogs and specialty sausages. And Little Rich's Italian Ice with delicious Italian ice cream. Ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for the big event, the first grand final of the day. Let's head out to spectate for race number 1, the men's Varsity 8 grand final. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Capital Crew. Lane 5, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 6, Pacific Rowing Club. Shortly we'll get that started and send it over to Adrian for the race call from the start of the race. And we've had a start for the grand final of the men's Varsity 8. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And ladies and gentlemen, the first grand final of the day, starting out with the men's Varsity 8, all boats approaching 500 meters in. Our early leader just barely by about a bow ball. It is Oakland. Oakland by a bow ball over Marin. Marin with 3 seats over Long Beach. Long Beach in that third place position, but being challenged by SI, St. Ignatius, rowing out of lane 3. Back in the 5th place position, it is Capital, and in 6th place, rowing out of lane 6, it is Pacific. And now moving over to a new leader, that would be Marin. Marin now by a seat over Oakland. All boats now past 500 meters. It is still Marin by a seat over Oakland. Both Marin and Oakland with 1 full boat length over the remaining field. In that 3rd place position, it is Long Beach. Long Beach with 3 seats over SI. SI 5 seats over Capital, and Capital 1 boat length over 6th place Pacific. Coxswains in the Oakland and Marin boat looking across from each other. They're only about 10 feet apart, and they're looking eye to eye right now. It is Marin just by about 1 seat, maybe a seat and a half. Both Oakland and Marin pulling a little bit farther away from Long Beach. Long Beach still in 3rd, now by 1 boat length over 4th place St. Ignatius. Capital in 5th. Pacific in 6th. And now here's 2 more seats for Marin, and it's 2 seats up for Marin over Oakland. And now look at Long Beach. Long Beach bow ball sitting on the stroke seat of the Oakland boat. All boats approaching 1,000 meters, and is Marin with their bow first across the line. 1,000 meters to go. They're followed closely by Oakland and now Long Beach.
And the men's Varsity 8 grand final now past the halfway markers. We've had some real fights all year long. Long Beach came up and beat Oakland and Marin earlier the year. Then down at the Crew Classic, Marin came in the leader. Oakland's been there the whole time. We've had races between SI and Pacific that were close, so this is a real dogfight of the top 6 teams. It's still very close between Marin and Oakland, with Marin still having the slight advantage. In 3rd place, Long Beach in the yellow jerseys, chasing hard against Oakland. It's Marin, Oakland, Long Beach, then St. Ignatius, Capital with Pacific right there off Capital's stern. As we approach the 1,500-meter line, Marin continues to be in the lead. They're holding on to about a 3 to 4 seat advantage now Oakland in lane 1. That's the favored lane. They've got the good water, the good protection. Are they going to use that to come back and stage an upset against Marin? Marin is the favored team here. In third place, it's still Long Beach, but SI is slowly moving up. SI is slowly moving up to try to challenge Long Beach for that bronze medal position. In fifth place, it continues to be Capital, and in sixth place, Pacific. The two leaders now across 1,500 meters. It's Marin over Oakland. Marin now hitting their extra gear. They're going to high gear now and taking more water away from Oakland. It's Marin, Oakland, Long Beach, St. Ignatius, Capital, and Pacific. As Marin comes into the last 400 meters, they're opening up even more. They want to put the hammer down and take the trophy again. They got threatened earlier this year, but they're showing everyone who's boss right now. It's Marin over Oakland now by 8 seats. Long Beach continues to hold on to that third place position. The top 3 boats go to Tennessee. St. Ignatius in 4th, Capital in 5th, Pacific 1 length off Capital in 6th. 250 to go. 250 to go, and Marin is looking dominant versus Oakland. Oakland for the silver, Marin for the gold. Long Beach holding on to the bronze medal position against St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius for 4th, still Capital 5th, Pacific for 6th. To the line, here comes the men's Varsity 8 grand final with Marin for the gold, Oakland for the silver, Long Beach holding on to the bronze with St. Ignatius, Capital, and Pacific chasing.
What a fight there, ladies and gentlemen. And again, that was the men's Varsity 8 first grand final of the day. Marin, Oakland, Long Beach, unofficially top 3 going on to grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, next you'll see is the second grand final. We're now looking at the women's Varsity 8. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, St. Ignatius. And that's for the women's Varsity 8 grand final, now aligning at the start line. We'll let you know as soon as we get a start. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a start for the second grand final of the day, the women's Varsity 8. Turn it over to Adrian on the water, who will give you the race call at the 250-meter mark for the women's Varsity 8 grand final, now headed down the race course.
And we have had a clean start to the grand final of the women's Varsity 8. 6 boats racing, and right now our early leader is out of lane 2. This is Marin. Marin with a 2-seat lead over Oakland, and Oakland 4 seats over Marina. Very, very early on in this race, not much separation between the boats. We have a very tightly packed field here. So again, Marina in 3rd. In 4th place, we move over to lane 4. That is River City. River City 3 seats over St. Ignatius, and St. Ignatius 4 seats over Long Beach, over River City. That would be Los Gatos in the 4th place position, St. Ignatius in 5th, River City in 6th. And now let's go back to our leaders here as they approach the 500-meter mark. It is Marin now by 3 seats over Oakland. Marin 3 seats over Oakland. Oakland 1 full boat length over Los Gatos. Los Gatos slipping into that 3rd place position, with Marina slipping into 4th. Now Oakland moving up to challenge Marin for the lead. And now here is Oakland, 2 seats over Marin. Oakland moving into the lead, Oakland back into 2nd, and Los Gatos still in 3rd, now 6 seats over Marina. Marina in 4th, 1 full boat length over St. Ignatius, and St. Ignatius in 5th, 1 seat over River City in 6th. 750 meters in, placement has not changed between Oakland and Marin. It is still Oakland in the lead by 2 seats over Marin, and now Marin looking for open water over Los Gatos, but Los Gatos is not letting them get away. They still have contact, that bow ball still on the stern deck of the Marin boat. And now Marin pulling back 1 seat on Oakland, still in 2nd, but just down to Oakland by 1 seat. Los Gatos still in 3rd with their bow ball now sitting on the coxswain of the Marin boat. Marina in 4th by 1 full boat length over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius still sitting 1 seat up on River City.
And now the women's Varsity 8's past the halfway markers. It continues to be a real fight between Oakland and Marin.
Attention coaches, Coach Nick from Long Beach Crew to bring your medical waivers for your athletes. Nick from Long Beach Crew to the finish line tent, please. Thank you.
And now the crews in the 1,250-meter patch here for the grand final of the women's Varsity 8. Oakland at 35.5 strokes per minute, Marin at 36, Marina at 34.5, and now Marina being passed by Los Gatos at 1,250 meters. Los Gatos understroking Marina just a little bit. It's still very close for 3rd place between Marina and Los Gatos. Oakland now moving out to 4 seats, possibly 5 over Marin as we approach the 1,500-meter markers. In fifth place, it's St. Ignatius High School over River City. Both boats in contact with each other there. These are the top 6 women's varsity 8s from the Southwest region, with Oakland in the lead, followed by Marin, then a slight lead for third place to Los Gatos over Marina in lane 1. Here's the call at 1500. Oakland, Marin, Los Gatos Marina, then St. Ignatius and River City. These women's V8s, top 3 go to Tennessee, and right now it's going to be a close one between lanes 1 and 4, Marina and Los Gatos. While Oakland continues to take water from Marin, Marin continues to hold off both Los Gatos and Marina with open water. SI now pulling away from River City. St. Ignatius in 5th, moving up away from River City here in the women's Varsity 8 Grand Final. 350 meters to go. Oakland now 8 seats over Marin. Los Gatos half a length, maybe 3 seats over Marina, but Marina starting their charge. St. Ignatius in 5th, overtaking River City. It's Oakland for the gold, Marin for the silver, and too close to call for that bronze medal. Top 3 go to Tennessee. Will it be Los Gatos? Will it be Marina? It is too close to call at the tree, 200 to go. But Oakland has the gold right now by 6 seats over Marin. Marin for the silver, and it's going to be a photo finish for that bronze medal position between Los Gatos in lane 4 and Marina in lane 1 along the shore. St. Ignatius for 5th, River City for 6th. Here comes that finish, and now Marina working out ahead. It's Marina for the bronze. What a turnaround. Marina for the bronze, pulling out that extra gear. They're going to take the bronze. Here's the finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a finish for the women's Varsity 8. That was Oakland Strokes out of lane 3 coming in first, with Marin charging but couldn't quite get it out of lane 2. Then it was Merida Aquatic Center for the 3rd place position, and those 3 boats are going on to Oak Ridge, Tennessee for the Youth National Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the start for the third grand final, the women's novice quad with Coxon. Lane assignments: Lane 1, Stanford A. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, Capital Crew. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 6, SoCal Scullers. We turn it over to Adrian on the water at the 250-meter mark for the race call.
And for our third grand final of the day, this is the women's novice coxed quad. And our very early leader, a little bit past 250 meters, is Stanford. Stanford just by 1 seat over Capital, and Capital with 1 length over Lane 2 Pacific. So our top 3 crews here: Stanford, followed by Capital, and then Pacific. In the 4th place position, we move over to Lane 4, that is Long Beach. And Long Beach 3 seats over Lane 6, SoCal Scullers. In the 6th place position, we move over to Lane 5, that is Marina Aquatic Center. But our leader, now very, very close, is Stanford and Capital. Stanford and Capital, too close to call here. It is bow ball to bow ball as they cross over the 500-meter in line. Stanford now pulling up just a little bit on Capital. They're still in the lead just by about 1.5 seats. Capital 1 full boat length over Pacific, and Pacific 1 seat over 4th place Long Beach. Long Beach 1 seat over SoCal Scullers. And back by a little bit of open water in the 6th place position is Marina. And now here is SoCal Scullers pulling up to overtake Pacific for that 3rd place position, and Pacific actually slipping back to 5th as Long Beach passes them as well. Very close though, and here's Pacific making a big move. So we've got 3 boats kind of straight across. It is Pacific, Long Beach, SoCal Scullers trading positions. Our leader continues to be Stanford, followed by Capital. And now again, it is Pacific back in the 3rd place position. So we'll keep an eye on these crews as they progress down the course. All crews now at 750 meters in. And as our boats approach the halfway mark, it is still Stanford now by about 3 seats, and Capital in 2nd. It's still pretty tight here, though, between Pacific, Long Beach, and SoCal Scullers. I'm going to give a very slight advantage just right now to SoCal Scullers. It kind of depends on whose oars are in the water at which time, and they're just going back and forth, bow ball to bow ball. So again, Pacific, Long Beach, SoCal Scullers, too close to call. Let's see what happens in this 3rd 500. There always seems to be a little bit of separation between crews as fitness really comes into play in the latter half of the race. Marina still in 6th. Stanford still in the lead. Here we are, 1,000 meters to go, grand final of the women's novice quad.
And Adrian, thank you for that great call here in the women's novice quad grand final. It's going to be another close one at the finish line here, as these crews are racing for the medals, gold, silver, and bronze. They want to take it home to their boathouse and say they did it this year. We're going to keep an eye on those 3 teams, Pacific, Long Beach, and SoCal Scullers, for that 3rd place position. But in the lead, it continues to be Stanford. We've seen Stanford with a great sculling presence here so far all day. And once again, they're doing that in lane 1. Their novice scullers in the quad here are doing a superb job. They're holding off Capital in 2nd place. As we look across for that 3rd place position, it's still very close. SoCal Scullers definitely in contact with Long Beach. Long Beach definitely in contact with Pacific. From Rattlesnake Hill, it's too close to call. Adrian's got a better perspective out there in lane 8. But I can tell you that all 3 boats there are in position to take the bronze medal. In the trailing position, we do go back to Marina Aquatic Center, rowing a very clean race in lane 5, matching the pace of these other crews, but just falling off a little bit earlier in the race. A little bit of wind now at 1,250 meters as these crews approach the 1,500-meter line. And now it appears that Pacific is moving back into that third place position as they try to press ahead of both Long Beach and SoCal Scholars. But we're talking maybe a seat or two here. It's very close. Stanford in lane 1. They've been deep all year. They are now seeing a bigger threat from all these crews. SoCal Scholars, Long Beach, Capital, Pacific, all moving up. This is almost going to be 4 boats across at 1,500 meters. And now Pacific moving up even more, almost dead even with Capital. It's still Stanford, but now I can't make the call. Is it Pacific? Is it Capital for the silver? Too hard to call as Long Beach and SoCal Scholars fall off the pace a little bit. Here's the call at 1,500. Stanford, Pacific, Capital, Long Beach, SoCal Scholars, and following will be Marina. Let's get a stroke rate now. Pacific moving even with Stanford. Getting a stroke rate for Pacific. They're clocking in at a good rate at 33 strokes per minute, and now they are moving ahead of Stanford and both Capital. It's Pacific now in the lead for the gold, but they're in contact with both Stanford and Capital. Long Beach in 4th, holding off SoCal Scholars. SoCal in 5th, Marina in 6th. What a race here for the women's novice cox quad. Pacific now in the lead at 350 to go. They're up about 2 or 3 seats over Capital. Stanford falling back to 3rd along the shore, and they've got to watch out because Long Beach in lane 4 is moving up, as is SoCal. Marina continues in 6th. With 300 to go, will Pacific hold on to the gold medal position, or will it go back to one of these other boats? Capital right there. It's anybody's call. It could go, the gold medal could go to anyone here. Is it going to be Pacific, Capital, Stanford? On the outside, SoCal and Long Beach moving up. It's now 3 boats across for the bronze medal. And now SoCal by a bow ball for the bronze over Long Beach and Stanford. Marina in 6th. Capital now moving ahead of Pacific. It's Capital, Pacific, SoCal, Long Beach, Stanford, and Marina. What a comeback victory for Capital here if they hold on. Women's novice cox quad finishing, Capital, Pacific, and SoCal Scholars to the line.
Thank you, Bob, for that race call. We've saw a big fight there going on between Stanford, Pacific, Capital, and right in the last part there, SoCal Scholars moved up, so unofficially, that's Stanford, Pacific, SoCal Scholars. What a great race there. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the start for the 4th grand final, the women's JV8. Now going down the race course, lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Pacific. Lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center. We turn it over to Adrian at the 250 mark for the race call.
And at 250 meters into the grand final of the women's junior varsity 8, we've got in the lead Oakland Strokes already by 1 full boat length over Marin in lane 1. In the 3rd place position on the outside lane, lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center. And now, just as I said that positioning changed, and it is lane 4, Los Gatos, that slipped into that third place position. So again, very early on in the race, and we will have a lot of change-up as we progress down the course, but right now it is Oakland walking away from Marin, their stern deck sitting on the bow ball of Marin's boat. Los Gatos in third, Marina in fourth. In the fifth place position, we move over to lane 3. This is Newport. Newport, one full boat length over sixth place, Pacific. And at 500 meters in, Oakland looking for a little bit of open water, and there they have it. About a foot of open water for Oakland. They're keeping it clean, keeping it in control, rowing at a little bit of a lower stroke rate than Marin, and Marin now with a little bit of open water over Los Gatos. Los Gatos 4 seats over Marina, and Marina chasing Los Gatos as they progress down the course. Falling a little bit farther back into the fifth place position is Newport, with Pacific chasing them. And look out for Los Gatos. They seem to have a really strong second 500 here, and they have pushed their bow ball a little bit farther into the Marin boat.
Could the stewards of the regatta please come to the finish line? The stewards of the regatta please come to the finish line.
Oakland continuing to walk away. They have about 3 seats of open water over Marin. Marin 7 seats over.
Stewards of the regatta, please come to the finish line. Thank you.
Oakland still in the lead. Half a boat length of open water for them over Marin. Marin with about a foot of open water over Los Gatos. And Los Gatos coxswain looking at the charge for Marina, and she is making her boat walk away. She now has open water, about a foot or 2 of open water over Marina. Still in 5th place, it is Newport, and very close to them, Pacific in 6th. Across the line with 1,000 meters to go. It is Oakland taking their stroke rate up. They're followed now by Marin. And then coming across the line here in that 3rd place and looking to be a bronze medal position, it is Los Gatos. Los Gatos with open water over Marin. 5th place continues to be Newport, just by a couple of seats over Pacific.
And Adrian, thank you for that call. That Los Gatos boat is looking very strong. We're getting stroke rates of 36 for Oakland, 35 for Marin, and about 35.5 for Los Gatos. The Marina Aquatic Center boat in lane 6, we're going to keep an eye on them. Are they going to be able to overcome that 1-length deficit and pull in Los Gatos for that bronze medal? Newport continuing in 5th, with Pacific trying to move up next to Newport in 6th place. Oakland is walking away with this one, ladies and gentlemen. They're continuing to take more open water from Marin. Marin in lane 1, Oakland in lane 2. But Oakland is just dominating here. At this point, it's grown to an even greater open water lead over the Marin crew. Los Gatos in lane 4 is charging and trying to get closer to Marin, but Marin still has a pretty good lead on them as we approach 1,250 meters. Marina Aquatic Center not able to match the pace so far of Los Gatos. Marina in 4th, holding off Newport and Pacific. Newport in 5th, Pacific in 6th. These are the women's JV8s, the second fastest varsity 8s in all these programs, varsity women's programs. And now at 1,500 meters, Oakland is just showing their depth as they continue to take away another length of open water from Marin. It's Oakland way out in front, Marin way behind them. We're talking almost 3 lengths open water. Marin holding off Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 3rd. Los Gatos continues to hold off Marina. Marina in 4th place. It's now too close to call for 5th between Pacific and Newport, with a slight advantage perhaps to Pacific, maybe a seat as we approach 1,500 meters for them. Oakland's already at 1,600. They're by themselves. They're in the green hall with the orange jerseys. You're going to see them come by way out in front. Along the shore will be Marin. Then in the middle of the course, you'll see Los Gatos. Marina in fourth. They're just not able to pull in that Los Gatos boat, which is being very strong. Pacific has now overtaken Newport for 5th place. Oakland's got a gold medal waiting for him in about 250 meters. These are the women's JV8s. It's Oakland to the line for the gold. We saw what their varsity women did. Now here comes their JV women. Marin, 200 meters to go by the tree. Los Gatos for the bronze. Marina for 4th. Pacific now 1 length up on Newport for 5th. And Newport for 6th. Here in the grand final for the women's JV8s for the Southwest Championships. Here they come.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. For the coaches that have athletes and boats in the women's pair heats later this afternoon, there has been a reshuffle. That race will now go down to 2 heats instead of 3. The new lane assignments will be at the finish line tent in approximately 45 minutes. Your attention, please. For the coaches of the women's pair race, the heats later this afternoon, there has been a reshuffle, and that race has now gone to 2 heats. The new lane assignments will be posted at the finish line tent in approximately 45 minutes, which will be at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
And we're getting ready for the start for the 5th grand final, the men's junior varsity 8. Lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Marin Rowing. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 7, St. Ignatius High School. Again, getting ready for the start for the men's JV8. We'll let you know as soon as they're headed down the race course. And we have had the start for the men's JV8. Grand Final 5 now headed down the race course. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call.
And we have had a clean start in the grand final of the men's JV8 with 7 boats racing in this grand final. We've got a lot of boats neck and neck with each other, but our early leader is out of lane 2. That is Marin. Marin about 3 seats over lane 1, Los Gatos. In the 3rd place position, we'll move over to lane 3. That's Long Beach. And Long Beach 4 seats over Capital in lane 5. Capital has 1 seat on Oakland. Oakland in the 5th place position. In 6th place, we move over to lane 6. That's Pacific. Pacific's 4 seats over St. Ignatius. So again, our leader at 500 meters in is Marin, now by about 5 seats over Los Gatos. And the wind definitely picking up here. There is a really strong headwind, cross headwind, and it seems to be most significant right at the start and through the first 1,000 of this race. But here's Marin doing a nice job. Every stroke they take, they move that boat a little bit farther ahead. Coxon now sitting on the bow person of the Los Gatos boat. Los Gatos now 1 full boat length over Long Beach. And Long Beach 6 seats over both Capital and Oakland. Capital and Oakland neck and neck. Pacific continuing in 6th, just a few seats over St. Ignatius in lane 7. 750 meters in, our leader continues to be Marin. Marin, 1 full boat length over Los Gatos. Los Gatos, 1 boat length over Long Beach. Long Beach has to look out over their starboard side oars because Capital is hot on the hunt for that 3rd place position. Capital moving up to challenge Long Beach. Capital still in 4th, but down to Long Beach only by about 5 seats. Capital moving up 3 seats over Oakland. And Oakland, a little bit of open water over both Pacific and St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius pulling up even with Pacific.
And the men's JV8 Grand Final now past the halfway markers. We have Marin clocking in at 36 strokes per minute. Los Gatos in lane 1. They've got their hands full as they're getting challenged from across the lanes. They've got Long Beach out there, Capital and Oakland. Capital and Long Beach are the closest boats to that Los Gatos boat. Capital really trying to get deeper into that Long Beach boat and challenge them for the bronze medal position. At 1,250 meters, it's Marin, Los Gatos, Long Beach, Capital, Oakland, and now Pacific over St. Ignatius, but again, that one is very close as well. These are the men's JV8s, the 2nd fastest varsity boats in these men's programs. The leader, Marin, in lane 2, now has open water over Los Gatos in lane 1. Long Beach in the yellow jerseys in lane 3. They're doing a superb job here going through the wind patch. Clean blade work, clean catches, clean releases, no inefficiency as they continue to hold off Capital and Oakland for that bronze medal position. Oakland has about a stern advantage over Pacific. Pacific now about 4 seats over St. Ignatius. Just past 1,500 meters, Marin continues their dominance here for the men's JV8. It's Los Gatos along the shore for the silver. They are rowing at a very clean stroke, a little bit higher than Long Beach. Long Beach is a little bit lower, but not much. We're talking about maybe a stroke at most. Capital, 1 length, about maybe a few seats open water behind Long Beach. They're running out of time. If they want that bronze medal, they've got to do something. Meanwhile, Oakland in 4th. On the outside lanes, Pacific and SI in a good race, with Pacific having about half a length over St. Ignatius. 350 meters to go. Marin for the gold here in the men's JV8. Swinging by the tents, out in front. There they are with the red and white blades. It's Marin, Los Gatos along the shore, charging hard, keeping Long Beach in the yellow jerseys behind them. Further back, Capital for 4th. Then Oakland for 5th. And a close race for 6th and 7th between Pacific and St. Ignatius. These are the top 7 men's JV8s from the Southwest region, duking it out. Marin for the gold, Los Gatos for the silver, Long Beach for the bronze, and here comes that finish.
And that was the finish for the men's JV8. Unofficially, that's Marin Rowing, Los Gatos, followed by Long Beach Junior Crew. Next race lining up at the start line is the 6th grand final, the women's Frosh 8. Lane 1, St. Ignatius A. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Berkeley High School. Lane 5, St. Ignatius High School B. Lane 6, Marin Rowing Association A. Again, that's lining up for the women's Frosh 8. We'll turn it over to Adrian as soon as we get the race start here.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are hot into the grand final of the women's freshman 8, women's Frosh 8. I've got 3 boats pretty much tied in that first place position. This is still very early on in the race, but those boats are St. Ignatius A, Oakland, and Marin. Marin all the way on the outside in lane 6. No advantage to any of those 3 boats quite yet, so we'll see how it shakes out as they progress down the course. The 4th place position, though, definitely belongs to River City. River City up by 5 seats over Berkeley High School, and Berkeley High 1 full boat length over St. Ignatius and their B entry. And with 500 meters gone, it is Oakland moving into that lead. Oakland with 4 seats over Marin. Marin dead even with St. Ignatius. Back by a little bit of open water, still in that 4th place position, it is River City. River City now almost 1 full boat length over Berkeley High School, and the same for Berkeley High over St. Ignatius B. And now here's Marin pulling even with Oakland. 750 meters in. Oakland now our leader here pretty solidly, up by about 4 seats over Marin. Marin up over St. Ignatius by about 2 seats. Top 3 boats separating themselves by about a length of open water from the rest of the field. River City continues in 4th, being challenged by Berkeley High School, and St. Ignatius B still in the 6th place position. Coming into the halfway point, Oakland continues to lead, followed directly by Marin, and then St. Ignatius. Same positioning for the final three spots. That is River City, Berkeley High School, and then St. Ignatius B.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. What we're seeing here is the lead boat, Oakland, is rowing at the lowest stroke rate of all the crews out there. Oakland rowing at a 33.34. St. Ignatius A in lane 1, they're at 35.5. Then we go outside to Marin, they're at 36. So Oakland, with the lowest stroke rate, is the boat in the lead here, not by a huge margin, because certainly St. Ignatius and Marin are within striking distance to go for that gold medal. However, these three crews have plenty of open water between themselves and the remaining three boats to lock up the three medal positions if they keep rowing as cleanly as they have been. In fourth place, it is going to be River City in lane 3. River City just ahead of Berkeley in lane 4. And then finally, that B boat from St. Ignatius. So St. Ignatius with 2 women's frosh 8s in the grand final. That's a great testimony to the strength of their women's rowing program. As we approach 1,500 meters, Oakland continuing in control, understroking the remaining field on the outside. Marin in lane 6, showing that lane 6 is just as fast. They're in contact with lane 1 SIA now. This is going to turn around, I think, for Marin as they are slowly creeping up on SI, and that SI coxswain has got to pay attention to lane 6. As we cross the 1,500 meter markers, we'll give you that call. And there goes Oakland, first across 1,500 meters. And then it's still too close to call from the hill between Marin and SI. Maybe a seat for Marin over St. Ignatius now. Marin coming on strong, finding that extra gear in the third 500. But they're still nowhere near a clear silver medal position as St. Ignatius is right there in lane 1. Going back several boat lengths, open water, we go to fourth place, River City Rowing Club from West Sacramento, followed by Berkeley High School, the oldest public high school rowing program west of the Mississippi, and then finally the B boat from St. Ignatius High School. And now Marin moving into that silver medal position. As my angle of view changes a little bit here, you can see that Marin clearly has that silver medal position as they start taking water away from St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius still in the bronze medal position. Now, will Marin move up with 2:50 to go? Can they catch that fast Oakland boat? Remember, Oakland was understroking. They could bump the rate and keep Marin behind them. These are the women's frosh 8s now finishing. These are the women's frosh 8s finishing with the Marin boat that keeps pulling in water from everyone. And now, yes, it's going to happen. We're going to see an almost dead-even finish between Oakland and Marin. The Marin frosh women down maybe half a deck from Oakland as we come to the line. It's too close to call again from the hill. Will it be Oakland or Marin for the women's frosh 8 gold medal? Meanwhile, in third place, it's St. Ignatius. In fourth, River City, then Berkeley and SIB. Here comes that photo finish for the women's frosh 8s.
And what a close finish there for the women's frosh 8. Now underway is race Grand Final 7, the men's Novice 4 with Coxon. Lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin Rowing. Lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 6, Long Beach Juniors. And that's the men's Novice 4 with Coxon headed down the race course. We turn it over to Adrian with the call on the water.
And we have had a clean start to the grand final of the men's Novice 4. Right now, not even at the 500 meters in point, and we've got 3 boats that have a significant amount of open water over the rest of the field. Right now, Newport is in the lead by a couple of seats over Marin. Marin rowing out of lane 3, and Marin bow to stern over Capital in lane 1. Again, these top 3 boats with a good amount of space between them and the remaining 3 crews. In 4th place, we move over to lane 5, Los Gatos. 5th place belongs to San Diego, and in 6th place, Long Beach. Long Beach very close to San Diego. Now Marin and Newport pacing each other, blades going into the water at the same time, and it is Marin now taking over the lead. Marin in the lead by 2 seats, 2 to 3 seats over Newport. Newport dropping back to 2nd, and Capital back by about a half a length of open water in the 3rd place position, but with 2 boat lengths of open water over Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 4th, San Diego in 5th, Long Beach in 6th. Meters in, and Marin has pulled it to a 1 boat length advantage over Newport. Stern deck of the Marin boat sitting on the bow ball of the Newport boat, and Newport with 1 full boat length of open water over Capital. Capital with about a length and a half of open water between themselves, and 4th place, Los Gatos. In the trailing positions, both San Diego and Long Beach right next to each other. Too close to call between from my perspective, between who's in 5th and who's in 6th. But they're right next to each other, pacing each other, but just not in the medal hunt. And again, now here's Marin with open water over Newport for that gold medal position at the halfway point.
And the Marin men's Novice 4 plowing through a flock of geese right there past the halfway markers. They didn't take any down, but those geese got a good scare as the Marin's Novice 4 is in the lead, charging hard to the point where the geese are flying away. It's the men's Novice 4 here, Marin with open water now over 2nd place Newport. Newport open water over 3rd place Capital Crew. These top 4 boats, or these top 3 boats, have an open water advantage over the remaining field. In 4th place, we're going to go to Los Gatos in lane number 5. They are followed closely by the 2 remaining teams, San Diego and Long Beach. San Diego in 5th place over Long Beach as they were closer together just before the halfway markers. As we watch Marin, we see that their stroke rate is remaining a little bit more conservative than the other crews. The other crews, of course, have a slightly higher rate because they're trying to catch up with Marin, while Marin can visually stay ahead of them and watch every move they make and then respond accordingly. It's Capital for that bronze, Newport for the silver, and Marin for the gold as we prepare to hit the 1,500-meter markers here in the grand final for the men's Novice 4. And now Capital making a move, trying to move up closer to that second place Newport boat. Capital really pouring on the pressure. They know this race course better than any other team. They row on it every single day, and they know exactly where to make their moves. And we've now got Capital moving up closer to Newport. The Capital boat is just inside the Newport boat now, while Marin holds on to about 1 seat open water for that gold medal position. Los Gatos for 4th place, San Diego for 5th, Long Beach for 6th here in the grand final for the men's Novice 4. Will Capital in lane 1 move up enough to challenge for that silver medal? With 350 meters to go, they made a move, but then it kind of stalled because now Newport is holding them off for the silver. 250 meters to go for the men's Novice 4s. They're racing for the hardware. It's Marin, Newport, and Capital coming to the line, followed by Los Gatos, San Diego, and Long Beach. 200 meters to go for these novices. They are the future varsity oarsmen for this program, and they're looking great here in the Novice 4s with Marin walking away with that gold medal, followed by Newport and Capital. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a start for grand final number 8, the men's single scull, now headed down the race course. We'll turn it over to Adrian, who'll give you the lane assignments and give you the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And we are already 250 meters into the grand final of the men's single. In lane 1, Casitas Rowing Club. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Stanford A. Lane 4, Brophy Prep. Lane 5, Stanford B. And lane 6, Palo Alto. Our very early leader here is in lane 2. That is Newport. Newport being paced very closely by Stanford B. And in the 3rd place position, we'll move over to lane 3, Stanford A. 4th place, we're going to move into the outside lane. That is Palo Alto. In 5th place, we move over to lane 1, Casitas. And Casitas being paced very closely by the rower in lane 4 from Brophy. All boats now past 500 meters. It is the rower from Stanford the B entry. So there are two scullers here from Stanford. Again, we've talked all day about how strong Stanford's sculling program is, and this is just one example with two single scullers making it into the grand final and pacing each other here. What a great job by Monica Hilku. Rolling out at lane 5, that is Stanford B in the lead by about 1 boat length over Newport. Newport just a couple of feet ahead of Stanford A. These three boats with a little bit of open water over the rest of the field, with Palo Alto in the outside lane hot on their tail. In the 5th place position, we continue with Casitas rowing out of lane 1. And in the 6th place position, but again, all very close to each other, it is Brophy. Not much of a change up here as we come past 750 meters in. Stanford B still in the lead, but watching his lead shrink a little bit as the rower from Newport inches a little bit further ahead. Stanford A still in 3rd, open water back. We move over to lane 6, that is Palo Alto in 4th. Casitas and Brophy right next to each other. Again, from my vantage point, too close to call, but really we've got Palo Alto, Casitas, and Brophy very, very close, within inches of each other in terms of spacing. And now Stanford B pulling ahead with a little bit more open water. He has pulled away here at the halfway point, and he now has 1 length of open water over Newport. Newport just a few feet ahead of the Stanford A entry.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. This is proving to be a very good final here as we have these scullers pacing one another down the course, especially the Newport sculler and the Stanford A sculler and the Stanford B sculler. These three scullers have separated themselves in their singles from the remaining field. It's going to be Stanford B at 1,250 meters, followed by lane 2, Newport, then back inside the lane 3, Stanford A. These three boats have open water now over the next closest rower. That would be the single sculler in lane 1, Lake Casitas, so the Casitas Junior crew. We then go to Brophy in lane 4 with a slight lead over the final sculler in lane 6, Palo Alto Rowing Club. Now remember, folks, this is a national qualifier event. The top 3 boats here get an automatic invite to the Youth National Championships in Oak Ridge. Stanford is in a position right now to have 2 boats get invited to the National Championships, and that's the first time I've seen it happen all day in the same event. So that's big for Stanford if they keep going the way they are. Newport also in a fabulous position to get an invite to Tennessee. Casitas continues in 4th place in lane 1, holding off Brophy and Palo Alto. These boats are now approaching 1,500 meters. We'll give you the next call shortly. And Stanford B first across 1,500 meters at 30 strokes per minute. Newport in second at 31.5 strokes per minute, followed by Stanford A just right between those 2 rates. So Stanford A still holding on to the bronze medal position. His brother boat, Stanford B, for the gold medal position, and Newport in lane 2 for that silver medal position. Top 3 going to Tennessee and getting the medals, the hardware to take home. Along the shore, Casitas in lane 1 holding on to 4th over Brophy. Brophy in the red jersey in the middle lane. And then finally on the outside, Palo Alto Rowing Club coming from the San Francisco Peninsula in 6th place. These are the top 6 men's single scullers from the Southwest region. Stanford with 2 of them, Newport with the 3rd, and here comes that finish. Give them a big shout out, ladies and gentlemen. It is not easy racing these boats. You're looking at the very best scholars these programs have to offer. Men's singles now finishing, Stanford B, Newport, and Stanford A for the medals.
What a great finish there. Now will be grand final number 9. Women's lightweight double scull. Lane 1, Artemis A. Lane 2, NorCal Crew. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 4, Stanford Juniors. Lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club from San Diego. Lane 6, Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call as this race comes down the course.
And we have had a clean start in the grand final of the women's lightweight double. Our top boat at this time, very early on still in the race, is NorCal. NorCal just about a foot in front of Stanford, rowing out of lane 4. In the 3rd place position, we move over to lane 1. That is Artemis. Artemis 1 boat length over Long Beach in lane 3. A little bit of open water back, and the 5th place position is Humboldt, rowing out of lane 6. And Humboldt with half a boat length of open water over Zlack in lane 5. But again, at 500 meters in, our leaders are NorCal, followed very closely by Stanford, and then Artemis in 3rd. Long Beach rowing out of the 4th place position. Again, very tightly packed field here. Back by open water, still in the 5th place position is Humboldt. And then in the 6th place and trailing position, it is Zlack. Stanford now looking to be pulling even with NorCal. I'm going to take that back from the angle that I was at. They did make a little bit of a jump forward, but NorCal is still in the lead. Very slight lead here for NorCal. They're being paced very closely by Stanford. Artemis and Long Beach also very close to each other. Slight advantage to Artemis. Artemis has to watch out here because Long Beach making a big jump and overtaking them for that third place position, and Humboldt actually hot on the move here in that outside lane. So Humboldt moving up on Artemis as well. Stanford still in second, just by about a seat down from NorCal. NorCal in the lead. Much better conditions here as the wind has certainly calmed down. We have much glossier water as we approach the halfway point. As that heat begins to pick up, water seems to have calmed down. Perfect conditions for another great day of racing at Lake Natoma. NorCal coming into that halfway point with their bow first across the line, followed very closely by Stanford, back by about a length of open water. It is Long Beach now in that third place position. Too close to call here between Artemis and Humboldt for the fourth place position. Sixth place still belongs to Zlak, and we'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the remainder of the race.
Well, thank you, Adrian. I've been watching closely from the hill here, and what I'm noticing is that the bow seat of that NorCal lightweight double, she's doing a great job keeping an eye on the field. I see her looking over every now and then, checking in with the field, and then giving instructions, no doubt, to her stroke seat about where they are on their race plan and what they need to do. NorCal really rowing a superb race here as they hold off some strong challenges from these other teams. Stanford, as you heard, continues to be the closest threat to NorCal. Stanford in lane 4 in that second place position. For third place, it is Long Beach in the yellow jerseys. Long Beach always puts out good sculling boats from Southern California, and they have now overtaken Artemis, as you heard. Artemis in a close race with Humboldt in the outside lane, and in the trailing position, Zlak. As we approach 1,250 meters, still looking through the binoculars up here on Rattlesnake Hill, and NorCal holding on to a lead, understroking the Stanford boat a little bit, the Stanford boat at a higher rate. Radio check 1, 2, 3. And there we go, back on the air after my battery died. Fresh battery saved the day again. Here for the women's lightweight double grand final. We're continuing to see NorCal holding off a challenge from Stanford. NorCal really doing a good job here. They're still understroking the Stanford boat. Long Beach continuing in third, but Long Beach has fallen off the pace a little bit. While they hold on to third place, they have to keep an eye on Humboldt. Humboldt on the outside lane in the black shell. They've slowly moved up. They've passed Artemis rowing, and they are now trying to catch Long Beach. If Humboldt does that, they go to Tennessee in the women's lightweight double. As we approach 3:50 to go, keep an eye on the two leaders. NorCal's been leading all the way in lane 2. Stanford in lane 4 right there off their stern. Long Beach in the yellow jerseys. On the outside, Humboldt passing Artemis for 4th place. Artemis in 5th and Zlak in 6th. 250 meters to go. It's still NorCal for the gold medal. NorCal for the gold, Stanford for the silver, Long Beach for the bronze. This is a national qualifier event. Top 3 boats go to Tennessee. It's NorCal 1 length over Stanford. NorCal for that gold medal in the women's lightweight doubles. Here comes that finish with Stanford getting another medaling position. That's another boat they could send to nationals, as well as Long Beach for 3rd. Humboldt in 4th, putting on a great race, coming from behind to take a 4th place position. Artemis along the shore, and finally Zlak. Women's light doubles, here's the finish.
Thank you, Bob. And unofficially, that top 3 was NorCal, Stanford, then Long Beach Juniors. Attention, coaches and athletes. We now have the updated heat assignments for the women's pair racing at 6:28 p.m. event 22A and B. Lane assignments as follows: 22A heat 1, lane 1 Marina Aquatic Center, lane 2 San Diego Rowing Club, lane 3 Berkeley High School, lane 4 Zlak Rowing Club, lane 5 Waterford A, lane 6 Oakland Strokes, lane 7 Waterford B. Again, that's the redraw for the women's pair, heat number 1. Here's heat number 2, event 22B. Lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Upper Natoma Rowing Club A. Lane 4, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. Lane 6, Xavier Prep. Lane 7, Upper Natoma Rowing Club B. Again, that's the final heat draws for heat number 2, event 22B. These are also posted at the finish line for additional information. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now lining at the starting platform is grand final number 10, the men's freshman 8. Lane 1, Long Beach Juniors A. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Marin Rowing Association A. Lane 5, Marin Rowing Association B. Lane 6, St. Ignatius A. Again, that was the grand final for the men's freshman 8, which has just started, headed down the race course. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call.
And currently underway and racing just past 250 meters in. This is the grand final for the men's Frosh 8. Our leader right now, coming out of lane 4, is Marin. Marin with a 5-seat lead over Oakland, and Oakland 2 seats over Long Beach. Into the 4th place position, it is Los Gatos. Los Gatos 1 length up over Marin B, and St. Ignatius out in lane 6. So Marin with 2 entries here. It is their A boat in lane 4 that is currently in the lead, almost by 1 full boat length now over Oakland. And as crews approach 750 meters in, it is open water already for Marin. Marin A with a little bit of open water, about a seat of open water over Oakland. Oakland still 4 seats over Long Beach, and Long Beach bow to stern over Los Gatos. Los Gatos with about a half a seat of open water over Marin B, and Marin B 3 seats over St. Ignatius. Long Beach coxswain has got to keep their eye on Los Gatos because they are inching forward. They are still in the 4th place position. Los Gatos is still in that 4th place position, but with every stroke, that boat surges forward, and I bet they've got to move in their pocket at the 1,000. It is Marin, though, with 1 length of open water over Oakland. Oakland now still sitting about 4 seats over Long Beach. Long Beach now just 4 seats over Los Gatos. Back to them by a little bit of open water. In 5th place is Marin B, and Marin B with 2 seats over St. Ignatius. We are here at the halfway point. It is Marin crossing that line first. They are followed now by Oakland, and then here comes Long Beach, and then Los Gatos. Now Marin B and St. Ignatius.
And the men's frosh eights, after passing the halfway markers, what we've seen is Marin's opening it up even more. They're pulling out the afterburners here and really laying it down as they push away from the entire field. As you heard from Adrian on the water, Los Gatos in lane 3, they really are trying to move up here on the Long Beach boat. That Long Beach coxswain is looking over. I see it from up here on Rattlesnake Hill through my binoculars. The Long Beach coxswain doing a great job keeping an eye on them, urging his oarsmen to give it everything they've got to keep Los Gatos behind him. Top 3 boats get the medals. Right now, those medals are going to Marin, Oakland, Long Beach, but Los Gatos is right there. Los Gatos could pull off a surprise here against lane 1 Long Beach. On the outside, Marin's B boat in lane 5. They're in 5th place. They're in a good race with St. Ignatius in lane 6. All boats now preparing to cross the 1,500-meter markers. It's Marin out in front with lots of open water by themselves. And now, folks, it's too close to call for the bronze medal. Is it Los Gatos or Long Beach? It's very close. Very close. Oakland holding off both of them, but Oakland's not in a comfortable position either. 500 meters to go, and they've got a boat on port side and a boat on starboard side chasing them down. Marin continues to push away out in front. They've got 2 lengths open water on Oakland. Oakland bow to stern over Los Gatos and Long Beach. Long Beach and Los Gatos open water over Marin B. Marin B 1 length over St. Ignatius. 400 meters to go for the men's frosh eights. For the medals, for the future of these varsity programs, the freshman race. Marin in the lead. They've held that lead for most of the race, and they keep taking more water. That's Marin. They keep taking more water, and nothing's going to stop them at this point. And now Los Gatos, there they go, overtaking Long Beach. Los Gatos overtaking Long Beach for the bronze medal position as Oakland continues to hold them off. Long Beach falling back to 4th. Marin B for 5th. St. Ignatius for 6. These are the top 6 freshman 8s in the entire Southwest region coming at you with Marin, Oakland, and now Los Gatos over Long Beach for that bronze medal. Men's frosh 8 finishing, Marin for the gold, Oakland for the silver, and Los Gatos coming from behind to take third. Here it comes.
Thank you, Bob, for that. Yet another impressive finish for Marin, followed by Oakland Strokes and Los Gatos for the top 3 positions. Next will be race number 11, the Women's Novice 4 with Coxon. Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 5, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 6, River City A. Lane 7, Capital Crew. Again, that's for grand final number 11, the Women's Novice 4. That'll be coming down the race course shortly. Thank you. And we've had a start for Grand Final 11, the Women's Novice 4 with Coxon, now headed down the race course.
And we are just past 250 meters into the grand final of the Women's Novice 4. We've got 2 leaders out in front. That is Oakland, 1 seat up over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center about 4 seats over Capital in lane 7. In the 4th place position, we move inside to Long Beach, rowing out of lane 4. They're in 4th place by about 2 seats over Newport in lane 1. And back by open water in the 6th place position, it is Marin. Marin bow to stern over River City in 7th. So again, still very early on in the race. There's definitely sure to be some change up here as we progress. But very early leaders here. Oakland, followed closely by Marina, and then Capital. And all boats now past 500 meters. Oakland now opening up their lead just a little bit more, pulling it bow to stern over Marina, and Capital still in contact with the Marina boat. Capital bow ball sitting on the stern deck of the Marina boat, pulling into that third place position pretty solidly with a 1-length lead over Long Beach, and Long Beach and Newport pacing each other. Dropping back a little bit more of open water in the 6th place position is Marin, and then by the same distance, River City in 7th. Because of my vantage point here in a 7-lane race, I can actually really hear what the coxswains are saying, and that Capital coxswain is digging into those girls. She is asking them. They row on this course every single day. They practice here, and they're watching one of those dreams come true at the end of their season. They're in a medaling position right now, unless anything drastic changes. Capital is looking good here in that 3rd place position. Oakland, however, in that 1st place spot with a little bit of open water over Marina, and now Capital coming up to challenge Marina for that 2nd place position. Still in 4th, it is Long Beach, followed very closely by Newport. Still in 6th is Marin, followed by River City in 7th. But now Capital making a big charge as we come to the halfway point. From my vantage point, it is Capital by about a bow ball over Marina for that 2nd place position.
And this just goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, that all the lanes are fast here at Lake Natoma, because Capital in lane 7 really continues to pour it on and move on the field. Capital clearly now moving into that 2nd place position behind the leader, Oakland. So it's Oakland, Capital, Marina, then we have Long Beach, then Newport, then we go back to Marin, followed by the trailing team, River City, as we come into the final stretch here of the Women's Novice 4 Grand Final. Oakland by themselves out in front by open water. It's Capital on the outside in lane 7 chasing. Marina, which held on to that 2nd place position for so long, has seen it taken away from them by a very strong and determined Capital crew in the outside lane. That outside lane's getting hit with the wind first, and yet it's not slowing down Capital. They're showing that they can take on any lane here, and they're doing a good job. Now, Long Beach in the yellow jerseys, that's becoming too close to call between them and lane 1 Newport. For 4th place, it's either Long Beach or Newport here as we come down. Slight advantage to lane 1 Newport as we approach 1,500 meters. Oakland still looking long and strong here as they cross 1,500. But then the next boat across will be Capital. Capital slowly moving up. Slowly moving up. One of their sayings is walk right through. And they're about to walk right through Marina here clearly. They've already done so, but will they do it to Oakland? That's the question I'm waiting to see. So Marina holding off Long Beach and Newport. Newport in lane 1, pulling away from Long Beach. Newport in 4th. Long Beach in 5th. Then we go back to Marin in 6th, and then finally River City in 7th place. These are the top 7 women's novice 4s from the Southwest region. All in their first year of rowing. These novices doing a superb job here rowing these 4s, which are harder to row than the 8s in terms of balance. The coxswain in the Oakland boat steering a great course, keeping a crew lined up straight down the middle. Capital on the outside, look at that lane 7 go. They're ahead of Marina. Marina still holding off Newport. That's Marina for the bronze, holding off Newport close to shore. Long Beach in 5th. Marin in 6th. River City in 7th. Here comes the final call for the Women's Novice 4. Oakland for the gold, Capital for the silver, Marina for the bronze, with Newport and Long Beach chasing. Give them a shout out for these Novice 4s as they finish.
And unofficially for the women's Novice 4 with Coxon was Oakland Strokes out of lane 3. Followed by Capital, then Marina Aquatic Center. Next race that we're going to have is the grand final number 12, the men's 3rd Varsity 8. Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association B. Lane 2, Marin Rowing A. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 4, Capital Crew. Lane 5, Long Beach Juniors A. And Lane 6, Los Gatos A. Again, that's our grand final 12, the men's 3rd Varsity 8, getting ready to head down the race course. And we've had a start for Grand Final 12. The men's 3rd Varsity 8 now headed down the race course. As they're approaching the 250-meter mark, we're going to turn it over to Adrian, who's going to give us the race call.
And 250 meters down in the grand final of the men's 3rd Varsity 8, we have a leader already by 1 boat length, and that is Marin B. Marin B with 1 boat length lead over Marina in lane 1. I'm going to make a correction here, and I apologize for that. That is Marin B in lane 2, and they are 1 length over Marin A in lane 1. So let's go back to some placement here. It's still very early on, all boats approaching 500 meters in. So again, Marin B in the lead. They're followed by Marin A in lane 1, and in the 3rd place position, it is Los Gatos rowing out of lane 6. They have 1 seat over Oakland in lane 3. 4th place position will belong to Oakland, and in 5th we'll move back on the inside. That is Capital. Capital 2 seats over Long Beach. And further corrections from me. Sometimes we get incorrect information, and I apologize for that. It is still Marin in the lead, but let's delineate between those boats. In the lead, it is Marin B. Marin A is in 2nd place. And Oakland now slipping into that third place position, just about 2 seats over Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 4th, and with Capital in 5th, followed by Long Beach in 6th. Very close race here as we approach 1,000 meters to go.
And the men's third level Varsity 8 Grand Final, now approaching 1,250 meters. As you heard, lane 2, Marin A, continues to dominate here over their fellow boat, Marin B, in lane 1. They are the top 2 boats here. On the outside, we go all the way on the outside to Los Gatos. Los Gatos and Oakland are both chasing these Marin boats. Right behind both Oakland and Los Gatos, very closely, are Long Beach and Capital. So it's really a tight field here, with the exception of Marin A being way out in front. It's very tight between the remaining boats. Lots of contact going on, certainly between Los Gatos, Long Beach, Capital, and to some extent Capital with Oakland. Oakland's Marin is looking at 2 medals here, gold and silver right now, as we approach 1,500. Oakland in that third place position here for the men's third level Varsity 8s. They keep the pipeline full at these programs, Oakland and Marin. They've got tons of varsity guys in the pipeline ready to move up and go fast. And this is their testing ground right here before next year starts. So you're seeing that, 2 Marin boats and an Oakland boat proving to be fast. Now going to that 4th place position, it's now dead even between Los Gatos, Long Beach, and Capital. They are open water back from Oakland. Oakland has managed to pull away and hold on to that third medal position. But what a race between Capital, Long Beach, and Los Gatos. Maybe a slight advantage to lane 6 Los Gatos over both Long Beach and Oakland. Regardless of whether or not they're going to get a medal, these 3 crews are really battling one another as a matter of honor here as being the top 6 third level boats in this region for the varsity men. 250 to go. It's Marin for the gold, and then also Marin for the silver, followed by Oakland for the bronze, and now Los Gatos pulling away for 4th, followed by Long Beach and Capital. Look for an exciting finish here with those last 3 boats as they all try to chase Oakland and get that last medal. Oakland holding on for the bronze, but they're being chased, and anything could happen. Anything could happen. We've got 150 to go, and Oakland now only has it by about 3 or 4 seats. Will Los Gatos overtake Oakland and get the bronze medal? It's still Oakland, but Los Gatos chasing hard. Get the camera ready at the finish line. Los Gatos could take that bronze away from Oakland.
Thanks for that call, Bob. That was too close to call between the Oakland Strokes and Los Gatos, lanes 3 and 6 for that third place position. Next race that we're going to have underway is Grand Final 13, the women's third Varsity 8. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 4, Los Gatos A. Lane 5, Marin Rowing Association A. Lane 6, St. Ignatius A. Again, we're going to have the start soon for the women's third Varsity 8 Grand Final 13. And we've had the start for Grand Final 13, the women's third Varsity 8. That's now headed down the race course. We turn it over to Adrian for the race call at the 250-meter mark.
And we are approaching 500 meters in the grand final of the women's third Varsity 8. In lane 1, Oakland A. Lane 2, Oakland B. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Marin. And lane 6, St. Ignatius. Our first place position with their bow first across the line at 500 meters is Oakland A. They have a one full boat length lead over their teammates in the Oakland B boat, and Oakland B with about 5 seats over Marin. Those are our top 3 crews in the first 500 meters. In the fourth place position, we move over to lane 3, Pacific. Pacific with about 2 seats over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos about 2 seats over St. Ignatius. And that must be some sort of secret race call for Marin. Coxon just knocked on the side of the boat, and her crew just jumped. They are trying to pull even with that Oakland B boat. Oakland A still out in front, and now with open water over the rest of the field. Oakland B still in second, just by about 2 seats over Marin. Marin with a half a boat length of open water over Pacific. Pacific and Los Gatos right next to each other, and as well as St. Ignatius. So 3 boats across here in those remaining 3 positions. Slight advantage to Pacific in the fourth place position. They're followed very closely by Los Gatos, and then right next to them, St. Ignatius in the 6th place spot. And whatever it was that Coxon said to her crew in the Marin boat made them just surge ahead. They now have 1 seat up over Oakland B. So Marin moving into the 2nd place position. Oakland A still out in front, still with open water, and now being chased by Marin. Marin 2 seats over Oakland B. And as we have seen all day, the Oakland crews, when they row in front, they just really maintain that composure and lengthen out, looking down over the rest of the field. Even if it is their teammates, they are in control here at the halfway point. So Oakland A in this third Varsity 8 still walking away from the rest of the competition. Marin with now just 1 seat over Oakland B. Oakland B in the 3rd place spot. Moving back into the 4th place position, that is Pacific. Pacific about 2 seats over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos full boat length over St. Ignatius.
And thank you for that call, Adrian, here as we look at the top 6 boats from the Southwest region for the women's 3rd level Varsity 8s. 2 of the boats from Oakland. You're seeing another real battle here between Oakland and Marin. They fight each other every year like this at Lake Natoma and at other regattas like the San Diego Crew Classic. Here they are again, Oakland A out in front, followed by Marin A, and then Oakland B. Those 2 boats, the Marin and Oakland B, are very close here, going for that silver medal. One of them will get it, one of them will get the bronze at this point. In 4th place, we do go back to Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco, then Los Gatos, and finally St. Ignatius High School, also from San Francisco. As we pass 1,250 meters, Oakland A boat in lane 1. Earlier we had a lot of wind at this point, but now the water has turned to glass, and these crews are taking full advantage of it, pulling down good times in the 3rd 500. We're seeing a little more separation between the top crews and the other 3 here as they hit that 3rd 500 and show us what they have. Oakland's going to be first across at 1,500, followed now by the Oakland B boat overtaking Marin. So the B boat from Oakland also overtaking Marin now for that silver medal. Marin for the bronze at 1,500 meters. They'll be followed by Pacific, Los Gatos, and St. Ignatius. Marin rowing at almost 36 strokes per minute in a desperate bid to catch up to that B boat from Oakland. Oakland A out in front rowing at 33, again understroking the competition but rowing faster than them. As we come into the last 250, Marin has now moved back again into the Oakland B territory. Who's going to take that silver medal? Will it be Marin? Will it be Oakland B? In fourth place continues to be Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific open water over Los Gatos. Los Gatos open water over St. Ignatius High School. These are the top 6 third-level varsity 8s for the women. For the gold, it's Oakland, and now Marin walking away to take the silver, followed by the bronze taken by the B boat from Oakland, and then finally Pacific, Los Gatos, and St. Ignatius, and here comes that finish.
I think of 4, I need San Diego Rowing Club back. I need their coxswain. Lightweight 4 coxswain, San Diego Rowing Club, event 17.
Your attention, please. We need a representative from San Diego Rowing Club, men's lightweight 4, event 17. Your coxswain has not weighed in. This is the men's lightweight 4, San Diego Rowing Club, event number 17. Your coxswain has not weighed in. And we do have results for the women's Novice 4 final, race number 11. In 7th place, River City. In 6th place, Marin Rowing. In 5th place, Long Beach Juniors. In 4th place, Newport Aquatic Center. In 3rd place for the bronze medal, Marina Aquatic Center. In 2nd place for the silver medal, Capital Crew. And in 1st place, with the gold medal, Oakland Strokes. That is the women's Novice 4 race. We do invite Oakland, Capital Crew, and Marina Aquatic Center to the podium stand. In the men's 3rd varsity 8, 6th place Capital Crew, 5th place Long Beach Juniors, 4th place Los Gatos. In 3rd place Oakland Strokes, 2nd place Marin Rowing, and in 1st place Marin Rowing. So we do invite those athletes in the men's 3rd varsity 8 from Marin, and Oakland Strokes to the podium stand.
And we are at 250 meters into the grand final of the men's novice quad in lane 1, Lake Casitas, lane 2, Stanford A, lane 3, Stanford B, lane 4, Long Beach, lane 5, Newport, and lane 6, San Diego. Our early leader here, not quite at 500 meters in, is Stanford A. Stanford A with 1 boat length over Casitas out of lane 1, and Casitas 4 seats over Long Beach. Long Beach in third, but just by about 1 seat over the entry from Stanford B. In the sixth place crew, or the fifth place crew actually, is going to go out into lane 6. That is San Diego. And in 7th place, it is Newport in lane 5. And here we go with 500 meters in. It is Stanford A already with open water. A little bit of a bobble there in the Casitas boat. They dipped over to port side just a bit. Didn't really affect their speed much, and they are still very solidly at that second place position. They took a big jump there at 500 meters, and their boat took a little bit more length between themselves and Long Beach. Long Beach with 1 seat over 4th place, Stanford B. Stanford B, 1 boat length over San Diego, and San Diego with about a length and a half of open water between themselves and Newport. Meters in, and it is Stanford A all the way. And again, as Bob has mentioned, very deep program, definitely for sculling with the Stanford program, and they could be in contention to actually win 2 medals in this event. Their little B boat, and I mean little, these are tiny little guys, they are cranking on it. They're pulling even as we speak with Long Beach. Moving into that 3rd place position, it is Stanford B. Stanford A way out in the lead. They have about a length and a half of open water over Casitas. Casitas with 2 lengths of open water over Stanford B, and now Long Beach. San Diego continuing in 5th, Newport in 6th. But what a great race here for both Stanford boats. Coming to the halfway point, we'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the remainder of this exciting race.
And what could be more exciting than a bunch of novices sculling a boat down at Lake Natoma, especially when some of them are coxswain size and they're holding off rowers who are even bigger than them. And that's the case for that Stanford B boat. They're not that big, but they sure are fit and they know how to move a boat. And that's what you just heard from Adrian on the water. Could be another event here where Stanford walks away with 2 medals. Right now, their A boat, Stanford's A boat, like a rocket, is way out in front with open water. In 2nd place, it is Casitas in lane 1 with those beautiful Kelly green shells they have. They are in the silver medal position here for the men's novice Cox quad. And then what a fight we have going on there between the B boat from Stanford and Long Beach, followed by the outside lane San Diego with Newport trailing. It's going to turn into a 3-boat race here for the bronze medal between Stanford B, Long Beach, and San Diego. Anything could happen here. We've seen it happen already today with these novices. Now that San Diego boat, they look pretty serious to me. They're on the outside there in lane 6, and they're rowing extremely well. Very clean, very long, really good swing, and they are on the hunt relative to Long Beach and Stanford B. Stanford B still holding on there. A little bit of missed water as that San Diego boat charges up on the outside. At 1,500 meters, I'll give you a more accurate call, but be ready to hear either Stanford B, Long Beach, or San Diego taking that bronze medal position. So Stanford A is already well past 1,500 meters. They've got 2 lengths open water over Casitas. We're going to make the call here at 1,500 for the bronze medal position. And boy, is it still close. It's going to be a real nail-biter here as they come into the spectator area. It's really going to come down to all of you cheering for them. They're going to need that adrenaline rush here as they come into the last 400 meters. 3rd boat across the line at 1,500 continues to be Stanford B. They've got it. They're not that big, but they've got it so far. They're holding off Long Beach and San Diego for 3rd place. Long Beach is in the bright yellow jerseys. You can see them now, the sun beating on their backs on the outside lane in the red hull. That is San Diego. In the trailing position, we have Newport in lane 5, rowing cleanly down the course. Nice blade work, just not matching the speed of these top boats. 200 meters to go. Stanford A's got a gold medal. Casitas has the silver medal. And Stanford B still holding on to that bronze medal position. But boy, is this going to be close, folks. Get your lungs ready to shout out for these three. Stanford B, Long Beach, and San Diego in a fight of their lives for that bronze medal position. Stanford A still for the gold. Casitas for the silver. 200 meters to go. And that little lightweight boat from Stanford B holding on, but San Diego on the outside. I told you about them. They're moving up dead even now. San Diego almost dead even with Stanford B. It's going to be a photo finish between San Diego, Stanford B, and Long Beach for the men's Novice Cox Quad. Here they come. Watch for that third place finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are already at 750 meters in the grand final of the women's single. I'll read the lanes for you. In lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, San Diego A. Lane 5, Xavier. And in lane 6, San Diego B. Our leader here, as we cross over 750 meters in, is Stanford A. She is followed very closely. She's got about 1 boat length over Marina Aquatic Center. And these top 2 boats with about 2.5 lengths of open water between them and the next place cruise. In third place, we'll move over to Newport. She is in that third place position, followed very closely by San Diego A. And in fifth place, we move to Xavier with sixth place, San Diego B. So in lane order is where you will find their placement. And no one making a move here in the top 2 boats. We've got Stanford just kind of sitting there, pacing herself. They are literally matching each other stroke for stroke. Blades in the water at the same time. As we come up to the halfway point is Stanford in the lead, followed by Marina Aquatic Center. A little bit of a dip down to port side and a little missed water there in the Marina boat. She lost a couple of inches there, but now she's coming back. As we cross over 1,000 meters, we can see a little bit of a push from the wind. Not much of a challenge, but it is a headwind, so it's going to slow these boats down just a little bit. Third place is Newport, and she's got a little bit of open water between herself and the A entry from San Diego. So San Diego A crossing over the line in the fourth place position. 1,000 meters to go. She is followed in fifth place by Xavier, and then San Diego B.
And ladies and gentlemen, this has been a race that coaches have been anticipating and looking forward to all year. These top single scholars from both Stanford and Marina, this is the showdown. When they did the seedings for the regatta, the question was who's number 1, who's number 2, and it was a real toss-up between these 2 programs, Stanford and Marina. Right now, Stanford in the lead. Stanford holding on to an advantage about a length here against Marina. These top 2 women's singles have a comfortable open water advantage over the next closest sculler from Newport in lane 3. Newport in lane 3 holding on to about a length, half a length advantage over San Diego A in lane 4. We then go inside to the last 2 boats, Xavier and San Diego B, in contact with each other as they approach 1250. Now at 1250 meters, the Stanford Scholar has just bumped the rate. She is taking the rate up and swinging a little bit harder into the wind. When you get a little bit of headwind, you want to hit the layback a little bit harder to create boat momentum. She's doing that, and she's taking more water away from Marina Aquatic Center. Marina still in the silver medal position, followed by Newport in third. This is an event that goes on to the national championships in Oak Ridge. So the top three go to Tennessee, and right now those top three are Stanford, Marina, and Newport at 1,500 meters. Meter line. It is Stanford in the lead, continuing to pull away from Marina Aquatic Center. In third place, Newport Aquatic Center, holding off San Diego A. San Diego A with greater open water now over both Xavier and San Diego B. You've got three packs of 2 boats each. The top 2, the middle 2, the last 2, they've separated by open water between those 3 fields. But again, this showdown that all the coaches have been looking forward to is happening right before your eyes, and it's a walk-away now by Stanford. Stanford juniors walking away with the women's varsity single, taking more water ever since the 1,250-meter line. That's Stanford in the red hall, cruising right by the tree at 2:50 to go. Followed closely the sculler from Marina Aquatic Center, also known for having a great sculling program, followed by Newport, also a good sculling program, with San Diego chasing in 4th place. You're looking at the top 6 women's single scullers from the Southwest region, with Stanford, Marina, and Newport going for the hardware, going for the gold, silver, and bronze. Stanford for the gold, Marina for the silver, Newport by a length for the bronze, as the women's singles come to the line. But now we're seeing a charge by San Diego. Keep your eye on lane 4. Will San Diego catch 3rd place Newport? Here comes that finish for the women's singles.
And that was the finish for the women's single, unofficially lanes 1, 3, and 4, Stanford, Newport, and San Diego Rowing Club A. Ladies and gentlemen, now headed down the race course is Grand Final 16, the men's lightweight double. Lane 1, Tempe Junior Crew A. Lane 2, Stanford Juniors A. Lane 3, Long Beach Juniors A. Lane 4, California Yacht Club. Lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center A. And Lane 6, Tempe Junior Crew B. We turn it over to Adrian on the water for the race call at the 300-meter mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await the start for the next race here, the men's lightweight double grand final, we would just like to thank again the CSUS Aquatic Center for making this venue available, along with the California State Park system. We also hope you've enjoyed the regatta announcing so far, provided by Crew Call. The Aquatic Center is going to be improving facilities over the years, including new speakers and more announcing launches to make this the #1 racing venue in the United States. At this point, we have 2.5 hours of racing to go, with lots more heats coming your way, as well as a few more grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for the start for the men's lightweight double scull. Both rowers weighing no more than 160 pounds. As soon as they get going, we'll let you know and turn it over to Adrian for the call. And now, headed down the race course is that men's lightweight double scull. We turn it over to Adrian and let's see what we have going.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are at 500 meters in with the grand final of the men's lightweight double. Our early leader here, and first with their bow across the line at 500 meters, it is Stanford. Stanford rowing out of lane 2. They have a slight lead over lane 1, Tempe A. In the third place position, we'll move over to lane 4. That is California Yacht Club. California Yacht Club with 1 length of open water between themselves, and 4th place Long Beach. Long Beach 2 seats above Tempe B, and Tempe B with about 1.5 lengths of open water between themselves and the trailing position, and that is Newport. But out in front, again, we've heard it all day long, that's Stanford. Stanford here with 1 length of open water between themselves and Tempe A. Again, third place goes to California Yacht Club. All boats approaching 1,000 meters to go. Again, this is Stanford with their bell first across the line at 1,000 meters. They're followed by Tempe A with California Yacht Club hot on their heels. California had come up a little bit to challenge Tempe, but now they've dropped back again. They're still very solidly in that third place position, but they've got two crews that are hot on their tail. That is Tempe B, Tempe Juniors B, and now Long Beach. Long Beach looking to have slipped back into the fifth place position, but just barely. So very close between Tempe B and Long Beach. Sixth place position still belongs to Newport, and we'll turn it over to Bob for the remainder of this race.
Well, thank you for that great call, Adrian. This is a hotly contested event here. The lightweight double had a time trial last night because there were so many entries. So you really are looking at the top 6 boats here because they had to row a time trial first, and they only took the top 21 times into the semis, and then from there, you're looking at the top 6 boats here in the grand final. Now, Stanford Junior, their men's lightweight double, they've been fast all year. They had early races this season where they proved their speed, and I actually predicted to their coach that they would win this event and go to nationals, and they're in a position to do that right now. Stanford in lane 2, out in front by open water over anyone else. They've got the race to themselves at this point, just past 1,250 meters. In second place, it is Tempe Junior Crew in lane 1. We then look at a good race in lane 4, Cal Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club holding off the Tempe Junior Crew B boat in lane 6. We then go to 5th place, Long Beach, and then finally Newport Aquatic Center in lane 5. Lane 2, Stanford Juniors, their men's lightweight double. They're going to be first across the line at 1,500 meters. Behind them, Tempe Junior Crew A, followed by Cal Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club in 3rd place. That's an automatic invite to national championships in Tennessee. Cal Yacht Club, one of the smaller programs here in the Southwest region, but well known for their sculling boats, as they always come up here to Lake Natoma and do well in the sculling events. Just past 1,500, here's the placement. In 1st place, Stanford Juniors. In 2nd place, Tempe Juniors. In 3rd place, Cal Yacht Club. In 4th place, the B boat from Tempe Juniors, then Long Beach in 5th, and finally, Newport Aquatic Center. Is this going to be another Stanford boat winning a ticket to Tennessee? It sure looks like it, because they've only got 350 meters to go, and like I said, they're all by themselves, and they're only 300 meters away from a gold medal. Tempe Juniors also 300 meters away from a silver, and then Cal Yacht Club for the bronze, but they've got to watch out for that B boat from Tempe Juniors. Look at that B boat out there in lane 6. Look all the way across the lanes to that white hull with the white blades. That's the B boat from Tempe, and they're trying to make a move and catch that crew from Cal Yacht Club. This is the grand final for the men's lightweight doubles. Rowing by themselves for the gold, Stanford. Then we've got Tempe Juniors, and a race that's getting closer for the bronze medal between Cal Yacht Club and the Tempe Junior B boat. Here comes that finish. It's going to be another gold for Stanford and another ticket to Tennessee.
And unofficially there's Stanford, Tempe Junior Crew A. Then really closely there, California Yacht Club out of lane 4. And that was the finish for the men's lightweight double. Top 3 finishers qualifying for the Youth National Championships in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now aligning the first of 3 heats for the women's lightweight 4. Top 2 places going on to grand finals. Lane 1, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 2, Upper Natoma Rowing Club. Lane 3, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 4 will be empty. Lane 5, Xavier Prep. Lane 6, River City B-Boat. And Lane 7, Oakland Strokes. Again, we're still waiting for the start for the women's lightweight 4 with Coxon, heat number 1. Athlete from Newport Aquatic Center, Luke Morton. Luke Morton from Newport Aquatic Center, please come to the finish line tent. Announcing table, I have your rowing credentials. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just underway here is the women's lightweight 4, one of 3 heats, top 2 going on to grand finals later this afternoon. We turn it over to the water announcer and see what we have going on here.
All crews have started cleanly here in Heat 1 of the women's lightweight 4. We're back into heats now, having finished the afternoon grand finals. So these are qualifying heats that will be contested tomorrow. Right now, our early leader, these will top 2 crews will advance to the finals. But our early leader here, not quite at 500 meters in, is Long Beach A. Long Beach A already with a little bit of open water over the remaining field. In second place, it is Pacific. Pacific bow to stern over Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma bow to stern over 4th place Xavier, and Xavier with 1 length and a little bit of open water over both River City B and Oakland Strokes in lane 7. And again, our leader here, Long Beach, they're followed by Pacific and being chased by Upper Natoma in 3rd. And just to point out, those of you who are new watching rowing, this lightweight event, what that means is that none of these women are over 130 pounds, so they're 130 pounds and under, extremely efficient, extremely fit, and Long Beach always very strong in the lightweight events. And they are really just walking away here. We're just a little bit past 500 meters in. Not much change up between the placement of Pacific and Upper Natoma. Pacific still holding off Upper Natoma with a 1-length lead over that boat. Back by about a length of open water in the 4th place position continues to be Xavier. Xavier with a little bit of open water over both River City and Oakland. River City and Oakland just dead even with each other. Meters in for Long Beach. They've got about a length and a half of open water between themselves and Pacific. Pacific inching their way a little bit further ahead of Upper Natoma. They're looking for a complete bow to stern advantage, and I'm sure a little bit of open water. Now, the disadvantage that these fours have is that the coxswain is sitting in the very bow of the boat, and so they often can't see their placement. Now, the Upper Natoma coxswain is actually sitting up so she can better see where she is at in this race. She needs to be in second place if she wants to qualify for the grand finals, and it's clear to her that she's going to have to keep chasing after that Pacific boat. Pacific taking a couple of more inches and moving their stern deck onto the bow ball of Upper Natoma. So Pacific in second, Long Beach continuing in first, now with 2 lengths of open water as they approach 1,000 meters to go. Fourth place continues to be Xavier, and they are followed by River City, and then finally Oakland.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this is a close race between second and third place, between Pacific and Upper Natoma. This is an event that also goes to the national championships in Tennessee. So first they get through the heats here, and then the grand finals will be tomorrow. Now the lead boat, Long Beach, they're coming down the course at 33 strokes per minute. Second place Pacific is fluctuating between a 30 and a 31.5, and that's allowing Upper Natoma to be a little close to them. Meanwhile, Long Beach is powering away from the field with that slightly higher stroke rate. So as we look down the course right now, it's still Long Beach by an even greater open water margin as they walk away with that first place position. Pacific continues in second with Upper Natoma just behind them in contact. Going on the outside to fourth place, it is Xavier. They've got the blue blades with the big white X on them. And then we go to the farther outside lanes, River City's B boat, and then Oakland in lane 6. Women's lightweight fours, heat number 1, now passing 1,250 meters, with Long Beach and Pacific in the top 2 qualifying positions. So Pacific at 30 now, holding on to second place at 1,500 meters. Upper Natoma at 35, so Pacific is understroking them and holding them off, but it's still very close here. So the Pacific coxswain has to stay aware that that Upper Natoma boat right behind him. Long Beach along the shore in the yellow jerseys, rowing very well, way out in front, a comfortable advantage right now to go on to the grand final. In fourth place continues to be Xavier, followed by River City's B boat, and then the Oakland Strokes. Keep your eye on lane 2, Upper Natoma, and lane 3, Pacific. One of those 2 boats will get the second qualifying position to go on to the grand final. .250 meters to go for Long Beach here in the women's lightweight 4 heat number 1. Top 2 boats to the grand final. It's still Pacific Rowing Club in that second qualifying position with Upper Natoma bow to stern right behind them. Going to the outside lane in fourth place, River City B has overtaken Xavier with Oakland in the final position here for heat number 1. Top 2 boats go on. The race here is between Pacific and Upper Natoma. It continues to be about 1 seat open water apart with 100 meters to go.
And this is the finish for the women's lightweight 4. First heat unofficially going to grand finals is Long Beach Junior A out of lane 1. Then Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco out of lane 3. Attention, all spectator, athletes, and parents. Would Karen Crowley please come to the finish line tent for Lost and Found? And last name Coupin to the finish line tent for a Lost and Found item. Again, Karen Crowley and Mr. and Mrs. Coupin to the finish line. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now underway is the second heat for the women's lightweight 4. We turn it over to Adrian, who's at the 500-meter mark for the race call.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are into heat 2 of the women's lightweight 4. All crews now at 500 meters in. In lane 1, NorCal. Lane 2, River City A. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Los Gatos, lane 5, Artemis, and lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. Our first place crew, just past 500 meters in, is Newport out of lane 3. They have a bow to stern advantage over River City in lane 2, and River City is 4 seats over NorCal in lane 1. Now back by open water and in the 4th place position, it is Los Gatos with a length of open water over Artemis, and Artemis with about 2 or 3 lengths of open water over Cathedral Catholic. All boats now at 750 meters in. There are lots of separation now between these boats. A little bit different than the last heat. We see Newport out in front, bow to stern over River City. River City bow to stern over over NorCal. NorCal in the 3rd place position. And then back by a length or more of open water, it is Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 4th place. They're followed by Artemis. And Artemis several lengths of open water ahead of Cathedral Catholic in that 6th place position. Top 2 crews to advance to the final. That will be contested tomorrow. And these top 3 crews now with their bow across the line with 1,000 meters to go. Top 3 crews right now, Newport, followed by River City, and then NorCal.
And the heat number 2 of the women's lightweight 4s now up at 1,250 meters. The leader, Newport, and 2nd place River City, both rowing at 32 strokes per minute. 3rd place NorCal at 33 strokes per minute. These top 3 boats have an open water separation between themselves and the remaining field. In 4th place, that will be lane 4, Los Gatos. Then in 5th place, Artemis. And then finally, in 6th place, one of the newer teams in the region, Cathedral Catholic High School from the San Diego area. As you heard, only 2 boats will go to the grand final. NorCal is falling off the pace here in lane 1. They're back by about a seat open water behind the 2 leaders from Newport and River City as we approach 1,500 meters. So the grand final will be tomorrow, as you heard from Adrian. So this is just the heat, and you got to be in the top 2 to move on. NorCal in lane 1 is trying hard to catch up. Like I said, they're at the higher stroke rate. They're still within position. They could still move up and take a second place position. With 500 meters to go, I've seen it happen, and anything can happen here at Lake Natoma in these heats. Water conditions are perfect right now, allowing for great moves like that. Pacing side by side, though, Newport and River City together seem to be holding off the gold boat from NorCal in lane 1. .350 meters to go as they come by the viewing platform at the end of tent row. It's still the same two teams for our heat number 2 of the women's lightweight fours. 130 pounds maximum per athlete. It's Newport and River City. Newport and River City in the top 2 qualifying positions. As long as they keep everyone else behind them, they go to the grand final tomorrow. NorCal in lane 1, they've got 250 meters to do something if they want to move on. They're running out of time here as we come on to the finish line. On the outside, we see Los Gatos, then Artemis and Cathedral Catholic in the final 3 positions. Heat number 2 of the women's lightweight 4 now finishing. Newport and River City pacing each other, NorCal chasing.
And unofficially by about a bow deck is River City A out of lane 2 over Newport in lane 3. Those are the 2 boats unofficially going to the grand finals for the women's lightweight 4. And we're just about ready for the start for event 20C. That's the women's lightweight 4, 3rd heat. Top 2 going on in the grand finals. Lane assignments as follows. Lane 1, Capital Crew. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior B. Lane 4, Stanford Juniors. Lane 5, Stockton. Lane 6, Artemis B. Again, still waiting on the start for the women's lightweight 4, 3rd heat. Ladies and gentlemen, and we've just had the start for the women's lightweight 4 heat number 2. Top 2 places from this heat going on to grand finals tomorrow. We turn it over to Adrian, who's going to get us the call on the water.
And we have had a quick start to Heat 3 of the women's lightweight 4. Top 2 crews to advance to the finals tomorrow. All boats approaching 250 meters. And our early leader that really just jumped out of the gate there was Capital. Capital rowing out of lane 1. They have a bow to stern advantage already over Long Beach Juniors' B boat in lane 3. And Long Beach Juniors' bow to stern over Marina Aquatic Center. Now these top 3 crews, not quite at 500 meters in, already have 2 lengths of open water over the rest of the field. So that really shows the difference in power and explosion in these top 3 boats. A great start usually sets a great precedent for the rest of the race. All boats now approaching 500 meters. Again, our leader, Capital, followed by Long Beach B, and then Marina Aquatic Center. Now over for the 4th place position, we'll look to lane 5, lane 6. This is Artemis. I'm going to make a correction here. Stockton in lane 5 for that 4th place position. They are followed closely by Stanford rowing out of lane 4. And then in the 6th place position, it is Artemis and their B entry. Very big separation, almost like 2 completely separate races here going on the race course. At 750 meters already, it continues to be Capital, now with a little bit of open water over Long Beach B. Long Beach B still holding their position in 2nd place, 4 seats above Marina Aquatic Center. And now back by several lengths of water are our 4th, 5th, and 6th place positions. 4th place continues to be Stockton. They're followed by Stanford. And then in the trailing position, doing a fine job, just not quite matching the power and speed, is Artemis B. And taking a little bit of a move right here, about 100 meters before the 1,000-meter mark, it is Marina moving up to challenge Long Beach B. Capital still with the lead. A little bit of open water for them. Long Beach still in 2nd, but with Marina making a big move there and taking back a seat. So we've got Long Beach B in 2nd, just by about 2 seats over Marina. 1,000 meters to go. I'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the final race call.
Well, we're a long ways from that, Adrian, because this race is getting very close between the 3 crews you just mentioned, Capital, Marina, and Long Beach. This is going to come down to the wire here because only 2 boats are going to go to the grand final, and we've got a very hot race between 3 of them. Now, there is the separation you talked about between the top 3 and the trailing 3, so that call is easy to make, and that 4th place boat is out there in lane 5. That's Stockton. Stockton with a growing program, and here they are with the women's light 4, so that's great to see. Stanford now in 5th place, and then in the trailing position, the B boat from Artemis. But back to the top 3 boats. In 1st place, it still is Capital. Capital's had a very good lightweight women's program this year, and their lightweight 4 is showing that same speed. Right next to them now, Marina making a move, and they have overtaken Long Beach. Long Beach still in a position to take water back from Marina, but Marina clearly moving through. Long Beach just after the halfway markers. So over about last 200 meters, Marina took the rate up, made a power 10, took a move, and they came out successful, and they now have that second qualifying position to go on to the grand final. We'll give you the next call just after 1500, but Long Beach has fallen back to third, and they are now chasing second place Marina. And the top three boats for the women's lightweight four is heat number 3, now past 1,500 meters. Marina continues to hold on to that second qualifying position, and they are taking more water away now from Long Beach in lane 3. Long Beach in the yellow jerseys, they were in a much closer race at the halfway markers, but now Marina finding that extra gear in the third 500 to move up into qualifying position so they can go to the grand final for the women's lightweight four tomorrow. Marina is bow to stern behind Capital. Capital in the lead along the shoreline. Still rowing well and further back from these three teams are the three trailing teams. We have Stockton Rowing Club, followed by Stanford, and then the B boat from Artemis. Stockton and Artemis, the newer, younger programs in this region, and it's not very often that we see Stanford juniors enter a sweep boat, but here they are with their women's lightweight four. Final call for Heat 3 of the women's light four. Two boats to the grand final. Unofficially, Capital and Marina in those positions with Long Beach chasing. Next up will be the men's pairs after this finish.
And from this third heat here for the women's lightweight four, unofficially going to the grand final, is Capital Crew out of lane 1, followed by Marina Aquatic Center in lane 2. Next up will be event 19A, the men's pair suite. 3 heats total, top 2 going on to grand finals. For the first heat, lane 1, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club. Lane 3, NorCal Crew. Lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Casitas Rowing. Lane 6, Los Gatos. Lane 7, Cathedral Catholic. Again, that's for the men's pair, heat 1 of 3. Getting ready to start here. And we've had the start for the men's pair, heat number 1. We turn it over to Adrian, who will tell us how it's going there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heat 1 of the men's pair, top 2 to the finals. There will be 3 heats contested in this event. And so far so good. We don't have any lane corrections here. This is a very difficult boat to row. One thing to understand is the men's pair is a sweep boat, so each rower has one oar, either a port or a starboard side, and they steer using pressure on the face of the blades or with a steering mechanism that is attached to their foot. So very high level of technical proficiency here in these boats, and definitely everything's going well. Everyone is in their lanes. Race is progressing well. In lane 1, we actually have an open lane in lane 1. So our first place crew right now is coming out of lane 2. That is Pacific. Pacific with about a stern advantage over NorCal. NorCal is in the second place spot. They have a half a boat length of open water over the third place crew out of San Diego. San Diego with 1 seat over Los Gatos. Los Gatos rowing out of lane 6. Moving back into the 5th place position, that is Cathedral Catholic High School out of lane 7, and they're being paced very closely by Casitas in lane 5. Boats now at 750 meters in. Again, our leader continues to be Pacific. They are now being paced very closely by NorCal, so a little bit of water taken back by NorCal. Pacific still with the lead, but just now 2 seats over NorCal. Third place belongs to Los Gatos with 2 seats over San Diego. San Diego in 4th. 2 crews will advance to the grand finals, and again, that will be run tomorrow. Cathedral Catholic continues to hold on to the 5th place position, and they're being paced closely by Casitas. All crews now approaching the halfway point.
And as you heard, ladies and gentlemen, heat 1 of the men's pair now coming down the course. This is perhaps the most difficult boat to steer due to the leverage advantage that Varsity has. 2 boats go to the grand final, so we're going to pay close attention. Right now it still is Pacific in the lead, followed by NorCal. Remember, lane 1 is open. There's no crew in lane 1. So lane 2 is the closest lane with a boat in it to the spectator tents. Now Pacific and NorCal continue to pace one another here in the lead. Going back from them, we go to lane 6, Los Gatos in 3rd place. Then we come back inside to San Diego Rowing Club in 4th place. Then we go back to Casitas, and then finally Cathedral Catholic High School in the trailing position. The top 4 boats are now past 1,250 meters. It continues to be Pacific and NorCal, with NorCal slightly moving up relative to Pacific here as we approach the 1,500-meter line. That will be where we give you our next call in heat 1 of the men's pair. And we're now crossing 1,500 meters for heat 1 of the men's pair. Again, we have 2 boats side by side, Pacific and NorCal in the top 2 qualifying positions. 3rd place continues to be Los Gatos in lane 6, followed by 4th place San Diego. San Diego holding off both Casitas and Cathedral Catholic High School in the trailing 2 positions. Pacific and NorCal approaching 350 meters. They're really just kind of pacing each other right now. Los Gatos on the outside would be the closest threat. Los Gatos in lane 6 is within striking distance, not an easy striking distance, but with 350 to go, anything could happen. So Pacific and NorCal in the lead with Los Gatos in 3rd at 350 meters to go. 250 meters to go, and it remains the same. Pacific and NorCal here for Heat 1 of the men's varsity pairs. 2 boats go to the grand final. Los Gatos is in third, San Diego in fourth, followed by Casitas and Cathedral Catholic. Here comes that finish for Heat 1 of the men's pairs. Top 2 boats to the final, and it's Pacific and NorCal in the lead with Los Gatos chasing.
And coming in through the finish line here, Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco with open water over lane 3, NorCal. Those 2 boats are going on to grand finals. Now going down the race course is the second heat for the men's pairs. Again, top 2 going on to grand finals. We turn it over to Adrian, who will give us the call. Announcement. Will Sylvia Hackett come to the finish line tent, please? Sylvia Hackett to the finish line tent. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have Heat 2 of the men's pair currently being contested and approaching 500 meters in. Several steering corrections coming from the referees, but it looks like all boats are progressing nicely now. In lane 1, we have Marin Rowing Association. In lane 2, Capital B. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Brophy. Lane 5, Sarah. Lane 6, River City. And lane 7, San Diego B. And at 500 meters in, our early leader, just by about a half a seat, is Marin. Marin with about a half a seat lead over Newport in lane 3. Now, these top 2 crews already have about a length and a half of open water over everyone else. In the third place position, we move back over to lane 2. That's Capital B. Capital B, bow to stern over River City in that 5th place position, and in 6th we go to the outside lane, San Diego B, and in the final and trailing position, that is Brophy in lane 4. So if you're watching the video at all, what you'll see coming from the referee's launch, if there is a course correction, is they'll put up a white flag and they'll aim it in the direction that they want the crew to go. So Capital getting a little bit of a course correction here. All things look fine, but they just want to make sure that everyone has a fair race and everyone is staying within their lanes. So again, our leader continues to be Marin. Marin now pulling their stern further ahead of Newport's bow. And both of these top 2 boats with about a length and a half of open water over Capital. Capital with a length of open water over Sarah. Final positioning here as we come up to the 1,000-meter line. Marin, followed by Newport, and then finally Capital, Sarah, and then 5th place River City, followed by San Diego, and then Brophy. 1,000 meters to go. This is Heat 2 of the men's pair. Top 2 crews to advance to the final.
And thank you for that call, Adrian. Just had to deal with a rattlesnake up here on Rattlesnake Hill. It's back in the bushes where it belongs, but a little scary for a moment there. All right, back to the men's pair races, heat number 2. As we see here, Marin in the lead. Marin has been holding on to that lead with a stroke rate of 34. Stroke rate of 34 as they come down the course. And then in second place, the second qualifying position is Newport in lane 3. In third place, the B boat from Capital that you heard earlier got steered a little bit by the referee's launch. Then we go to fourth place, which is going to be lane 5, Sarah High School. Sarah High School holding off both River City and the B boat from San Diego. And finally, the trailing boat, but rowing well, the team from Brophy Prep. They are from Arizona. As we approach 1,500 meters, it is clear that the Marin Rowing Association A boat and the Newport boat, they have an open water advantage over the next closest boat, which is the B boat from Capital. Now, these boats do not have coxswains, but believe it or not, they still have pairs with coxswains. I've rowed one of those. It feels like a brick. These boats feel light by comparison, but they're harder to steer. But Marin doing a great job, as is Newport. So here they come into the last 500 meters. Marin and Newport both in the qualifying position for the grand final, with the B boat from Capital chasing, and the remaining field from Sarah, River City, San Diego B, and Brophy. Coming by to the viewing platform at 350, that's Marin. They're getting a big shout out from the Marin tent. I can hear it from up here on the hill. And then we have Newport out there in lane 3 in that second qualifying position with Capital B chasing. This is heat number 2 of the men's pairs. Top 2 go to the grand final. Here comes that finish. Top 2 boats are Marin and Newport, followed by Capital B, then Sarah, and the remaining field of River City, San Diego B, and Brophy. Next up, heat number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, unofficially, that was lanes 1, 2, and 3, Marin, Capital B, and Newport going on to the grand finals. Next up is the third and final heat for the men's pairs. Top 2 going on to the grand finals, and we'll have that start shortly. Just a quick announcement. Will a coach from the St. Ignatius High School program please come to the finish line tent, please? Coach from St. Ignatius High School to the finish line tent, please. Thank you.
And we'll be picking up heat 3 a little shy of 500 meters in Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association B, Lane 2, Capital A, Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, Lane 4, Stockton, Lane 5, Palo Alto, and Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. And here at their bow first across the line at 500 meters in, it is Marina Aquatic Center rowing out of Lane 3. They have a bow to stern advantage over Marin B, and Marin B with about a half a boat length of open water over Capital in Lane 2. Capital about 2 seats up over Stockton, and then Oakland in the outside lane. In the 6th place position, we move back inside to Lane 5. That is Palo Alto. So still very early on in the race. There'll sure to be a little bit more separation as we progress down the course. But our early leaders here, Marina Aquatic Center, followed by Marin B. And at 750 meters, there has been a little bit of a change in placement, not in the leaders, but in the remaining field. So Marina continues to lead, but they are certainly watching over their portside oars that Marin is taking back a little bit of that water. But it is the crew in Lane 6, Oakland Strokes, that's moved up into the 3rd place position. They're trying to close the gap between themselves and Marin and Marina. So Oakland into 3rd, Capital in 4th, with Stockton in 5th. 6th place is several lengths back to Palo Alto, doing a fine job in holding their course. All boats coming up on the halfway markers here, 1,000 meters to go. Our leader from the very start and continuing here is Marina Aquatic Center, followed very closely by the 2nd entry from Marin.
Well, thank you for that call, Adrian. Marin's trying to change the game right now. Just saw the bowman look across at the Marina boat, and it appears he called for a rate increase because the Marin boat is charging hard now. That's the B boat from Marin in Lane 1. Marina bowman just looking over, realizing we've got a race on our hands, even though both these crews are in a good qualifying position. Both Marin B and Marina have plenty of open water right now between themselves and the next closest crew. That's going to be Oakland out in Lane 6. Oakland being chased closely by Capital A in Lane 2 and Stockton in Lane 4. In the trailing position, we have Palo Alto in Lane 5. Now, the big part of this event is the steering. The better the steering, the better you'll do, because there's no coxswain for these boats, and that can have a big difference in the outcome of the race. Right now, Marin overtaking Marina by about half a deck. It's very close. Marina, of course, still in a qualifying position, as you heard earlier. On the outside, Oakland still chasing with Capital and Stockton in the hunt. That's the call right before 1500. We'll give you the last call at 3:50 to go. Well, I can't believe it, but I'm clocking Marin at 41 strokes a minute as they approach 350 meters. That is awfully high for this part of the race. You typically only see a rate like that on the sprint or on the start, but 350 to go. I did clock him at 41. Marina at 34 here, but Marin having overtaken them. Again, no worries for Marina. They're still in the qualifying position. It's Oakland on the outside that's trying to catch up, but with only 250 meters to go, it's not looking likely at this point, as they are in a more of a close race with Capital in the second lane. Stockton chasing in fifth here as we conclude the heat number 2 of the men's varsity pairs. Correction, heat number 3 of the men's varsity pairs now finishing. Next up will be the women's quad semifinal number 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is semifinal 1 of 3 for the women's quad. And this was a time trial yesterday, and it was cut down to about 21 entries here. So we've got 3 semifinals that we will be taking the top 2 places and moving them on to the grand finals tomorrow. Right now, not quite at 500 meters, our leader is Long Beach, rowing out of lane 1. They're being followed about a length and a half of open water back by Artemis from Oakland, rowing on the Oakland estuary. The third place position, we're going to move over to lane 5. That's Capital about 3 seats over San Diego B. In the 5th place position, we move back over to lane 4. That is Stanford B, excuse me. And then in the 6th place position, it is Long Beach B. They're followed by Tempe Junior Crew B in the 7th place position. So we've got 7 boats on the water here, but it is the crew from Long Beach A. They've got 2 crews on the water, but their A boat here just kind of walking away already at 500 meters. And with their bow at 750 meters in, it is Long Beach A, 3 lengths of open water between them and the crew from Artemis. Artemis with a little bit of open water between themselves and third place Capital. Capital with a bow to stern advantage over San Diego. San Diego in 4th. San Diego bow to stern over Stanford B. Stanford B in the 5th place position. And they are followed back by about a length and a half of open water by Long Beach B. Long Beach B with about the same distance between themselves and Tempe Junior Crew B. All these crews almost at the halfway point. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill as Long Beach A continues to walk away with their lead. Again, this is a semifinal. Top 2 places will advance to the grand final tomorrow.
Well, Long Beach in the yellow jerseys showing themselves to be another good sculling program here at Lake Natoma. They are way out in front here in semifinal number 1 for the women's varsity quad. They are in a position right now where they can almost cruise to the line as they watch the rest of the boats behind them struggle to get that second qualifying position. Artemis in lane 2 continues to hold on to second place, but right behind them is Capital. Capital in lane 5. Definitely a threat to Artemis right now as we approach 1,250 meters. It's Long Beach, then Artemis, Capital, that close together. Then we go back inside to San Diego in lane 3, then Stanford B, then outside Long Beach B, and then finally the B boat from Tempe Junior Crew. So this pack is really spread out, and the race here is for second place between Artemis and Capital. We'll give you that next call at 1,500 meters. And Long Beach has now passed 1,500 meters in semifinal number 1 of the women's varsity quad. Next across the line at 1,500, it is going to be Capital. Capital moving into that second qualifying position just ahead of Artemis, but boy is it close. It is by no means an easy call. It's Capital and Artemis still side by side, but a slight advantage to Capital. But right now Artemis making a move in response to Capital taking water. It's still Capital over Artemis, but Artemis with 350 meters to go might stage a big move to upset Capital and take back that second qualifying position. For Long Beach, way out in front in the yellow boat with the yellow jerseys, they look great. They came down the course last night in the time trial and looked really fast and really smooth. Back to the outside, though, it's Capital overtaking Artemis for that second qualifying position. Artemis is in the blue boat. Capital in the white boat further across the lanes. A very patient race by Capital as they stayed right there with Artemis, and then at this point right now they made their move to get that qualifying slot for the grand finals. Semifinal number 1 for the women's varsity quad now finishing with Long Beach way out in front, followed by Capital for the second qualifying position, with Artemis chasing, followed by San Diego, Stanford B, Long Beach B, and Tempe Junior B.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a start in heat number 2 of the women's varsity quads. We'll go ahead and take it to Adrian down at the starting line.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, semifinal 2 of the women's quad. We've got all of our boats coming up to 250 meters in, and our very early leader here is Stanford A. Stanford A rowing out of lane 1. They already have just a slight bit of open water over Tempe Junior A. These top 2 boats now with open water over the remaining field. In the 3rd place position, we move over to lane 4. This is Zlack Rowing Club. Zach, 1 seat over Marina Aquatic Center in 4th. In the 5th place position, we move over to lane 6. That is North Bay. North Bay bow to stern over Berkeley High School, and Berkeley High School 2 seats over Humboldt Bay. And that little bit of a crosswind has picked up again right here at 500 meters in. Doesn't seem to be affecting anyone on the course as everyone is rowing cleanly, and all blades look to be very close to the water, so not a problem here, but there is a little bit of a push, a little crosswind. Stanford continuing to walk away from the rest of the competition over there in lane 1. They now have a half a boat length of open water over Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors with 1 boat length now over Zlack. Zlack rowing out of lane 4. They are bow to stern now over Marina. Marina is bow to stern, maybe a little bit of open water over North Bay. North Bay doing a great job here. Very young program for them and a brand new coach this year. So they are sure to be a crew to watch. In the 6th place position, we move back over to Berkeley High School. They are bow to stern with a little bit of open water over Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay doing a great job there in lane 7, but just not able to match the power and speed of the other crews. Lots of separation between boats as we progress down the race course. All boats now approaching the halfway markers. It is Stanford now with half a boat length of open water between themselves and Tempe. Not much of a change up there. So Tempe making a big push as they approach the halfway point. They want to see if they can close that gap between themselves and Stanford and maybe look at a little better positioning in the grand finals tomorrow. 3rd place still belongs to Zlack. They are bow to stern, a little bit of open water between themselves and Marina now 1 length of open water between themselves and North Bay. 6th place still belongs to Berkeley High School, and then trailing is 7th place Humboldt.
And as semifinal number 2 for the women's varsity quad comes down the course, the separation is growing more and more apparent here between Stanford and Tempe Junior crew. Together, they are separating themselves from the remaining field. That 3rd place team from Zlack, they continue to have an advantage over Marina. They are trying very hard to try to catch that 2nd place boat from Tempe Junior crew in lane 2, but they've got quite a deficit to make up. It's going to be a big push for them if they want to go to the grand final. They could still do it, of course, and we're going to pay close attention because these quads are all very experienced. In 4th place, it is Marina Aquatic Center. They are right there, open water, just a little bit of open water back from Zlack Rowing Club. We then come outside to North Bay. North Bay, one of the younger programs, as you heard Adrian call, out of Petaluma, California. North Bay with a lead over Berkeley, and then finally Humboldt Bay juniors in the final position. All boats now approaching 1,500 meters with the 2 leaders again, lanes 1 and 2, Stanford A and Tempe Junior A. .350 meters to go for semifinal number 2 of the women's varsity quads. Stanford rowing at a 38-31, and Tempe Junior crew about the same. They're cruising right now, saving it for the grand final, which will happen tomorrow. In the yellow shell out there in 3rd place here in the semifinal number 2, that's Zlack Rowing Club from San Diego. They're ahead of Marina Aquatic Center in 4th place. Marina in 4th behind 3rd place Zlack. Then going outside, North Bay showing good form here as they come down the course. They are right behind Marina, about half a length open water, holding off Berkeley High School. Berkeley way ahead of Humboldt Bay Juniors in that final position. 2 boats to the grand finals tomorrow. Unofficially, Stanford and Tempe Juniors looking at those 2 positions right now as we wrap up semifinal number 2 of the women's varsity quads.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final of 3 semifinals for the women's quad. We are at almost 750 meters in, and our leader is in lane 1, San Diego Rowing Club. They have a bow to stern advantage over lane 2, Los Gatos. Now these top 2 crews with several lengths of open water between themselves and the remaining field. In the 3rd place position, we'll move over to lane 4, Marin Rowing Association. Marin, 3 seats over River City. River City, 3 seats over Artemis, and Artemis actually neck and neck, dead even with Casitas for that 5th place spot. Back in the, for the 6th place spot. Back in the 7th place position, it is NorCal crew rowing out of lane 7. And And now a big jump over there by the San Diego boat all the way out in lane 1 as they approach the halfway point. They now have a length of open water over Los Gatos. Now, considering both San Diego and Los Gatos look to be in a comfortable qualifying position, they can look down at the rest of the field and feel pretty confident about their placement for tomorrow's grand final. Of course, it's never over until it's over, but right now San Diego and Los Gatos looking good and looking into a nice, comfortable qualifying position. Marin, however, coming up to overtake River City there in that third place position and looking for a little bit of open water. River City in 4th, Casitas now in 5th, and 1 length over Artemis, who is in 6th place. NorCal continuing in 7th place. We'll turn it over to Bob for the final 1,000 meters.
And thank you, Adrian. The racing never stops here at Lake Natoma. We still have another hour to go, folks, but the racing is still hot and heavy here at Lake Natoma. And this San Diego boat in lane 1, they are rowing like a rocket right now. They just keep taking water from the field. They're not pacing anybody. They are on a mission, and that mission is to get as much open water as they can between the halfway point and the finish line, and they're doing it. It's quite impressive to watch. I'm sure they want to stack themselves up next to Long Beach and Stanford A tomorrow and really see how they can do in the grand final. In that second place position, Los Gatos in lane 2, also in a good position, but they're rowing a little bit more comfortably. They're not quite as fast as San Diego right now. They still have a good open water advantage between themselves and the remaining field. In third place, it is Marin in lane 4. They're in third, trying to catch that boat from Los Gatos. And then we go back to 4th place, River City, and then back outside to Casitas, then Artemis B, and finally NorCal Crew in lane 7. We'll give you the next call just after 1500, but the top 2 qualifying boats right now are San Diego and Los Gatos. Okay, folks, we're coming into the last 350 meters of the final semifinal, the last semifinal of the women's varsity quads. And in the red shell closest to you in the spectator tents, that is San Diego Rowing Club. They have been rowing out in front like that all the way. They just dropped the rate about 100 meters ago. Before that, they were slightly higher. Now they're about a 32.5. Following them in the second qualifying position, Los Gatos. Then on the outside, Marin, then River City, followed by Casitas, then Artemis B, and finally NorCal Crew. Top 2 to the grand final, it's San Diego and Los Gatos unofficially here as we wrap up the third semifinal for the women's varsity quads. Next up, the men's lightweight fours after this finish.
And Heat 1 currently underway of the men's lightweight 4. In Lane 1, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Upper Natoma. Lane 5, Berkeley High School. Lane 6, North Bay. And Lane 7, San Diego Rowing Club. And very early on into this race, at about 400 meters in, it is Marin already with an open water lead over the rest of the field. Marin is followed right now by Upper Natoma with just about a bow ball advantage over Newport. So Upper Natoma in second, followed by Newport, but very, very close, and all crews packed together except for Marin, who is already way out in front. In the fourth place position, we move back inside to River City, and they're being paced closely by fifth place Berkeley High School. In the sixth place position, we move to the outside. That is San Diego Rowing Club. And in seventh place, back to North Bay. North Bay back by about 1 length to San Diego. And all boats now pass the first 500 meters. It is Marin now by a length and a half of open water over second place Newport. Newport now coming into that second place position. And too close to call here between Upper Natoma and Berkeley High School. Top 2 crews will advance to the finals tomorrow. Again, this is a lightweight event with none of the athletes past 160 pounds. Marin in the lead, they're followed by Newport, and then Berkeley High School, Upper Natoma. Very close between Berkeley High and Upper Natoma, and Berkeley chasing after Newport, seeing if they can get into one of those qualifying positions. Back in that fifth place position, it is River City. River City up to San Diego by about 1 seat, and still in seventh, it is North Bay. Really nice push here by Berkeley High School as they inch their way in to Newport's boat. Newport still in second, Marin way out in front. But Newport trying to hold on to that second place position as we come across the halfway markers. They've got to look over their starboard side at Berkeley High School because Berkeley is intent on taking one of those spots and traditionally always very strong in the lightweight 4 event. In fourth place, we drop back to Upper Natoma. Back to them by 1 length, it is River City, San Diego. River City and San Diego very close to each other in terms of placement. And seventh place and trailing, it is North Bay.
And thank you, Adrian, for that call. You're absolutely right about Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School in this event has gone to nationals many times and brought home medals from nationals, including a gold medal in the men's lightweight 4 as well as other medals. So they are intent. They do want to move up and get that second qualifying position. And right now they are in a position to do that with Marin out in front. It is now a decision about who's going to be in second place. Newport and Berkeley are in that fight. Right behind them, Upper Natoma Rowing Club, about 1 length down from both Berkeley and Newport. Right behind them, we then have close racing between River City and North Bay, River City and San Diego Rowing Club, followed by North Bay in lane 6. So you got 7 boats coming down the course here, and the race to watch, because Marin is way out in front for first, the race to watch here is between Berkeley in lane 5 and Newport in lane 2. We're about to cross 1,500 meters. We'll give you that call, and we'll see who's in second place so they can go on to the grand final tomorrow. And it's very close. It is Berkeley High School in second place over Newport, but they're both in contact. Anything could change in the next 500 meters. But Berkeley and Newport locked horn to horn here as they struggle to find who's going to take second place. Berkeley tent, Newport tent, get your lungs down by the water because you got two boats here, both fighting each other. Only one of them's going to go on to that grand final. Berkeley in the black boat with the bright yellow blades with the big red B on it. Newport along the shore with NAC written on the side of their boat. But it is Berkeley in that second qualifying position now to go to the grand final. Upper Natoma in fourth, San Diego in fifth, followed by River City and then North Bay. 250 meters to go, Marin way out in front, but it is still very close between Berkeley and Newport. Two boats to the grand final tomorrow. These are the men's lightweight fours. Look at this finish, folks. Get the camera ready at the finish line. It's going to be close. Berkeley with 2 seats over Newport. Here comes that finish. Men's lightweight four, heat number 1, Marin, followed by Berkeley Newport.
And ladies and gentlemen, heat 2 already underway and past 500 meters in of the men's lightweight four. Top 2 crews to advance to the final. In lane 1, Long Beach. Lane 2, Casitas. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Stanford. Lane 5, Artemis. Lane 6, Brophy. And lane 7, NorCal. Right now, our top 2 boats are Oakland and Long Beach. Oakland rowing out of lane 3. They have 3 seats over Long Beach. And back by about a length and a half of open water, it is Casitas with 3 seats over NorCal. So NorCal in the 4th place position. Back to them by about a length and a half of open water, it is Artemis being paced closely by Brophy, and in the 7th place position, Stanford. And at 750 meters in, it is Oakland now with the bow to stern advantage over Long Beach. NorCal and Casitas dead even with each other. Slight advantage to NorCal for that 3rd place position. 5th place going out to Artemis, maybe 1 seat over Brophy. And trailing is Stanford. 1,000 meters to go here for Oakland, and now Long Beach.
Heat 2 of the men's lightweight four now approaching 1,250 meters. Those early leaders, Oakland and Long Beach, continue to solidify their lead here as they come down the course. Casitas in lane 2, And then on the outside, NorCal in lane 7, they are in a close race, but they are several lengths of open water back behind the 2 leaders from Oakland and Long Beach. Lightweight men's rowing is always closely fought. I predict tomorrow you're going to see a grand final with a lot of boats right next to each other because you can't get any heavier than 160 pounds. So it's an equalizer. Everyone in the boat is maxed out at 160, so the strength to weight is high and the competition is very close. As we approach 1,500 meters, it's going to continue to be Oakland over Long Beach over NorCal, NorCal over Casitas, and then the 3 trailing teams from Artemis, Brophy, and Stanford. We'll give you the last call at 3:50 to go, but again, this is an easy one. It's Oakland and Long Beach by open water. NorCal on the outside in lane 7. That's the lane we're keeping an eye on, along with Casitas in lane 2. Heat number 2 for the men's lightweight 4s, 350 meters to go. That's Oakland out in front, followed by second place, Long Beach in the yellow jerseys. Top 2 boats to the grand finals tomorrow, and you're looking at them right now. On the outside, NorCal in lane 7 chasing, but they're down about a length open water, maybe a little bit more as they come into the last 350. Casitas in 4th place. All these crews rowing well. All these athletes have trained so hard all year long to get to this regatta and race in this event. This region is just tough, tough, tough when it comes to racing these events. Trailing teams for the Heat 2 of the men's lightweight 4. You're looking at Brophy, Artemis, and Stanford Juniors. Here comes the finish for the men's light 4, Heat 2, going to the grand final unofficially, Oakland and Long Beach.
And the third of 3 heats currently racing for the men's lightweight 4. We have 6 lanes, six crews on the water. Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1, Los Gatos lane 2, Capital in lane 3, Pacific in lane 4, Oakland Strokes B in lane 5, and Cathedral Catholic High School in lane 6. All crews approaching 500 meters. Our leader here with their bow first across the line at that point will be Capital. Capital with a 1-length lead over the 3 crews from Marina, Los Gatos, and Capital. Capital, a slight advantage in that second place position, but very, very close between both Los Gatos, Pacific, and Marina Aquatic Center for that second place spot. Now back by open water and in the 5th place position, it is Oakland Strokes, and they have about 2 lengths of open water over Cathedral Catholic. Now at 750 meters in, it is Capital and Pacific in those first 2 spots. Pacific now bow to stern over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos in 3rd with 2 seats over Marina Aquatic Center. Not that much separation at this point in the race between the top 4 crews, but then back by open water, continuing in 5th place, is Oakland Strokes, kind of out there by themselves. They have quite a few lengths of open water between themselves and Cathedral Catholic in the 6th place position. But now it is Capital and Pacific edging a little bit further ahead as we approach the halfway point. So Capital in the lead. They are bow to stern over Pacific, with Pacific making a move here.
And the 3rd and final heat for the men's lightweight 4 is now at 1,250 meters. As you heard, this one is a little more tightly bunched. Capital continues in the lead. They're in lane 3. They are followed right next to them, Pacific Rowing Club in lane 4. Both Pacific and Capital now have an open water advantage. A couple of seats over lanes 2 and 3, Los Gatos and Marina Aquatic Center. Oakland in 5th. They're out there in lane 5. And then finally in 6th place, Cathedral Catholic High School, one of the newer programs of the region, entering another event here, and they will get bigger and faster, I promise you that. As we approach 1,500 meters, we're keeping an eye on Pacific and Capital relative to lanes 2 and 1. Lanes 2 and 1, big push now coming out of Los Gatos in lane 2. They're trying to stay in contact with both Capital and Pacific. Top 2 boats go to the grand final. Capital and Pacific now side by side as we hit 1,500 meters. We'll give you the next call at 3:50 to go. With 3:50 to go, Pacific has now moved into the lead. Pacific rowing at a 34, Capital at a 35. Again, Pacific at a 34, Capital 35. So Pacific now in the lead. Capital still in a qualifying position to go on to the grand final. So the top 2 boats for the 3rd heat here, looking at 250 meters to go, Pacific Rowing Club and Capital Crew. Chasing them right off their stern are the 2 teams from Los Gatos and Marina Aquatic Center. Oakland in 5th, followed by Cathedral Catholic High School. Here comes the finish for heat number 3 of the men's lightweight 4s. unofficially going to the grand final, Pacific and Capital with Los Gatos chasing. Next up will be the women's pairs after this finish.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are into Heat 1 of the women's pair. We have 7 boats out on the water. In Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Berkeley High School. Lane 4, Zlack Rowing Club. Lane 5, Waterford A. Lane 6, Oakland. And Lane 7, Waterford B. Now at 500 meters in, it is the crew from Oakland in lane 6 with an early lead. They have about a 1 length of open water advantage over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1. Marina with 1 length of open water between themselves and Berkeley High School. So Berkeley in third. The 4th place position will go over to Zlack. Zlack about 1 seat over San Diego. Now back to them in the 6th place position, it is Waterford B. And in the 7th place position, Waterford A, rowing out of lane 5. And again, just a reminder about the difficulty of rowing the pair. Many of the programs these days now use the pair as a great training tool to really see the efficacy of their rowers and develop a high level of technical efficiency. And clearly, the crew from Oakland has time spent in that boat. They're looking good, very strong, very confident, and absolutely no steering issues. And that's one of the things that makes this a difficult event. They don't have a coxswain, and they're steering using pressure on the face of the blades, either port or starboard, or they have a small rudder attached to the foot. But most usually, it is just the pressure from the oars. So the varsity pair is an event that is contested at the Youth National Championships, and the crew from Oakland doing a great job now with 2.5 boat lengths of open water between themselves and Marina. Marina in 2nd place with 2 boat lengths of open water between themselves and Berkeley High School. Berkeley in 3rd, and dead even here between Zlack and San Diego for that 4th place position. 6th place still belongs to Waterford B, 7th place Waterford A. All crews now approaching the halfway mark.
And as we approach 1,250 meters in Heat 1 of the women's pair, from the top of Rattlesnake Hill, I can actually hear the referee calling out some steering commands to crews that are having trouble. As you heard steering this boat, it's a bit of a problem. Not an easy boat to steer. We're hearing Zlack get steered to starboard a lot. They're in Berkeley's lane right now, behind Berkeley, and they're getting told to get back in their lane. Berkeley is not affected by this, of course, because Zlack is behind them. So Berkeley still has clean water to row into. Now, out in front, it's still Oakland, and now in 2nd place, it's still Marina, but Berkeley now has a race on their hands right next to them, San Diego giving Berkeley a run for the money, Berkeley with a slight advantage over San Diego in the red hull. Berkeley also having a little bit of a steering issue. Steering isn't going to make them faster here. They've got to hold a straight line if they want to put San Diego behind them. In the outside lanes, we go to Waterford, and then Waterford B as the trailing boats here in this heat. It's proving to be challenging again for a couple of the crews in the middle lanes. The outside lanes with Waterford are doing fine, as is Oakland. We'll give you the next call just past 1,500 meters. 3 boats go on to the grand final tomorrow. Those 3 boats right now are still Oakland, Marina, and Berkeley, but San Diego is hot on Berkeley's tail as we approach 1,500. And we're past 1,500 meters now with Oakland way out in front, followed by Marina in second along the shore. And then Berkeley High School now pushing away even harder from San Diego in the red hull. So Berkeley now with open water over San Diego with 500 meters to go. That puts Berkeley into the grand final tomorrow if they can hold on to that advantage. Not an easy boat to race and not an easy boat to row. So you got to give these rowers a lot of credit for taking these boats down this course. The buoy lines help, of course, but they also can show you how good or how bad your steering is. San Diego now in 4th place, falling off the pace. They were in that hunt with Berkeley, but looks like they've fallen off the pace a little bit now, still rowing cleanly. But Berkeley really putting them behind them now, increasing the open water advantage. Slack Rowing Club still being steered on occasion by the referees. With 350 meters to go, the referees aren't looking at it quite so closely as Berkeley has moved out further ahead, giving Berkeley cleaner water and less of a problem of interference. Waterford A and B continue to bring up the last 2 positions as the women's pair, heat number 1, now comes to a conclusion. 3 boats to the grand final, unofficially, Oakland, Marina, and Berkeley.
And ladies and gentlemen,
and we are well underway with Heat 2 of the women's pairs. In Lane 1, Long Beach. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Upper Natoma A. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. Lane 6, Xavier. And Lane 7, Upper Natoma B. Our early leader here at 500 meters in is Upper Natoma A. They have 1 length lead over Long Beach. Long Beach with a little bit of open water over both Newport and Upper Natoma B. Upper Natoma, a little bit of bobble in their boat right there, but they seem to have lowered their rate down a little bit and kind of got it under control. In the 5th place position, we move over to Lane 4. That is Pacific. Pacific paced very closely by Lane 6, Xavier. In the 7th place and trailing position, that is Cathedral Catholic High School, rowing very well here out of Lane 5. But Upper Natoma A, with now a half a boat length of open water over themselves and between themselves and Long Beach. Again, 2 boats will be placed in the grand finals tomorrow. I'll let Bob do the stroke ratings and the latter half of the race, but Upper Natoma definitely walking away from the remaining field here as they approach the halfway mark. They've got a pretty high stroke rate, but those girls might be super, super fit, maybe the top 2 athletes in their program. And if there is another program that knows this body of water really well, it is Upper Natoma. So very confident about their placement on the course. They know that they're coming up to the big red buoys at the halfway mark, and they have now increased their lead to 2.5 boat lengths of open water. And now that 2nd place crew is Newport Aquatic Center. Newport Aquatic Center moving into the 2nd place and overtaking Long Beach. Long Beach now down to Newport by 2 seats. The 3rd place position belongs to Long Beach, and they have 1 length over Upper Natoma B, and slightly back from Upper Natoma B, it is Pacific, and they are followed by Xavier, and then finally Cathedral Catholic High School.
Well, Adrian, if you want a stroke rate, I've got one. That Upper Natoma boat that's in the lead, they're at 37 to 38 strokes per minute, and they're maintaining it. So, and it's working for them. They've got a big open water advantage right now over the rest of the field. So Upper Natoma in the lead with their women's pair. In that second place position, as you mentioned, we go inside to lane number 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Then we have some good close racing going on between lane 1, Long Beach, and then Pacific in lane 4. Then going outside, we have Upper Natoma B giving a challenge, and then the 2 trailing teams from Xavier and the final team from Long Beach Junior Crew. These boats are really all over the place. It's actually kind of hard to keep an eye on their lane assignments here as they keep getting steered. A lot of these crews are leaving their lanes and then being steered back into them. We've had a lot of steering issues in lanes 1 and 2 so far. Upper Natoma, the leader, they haven't had any big problems, and that's why they're out in front. Steering is a huge part of being successful in a pair. If I had to make a call for third place right now, it's not going to be easy. It's potentially Long Beach, potentially Pacific, or Upper Natoma B. They are all pacing each other side by side as we approach 1,500 meters. We'll give you that next call as we hit 350 to go, as we let these crews sort themselves out a little bit more. This is the last heat for the women's pairs. All right, we're coming into the last 350. Upper Natoma A boat, they're still at 37.5 strokes per minute. They can do it, why not, right? If you got it, flaunt it, and they've got that fitness to hold that rate all the way down the course. In second place, it continues to be Newport, but now in third place, it is Pacific Rowing Club, overtaking both Long Beach and pushing away from the B boat from Upper Natoma. Xavier Prep B has fallen back, as has Waterford, as these crews come into the last 350 meters here in the second heat for the women's varsity pairs. That's Upper Natoma with 250 to go. They're in the blue shell with the blue and orange jerseys. They're followed by Newport in lane 2, and then Pacific Rowing Club in lane 3 for that third qualifying position. On the outsides, lanes 1 and 7, we have Upper Natoma B and Long Beach pacing each other, but not in qualifying position as we wrap up the finish for Heat 2 of the women's pairs. 3 boats to the grand final. Here's the final call. Grand final tomorrow, Upper Natoma, Newport, and Pacific.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have taken the shuttle here to the race course, the last shuttle will be leaving 30 minutes after the last race, which will be approximately 7:38 p.m. Once again, the last shuttle to overflow parking will be leaving at 7:38 p.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, coaches and athletes, mark your calendars for June 2014 when U.S. Rowing will bring the Youth National Championships to Lake Natoma. That's right, all the way to right here on the West Coast. We're hoping to see that happen. Look for the official announcement later on, but National Championships will be coming west, and we look forward to that.
Attention coaches. The race course will close at 7:45 this evening. Any boats that are on the water past 7:45 this evening will be assessed a warning that will carry over to racing on Sunday. The state park here at Lake Natoma closes at 8 p.m. So you can understand the urgency of making sure that all boats are off the water by 7:45 and all cars are out of the parking lot by 8 p.m. Once again, the last shuttle out of the racecourse area will be at 7:38 p.m. The racecourse will be closed and all boats must be off the water. That would mean no hulls touching water by 7:45 p.m. or you will be assessed a warning that will carry over to your Sunday racing. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the boats are in the starting area for our last 3 races this afternoon. We'll be starting off with Heat 1 of the men's varsity quad. Lane 1, Long Beach, A. Lane 2, Brophy. Lane 3, Stanford, B. Lane 4, Capital Crew. Lane 5, Humboldt Bay. Lane 6, Artemis. And in Lane 7, Berkeley High School A boat. This is Heat number 1 of the men's varsity quads.
And the final event to be contested today is underway and almost at the 500-meter mark. We have 7 boats on the water here. This is the Heat 1 of the men's quad, and our early leader is Lane 1, Long Beach. This is a seated event, so they have been placed in their lanes according to their respective speeds. So Long Beach in the lead. They're followed closely by Brophy in second place. Down to Brophy by about 3 seats is the crew from Stanford. This is Stanford's B entry. Now these top 3 crews already have open water between themselves and the rest of the field. 500 meters in 4th place, we go over to Capital. Capital 3 seats over Humboldt Bay. Humboldt in the 5th place position and 1 length over Berkeley High School in lane 7 and Artemis in lane 6. There will be 2 crews that advance out of each heat and move on to the grand final tomorrow. Right now, Long Beach looking very, very strong over in lane 1. And they have 3 seats over Brophy. Brophy now bow to stern over Stanford B. And all of these boats exceptionally fast. Again, as Bob had said, this region is just tough. So all of these boats, very, very competitive, and we're now seeing a good separation between our first 3 boats and the remaining 4 in the field. So Long Beach pulling away here, now bow to stern over Brophy, Brophy bow to stern over Stanford B, and then about 3 lengths of open water back to them is our 4th place crew from Capital. Capital bow to stern over Humboldt, and Humboldt 2 seats over Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School has a bow to stern advantage over Artemis. All crews now approaching 1,000 meters to go.
And Heat 1 of the men's quads now approaching 1,250 meters. As you heard from Adrian, yes, this is a very competitive region. It's why this region typically does so well at Youth National Championships. It's like being in a frying pan. You have to survive just to get to nationals. And what we see here is more of that speed as Long Beach in lane 1 continues to push away. They're not able to push away quickly, but they are putting more and more water between themselves and the next closest boat, Brophy, and then the B boat from Stanford. So with 2 boats going to the grand finals, here's Brophy Prep in second place in a position to go on to the grand final, and that is fantastic for them. The B boat from Stanford falling back to third place. We then go open water back to the remaining teams of Capital in fourth, and then back to back to Humboldt, then Artemis, and Berkeley as the last 3 positions. Berkeley doing a good job here trying to keep up with Humboldt, but Humboldt holding them off by a few seats. Artemis in the trailing position. As we approach 1,500 meters, it continues to be Long Beach in the yellow jerseys, followed by Brophy in the red unisuits as they come into the last 500 meters. Again, the top 2 men's quads here go to the grand finals tomorrow, and right now it's Long Beach and Brophy Prep. Long Beach rowing at 37 strokes per minute. Brophy a little bit lower, about 34, 35. Stanford B falling off the pace now. They're back in third place, not in a position to go on to the grand final, but still rowing a good race here as we come down the course. The water's become beautiful. These crews couldn't ask for better conditions right now as we wrap up the day's racing with this last event. 250 meters to go. It's Long Beach men's quad looking good. Their women were looking good too in their quad race. Now it's the men's turn. So 2 boats to the grand final. Unofficially, Long Beach and Brophy with Stanford B chasing.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten word from the start that the second heat of the men's varsity quads are now coming into the blocks. Setting those lanes for you: lane 1, Stanford A; lane 2, Long Beach B; lane 3, Tempe B; lane 4, California Yacht Club; lane 5, Casitas Rowing; lane 6, Palo Alto; and in lane 7, Berkeley B. This is heat 2 of the men's varsity quads.
And here we are, heat 2 of the men's quad currently underway and now past 250 meters in. Our leader in lane 1 is Stanford A. Stanford very strong this whole season in this event. You just saw their B boat finishing third. Now it's time for their A boat to show what they're made of. And right now they've already got open water and they're not quite at 500 meters in. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to California Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club doing very well in the men's races today. They're in 2nd place by about 3 seats over lane 6, Palo Alto. Palo Alto 2 seats over Long Beach B, and Long Beach B and Casitas very close to each other. They're also being paced by Tempe Junior, so not a whole lot of separation here between crews yet, except for that Stanford A boat clearly out in front. In the 6th place position, we move over to Berkeley in lane 7. That's Berkeley B. All right, we're now seeing a little bit better separation between boats, a little bit easier to call. Stanford looking very long, their stroke seat looking across at the Cal Yacht Club boat and just matching him stroke for stroke. They look to be at about 30, 31 strokes a minute, and certainly they have already raced today, so they're saving their energy for tomorrow. And with the heat that we've experienced today, definitely that's a good call. 750 meters in, it is Stanford with a bit of open water over California Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club bow to stern over Palo Alto. Palo Alto 1 seat over 4th place Lake Casitas, and Casitas 1 length over Long Beach. Long Beach, this is their B entry. In the 6th place position, we move back inside. That is Tempe Junior and their B boat. And in the 7th place position, we move back to Berkeley High School, rowing out of lane 7. All boats now approaching the halfway mark. Again, our top 2 boats at this time, Stanford followed by California Yacht Club, with both Casitas and Palo Alto and Long Beach all in the hunt.
And here we go with Heat 2 of the men's varsity quad at 1,250 meters. That Stanford boat, it's legit. They've been fast all year, and here they are being fast one more time, and I'm sure they'll be fast another time after this. They're in the lead as they move further away from the pack. They want to go to that grand final tomorrow and then get a ticket to Tennessee, I'm sure. In 2nd place, Cal Yacht Club, still holding on to their position, but they are being chased very hard by Casitas. It's Casitas that's closest to them, and just on the other side of Casitas, Palo Alto Rowing Club. So in tandem, Palo Alto and Casitas are both trying to catch Cal Yacht Club just past 1,250 meters. Long Beach is a little further back behind Palo Alto, as they are also in a position to do something with the amount of water left. We have about 600 meters to go, and anything could happen. Tempe Junior Crew B, they are further back from these top boats, and then the trailing position, the B boat from Berkeley in lane 7, they are back about 100 meters open water behind the pack of 6 that are up front. Stanford A now crossed the line at the 1,500 meter markers. Cal Yacht Club still in 2nd place, but Casitas keeps getting closer. Casitas keeps moving up, and they now have their bow inside the Cal Yacht Club boat. Cal Yacht Club also has a threat off to port side as Long Beach now takes up the rate, and Long Beach is moving. Their bow is surging forward, and they're actually moving ahead of Casitas and challenging Cal Yacht Club for that 2nd place position, but they're still down about 4 seats. 400 meters to go. Cal Yacht Club holding on to 2nd place, but they are under attack from both Casitas and Long Beach. Casitas now charging harder after Long Beach made their move. Now here comes Casitas. They're in the Kelly Green boat out there in lane number 5. And there they go. They've pulled even. Casitas now even with Cal Yacht Club and overtaking them. What a turnaround here as Cal Yacht Club at the 2nd qualifying position for so long, and Casitas being very patient with their race, now overtaking them in the last 350 meters. 250 to go at Stanford A at a relaxed stroke rate as they watch all this going on behind them, but Casitas in the green boat coming from behind and taking water from both Cal Yacht Club and now Long Beach, but Long Beach on the move. Heat number 2 of the men's quads now finishing. It's Stanford and Casitas with Long Beach chasing, Cal Yacht Club falling back to 4th.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, before we set the lane assignments for heat number 3, an announcement from the Aquatic Center. Please make sure that you bring up all of your chairs off of the beach. The water level will come up tonight, and all of those chairs will float out into the water. So please bring all of your chairs up off of the beach back under your tents this evening. Now, back to our last race of the evening, the men's varsity quad, heat number 3. Lane 1, Tempe Junior Crew A-Boat. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Casitas Rowing. Lane 5, North Bay. Lane 6, San Diego Rowing Club. And in Lane 7, Stanford Seaboat. This is heat number 3, our last race of the day, men's varsity quads.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have good news, and I have even better news. The good news is this is the final race of the day. We have been on the water for 11 consecutive hours here at Lake Natoma, and the even better news is that there's more to come tomorrow. But let's get back to the racing action here. Approaching 500 meters in, we've got 7 crews on the water here in heat 3 of the men's quad, top 2 to go on to the grand finals tomorrow. Right now, those top 2 crews are River City with a bit of open water over Tempe Juniors and their A entry. Tempe Juniors in second place, bow to stern over San Diego Rowing Club. Now these top 3 crews with a significant amount of open water here just at 500 meters in, so they're sure to separate themselves even more. The 4th place position, we go over to lane 7, that is Stanford and their C entry. So they have 4 quads entered in this event. Pretty amazing, really. So Stanford C in 4th place. In the 5th place position, we move back inside to Pacific Rowing Club. 6th place belongs to North Bay, rowing out of lane 5. And in the 7th place and trailing position, it is Casitas and their B entry. But again, our leader here at 750 meters in is River City with half a boat length of open water over Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors 3 seats now over San Diego. So San Diego charging here, trying to get themselves into that second qualifying position. And all boats now approaching the halfway markers. They are halfway home, done with a very long day, hot racing, very, very fast. And here they go, River City now with 1 boat length of open water as they approach the halfway mark. They're followed by Tempe Juniors. Tempe Juniors now about 1 boat length above San Diego. San Diego still holding on, trying to push themselves even further inside Tempe's boat, but Tempe senses that they're making that move. That bow seat's looking across at the San Diego boat and urging his crew forward as they cross over 1,000 meters. 4th place will move back by about 2 lengths of open water to Stanford C in lane 7. The 5th place position, belongs to Pacific and then North Bay. Very close to call here between North Bay and Pacific, but the 7th place position does belong to Casitas B. They're doing a nice job just not matching the pace here of the rest of the crew. We will turn it over to Bob for the final call from Rattlesnake Hill.
Well, thank you, Adrian. It has been an amazing day of racing here at Lake Natoma. I'm taking stroke rates right now for that crew in lane 1, Tempe Junior crew. They're coming down the course at a 30. And that's a pretty comfortable stroke rate for a heat of this type of event. They've got San Diego over there in lane 6. They got to keep an eye on. San Diego charging at a 34. So we're going to pay close attention to Tempe Junior crew in lane 1 and San Diego in lane 6. Because the stroke rates are so different, you could see a real turnaround here at the 1,500-meter markers. Now, the Tempe Junior crew, they are paying attention to that San Diego boat. I see the bowman looking over, so he is checking in and keeping an eye on him. But again, that stroke rate difference is pretty big. As we come into the last 1,500 meters, the leader continues to be River City. They've had a great quad this year, and I'm sure they're looking forward to the showdown with all the other top quads tomorrow in the grand final. In that fourth place position, we're going to go to Stanford Seaboat. Stanford, as you know, great sculling program, fourth quad entered in this event, and here they are, and they're still in a good position. Fourth place, they're not going to qualify at this point, but they've got 3 teams behind them at 1,500 meters. In fifth place, it's Pacific Rowing Club. Then we've got North Bay, and then finally, Casitas Rowing in lane 4. River City now past 1,500 meters, and that crew in lane 1, Tempe Jr., rowing at 30 strokes per minute, about 31 right now, still looking comfortable. They're still in a good qualifying position. San Diego charging hard on the outside. That stroke rate San Diego has, they want it to work for them, but they're running out of time and distance here as Tempe Junior crew holds them off at a 31. $250 meters to go for the last heat of the men's varsity quads. Way out in front, that is River City. River City from West Sacramento, California. Behind them, rowing very comfortably, Tempe Junior crew from Arizona. And then in the red hull, chasing hard, San Diego Rowing Club, followed by Stanford B. And then a close race between Pacific and North Bay with Casitas chasing. Here comes the conclusion to the day's racing. It's been a long day as the men's quads finish. Let's wrap it up in style and give them a cheer, and we'll see you tomorrow.